proved sufficiently enough for us to be starting at midday and starting a 50 over a side game, but whether we get the full 50 overs in, I'm not sure. We shall see. The news from the middle is that Warwickshire have won the toss and they're going to have a bowl first. We've had an hour or so to wait for the ground staff to do a fine job and get everything all sorted and get the conditions ready to play. The spectators in the ground have waited patiently. They've found the odd little dry corner where possible. And we've got ourselves a game. It actually has been reduced to 42 overs per side, so we've not lost an enormous amount. And it would appear there is this little window for a few hours now, so hopefully, obviously we need more than a few hours to get 80 overs in to make this a game. But we're going to start on time. We'll see how far we get. It might be a case of having to adjust things as we go on, but at least we're going to see some cricket. Lancashire heading out to open the batting, and two sides very much looking for their first, for a win, just their third of the campaign, which will kind of get their competition back on track. It's not quite must-win territory. There's quite a decent number of 50 over games to go between now and the end of the group campaign, but time kind of running out a little bit when you've lost 4 of your first 6, as both these two sides have. So we've got some live cricket here on Lancs TV, on the BBC Sport website and app. We're on Sports Extra 2 as well through the course of the afternoon. You'll hear from Mike Perkins a little later on. I'm Scott Reed, and Polly Starkey is alongside me. Good afternoon. This looks better, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, shame to be starting in the afternoon rather than at 10:30, but I didn't think we'd see cricket until much later, so this is a bit of a relief. Warwickshire did win the toss and opted to bowl, and it's captain Georgia Davis who's opening the bowling. That one worked nicely to square by Eve Jones. Eve Jones and Seren Smell opening the batting for Lancashire. A slight change with Emma Lamb, of course, being away with England. There are a couple of notable absentees from both sides, citing international duty of the busy summer ahead and the current England versus New Zealand ODI series. The second game today in just about an hour in Northampton, if the rain stays away there.
Yes, fingers crossed. I think the forecast is a little dicey for that part of England as well, but hopefully get a little bit of a break with the weather and get some cricket in the one-day international.
Seren Smell to face her first ball, and she whips this away nicely, beats the fielder. The chase is on by Hannah Baker, and it will be stopped. There was a bit of keenness for a second, but they'll settle for one. Seren Smell also off the mark now.
I think they're too much surprised that Warwickshire have elected to put Lancashire into bat. I think that's been replicated across the other two games as well. With weather around, you kind of always got one eye on chasing, really.
Jones defensive this time. Yeah, I think it makes complete sense, and Warwickshire have proved well actually with the bat and ball. I'm intrigued to see them bat because they do have plenty of depth. It feels like they're a team of batters without many full-time batters, which I think is quite interesting and rare in this competition, as this one's been pushed away into the offside by Eve Jones.
Yeah, nice bright start, trying to take at least a single off every delivery where possible. It's tricky, isn't it, batting first when you're not quite sure whether you just how much of the game is going to take place and whether Duckworth Lewis might come into it.
Davis continuing. It's blocked out by Smale.
Yeah, it just kept a little bit low, and on Smale, she played it as if perhaps didn't quite have the bounce that she was expecting.
Both teams, of course, have been sat around for a couple of hours,
yeah,
keen to get on, and haven't had a perfect amount of time to prepare, as this one's headed behind to the diving slip. There's a slight hill as well behind the wicket. It's kind of raised up.
Yeah, end up testing over that final ball of the over in particular. Quite intriguing to see.
End of the over, 3 without loss. That was Georgia Redmayne who made the dive, who's flown in from Australia, Warwickshire's overseas player, mainly here for the Blast, but will play a couple of one-day cup games.
Yeah, that's a chance. That's an edge and put down at first slip. We're not behind the bowler's arms. Just looking back on the replay on delay, but an edge low to the right of slip. Chance. Final ball of the first over. A lifeline for Smale, put down at slip. Just a little bit of gentle turn there for Davis as well. Well, an early chance for Warwickshire. They've not taken it.
It'll be Mary Taylor from the Grosvenor Road end.
Battling with the wind by the looks of it.
Yeah, and up the hill.
Yeah.
Eve Jones on strike as she parries this away. We'll get one. There's a diving stop out in the deep on the ring. And Seren Smell's keen for a third. But they'll just settle for two.
Yeah, well, it's good intent for Sean. Wanted to come back for the third. Probably two was the right call.
Yeah, especially at this early stage of the game. You don't need to be taking risks like that. 5 without loss as Taylor continues her over. Jones works this nicely into the leg side, running through for one. It's really brightened up now. You wouldn't have thought it was absolutely pouring down with rain not too long ago.
No, it looked bleak, didn't it, at one stage this morning?
Still very windy though. In front of us are two quite big trees at the edge of the ground which are swaying in the breeze.
Actually, the wind may have helped a little bit as well, just to try and dry the outfield up a bit. Speaking to the ground staff when I got here this morning, the outfield that they reckon was pretty dry. It was just whether they could just get the covers off without too much kind of damage done, which they've obviously managed to do pretty well.
Smale looks to reverse it. It's through to the keeper. No run on offer.
It's not a bad shot that though, is it? With the fielding set as it is, there's the fine leg but no third. I suppose you're bringing potentially the slip into play if you miscalculate it, but trying to open up that boundary, maybe not the worst scoring option.
Taylor in again. This one tentative from Smale.
Yeah, there'll be an element about that, won't there? About the kind of just slightly sighing up, well, obviously the opposition, the bowlers, but also the pace of the pitch as well. Been under cover for some time. Ground staff here have been preparing wickets at this game, ready for this match and the men's 4-day game on Friday. So just be an element of just weighing up the pace of the pitch as well. Just a little over 2 to get used to that.
Smale this time drives, takes a few steps, but won't find a run. So a good start from Warwickshire so far, who are a little bit depleted, particularly in their bowling department. Arlott had to pull out of the England camp with concussion. Izzy Wong is also potentially injured with England, and Alexa Stonehouse has then got a call up, so they are kind of struggling with their bowlers, but it gives an opportunity for Mary Taylor, who's done well so far, 3 dots in a row now.
Yeah, I think Lancashire were extra keen to try and see if we could try and get a game today because of those kind of restrictions that and challenges that Warwickshire have had to work with in terms of their squad and their team selection for this game. They're missing a couple of key players, and I think Lancashire pretty keen to try and get a game today if we can.
Smale rocks back and it beats the diving fielder. That'll be the first boundary of the day. Really nice from Seren Smale.
Yeah, it's lovely timing, isn't it? You say, rocking back off the back foot, cutting it late. It's a fielder just at backward point. But such was the timing by Smale. Beyond the reach of the dive and down towards the boundary. Nice looking shot. Nice way to end the second over.
"12 without loss."
Interesting, just backward spin again. I'm interested to see how this pitch plays. Actually, you look at spinning options on both sides. So a little bit of turn in that first over. Certainly saw the edge.
Davis continuing and starts with the dot. Pushed away nicely by Jones. It's racing towards the boundary, a diving stop. Tumbling out in the deep. But they do push through for 2.
Played well by Jones, just off the back foot. There's a bit of a gap there, isn't there, through the offside. Fielder at backward point, there's a slip in place, but just pushed away, squared the wicket for a couple.
Georgia Davis gasping. Hands over her mouth. Just went through to Nat Wraith. It's a bit of competition for the gloves with Georgia Redmayne now on the side, but Nat Wraith has stayed in that role. Once again, defensive from the left-hander.
So many teams with plenty of wicket-keeping options, aren't there, these days?
Jones driving that nicely, just for a single. Score 14 without loss, 15 without loss even.
Yes, steady start by Lancashire. They might just take an over 2 just to get used to the pace of the pitch. Plus the conditions, quite windy conditions here as well.
Smale, the right-hander, just prodding that one nicely.
Yeah, I'm not surprised she got forward to that last delivery, having edged to slip in the previous ball she faced off Davis. Getting right forward to picture the ball there and smothering the ball with any potential spin that might just find the outside edge.
End of the over, 15 without loss. Of course, Warwickshire also missing Davina Perrin today, which is a bit of a blow for their batting lineup. She was in the squad, but we suspect potentially a slight injury or just managing an injury as Mary Taylor returns. That's been driven straight down the ground. Will be a misfield by Amusa and Kumar.
Well, that's good intent, isn't it? They've taken a single there and put a little bit of pressure right back on the fielder, which probably induced a bit of a fumble, and didn't quite collect it and pick it up cleanly, but probably on the back of a kind of a positive run from Eve Jones.
Wrap on the pads for Smale. And a few shouts, but she replays the shot, a bit of shadow batting.
Yeah, she's shaping to work it out towards the leg side, wasn't she? So perhaps over the wicket to Smale, maybe just slanting down the leg side. So just a bit of a half an appeal, wasn't it? Nothing too much from Warwickshire.
Smale getting a nice bit of timing on that. She'll just take the one in the end. 17 without loss.
We're in our marquee here, which I think basically you could hold an event for about 1,000 people. It's massive, this marker, isn't it? It's an enormous
It's got a
marker.
chandelier. It's the weirdest commentary box I've ever been in. Mary Taylor in once again. Just through to the keeper this time.
But there's all sorts of clattering and banging and squeaking and bumping and all sorts of going on. I mean, it's a bit of a windy day anyway, and then you factor in the enormous steel frame and the white plastic cover that wraps around it. There's all sorts of background noise today.
Eve Jones on strike, as it looks like they're close to the edge of her bat. Mary Taylor just trying to clip the edge with Nat Wraith and Georgia Redmayne poised behind the stumps.
You think this will be pretty tricky early on. Got a combination of seam from one end and spin from the other to begin with, so nice little contradiction from each end, but should be a tricky start this with the bat.
Jones works that away and we'll get one. That's a nice direct hit actually, but won't matter in this case. Eve Jones back safely, 18 without loss.
Yeah, 4 overs gone. It's a steady start by Lancashire with the bat. They are playing in one other game today, so they have played in the Yorkshire-Hampshire game. They did start. They had 12 overs of that match, but a back off for rain. Yorkshire against Hampshire, with Hampshire 62-4-1. Game taking place in York. Another match in this Women's One Day Cup today.
Georgia Davis returns.
It's Somerset against the Blaze. Somerset 86-4 in the 25th over. Batting first against the league leaders.
Eve Jones pushes this into the leg side for no run.
So it's been a little bit like that today, I'm afraid, with this game delayed until a 12 o'clock start. Yorkshire-Hampshire, only 12 overs so far. The Somerset Blaze game's been interrupted as well.
Jones slapping this away, and it'll be 4. With complete ease. That moves Lancashire to 22 without loss.
Yeah, nicely tucked away that, wasn't it? But a couple of nice shots square of the wicket. Eve Jones so far in this innings of 40 not out. There was another one.
Davison, and it's just guided relatively straight by Jones. Once again, Jones utilising the offside and scampering 3 for 1.
Reminder for you from 1 o'clock on Sports Extra, England against New Zealand in the second of that one-day international series. Away from Northampton, so 12:45 start on Sports Extra for England women against New Zealand women.
Smale guides us into the leg side. 24 without loss at the end of the over.
And this game will continue via Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app, and on Sports Extra 2 through the course of the afternoon. We've had 5 overs so far, 24 without loss. I shall leave you, Polly, and Mike Perkins will come and join you.
So 24 without loss, with Eve Jones 15 from 19. And Seren Smale 7 from 12. As Mary Taylor is continuing from the Grosvenor Road end. That's worked into the leg side by Smale. Hannah Baker running in to cut it off. Rotating the strike nicely. Breeze picking up once again.
I wanted to say morning, Polly, but it's afternoon, of course, because we've had a slightly late start in this 42 over a side game. Or it is now anyway.
Taylor running up the hill. Has been left alone by Eve Jones.
I think you're right to be worried about this chandelier-style lighting fixture, though. It might not make the wedding or the 4-day game or exactly what it's here for, because it's a very fierce wind that's whipping around Trafalgar Road at the moment.
Yeah, we could have a very dramatic Phantom of the Opera style chandelier smash.
Smash in the background. That'd be fun.
Taylor in again, and this one once again left alone by Eve Jones. 25 without loss. It is signalled a wide, in fact.
Yeah, 284 runs so far this season for Eve Jones with a best of 98. It's past the 8,000 run mark as well in List A and T20 cricket this season.
Once again, another dot ball for Lancashire. There is a tiny discrepancy between the score on the screen versus the scoreboard here, but it is just 1 at the moment. So Eve Jones poised as she whips this one away, rocks back, and is well stopped in the end by Abby Freeborn. It could have been a boundary, but it was well stopped inside the ring.
It's one of those sliding sort of cut shots that Eve Jones finds quite profitable, but couldn't find the gap there.
Taylor continuing, that's defended. Taylor diving down to field off her own bowling.
Bounce just on the low side, I would say, in these early stages, which is not to be unexpected given the amount of rain we've had. Obviously the pitch has been well covered, but it inevitably just sort of seeps in a little bit through the soil and that kind of thing into the square.
Jones has a big slash at it and goes through to Nat Wraith. So we'll wrap up the over. 25 without loss. A really good over, bar the wide from Mary Taylor.
Yeah, like there was movement in the game here against Somerset. Alex Griffiths getting it to move appreciably from the Harrod Drive end when she was here earlier in the season with Somerset. Alexa Stonehouse missing out today on the Warwickshire lineup. No Bethan Ellis or Davina Perrin either. I imagine that's probably a precautionary measure, given Perrin pulled up quite sharply a week ago at Edgbaston when chasing a ball out on the boundary in the defeat against Durham.
We're going to have a change of bowling from the Harrod Drive end with Phoebe Brett coming on to bowl. Some left arm off spin as in fact Smale was keen to go for a run with a slight misfield happening, but I think Eve Jones was sensibly against it.
I think that's the difference between the 20-something and the 30-something there.
Brett taking a few steps, and there's a slight edge away by Smale, and that's going to head for 4 pretty straight in the end. It does slow up as it gets closer to the boundary, but that's down the hill. It quite easily reaches there.
This one wasn't a chance, as there was towards the end of the first over off Georgia Davis. This one was slashed away and landed short of the slip fielder. It was almost hit at the boot of Redemain and rolled away for 4.
29 without loss. Chip down the ground, straight back for a dot. Phoebe Brett, who was sent back to Worcestershire on loan all season, but has come back in with the injuries and England call-ups that Warwickshire have, as this one's been attempted to be slapped away, but will just find Mary Taylor. In fact, it ends up hitting Eve Jones on the head. Not quite sure how that happened.
She does have this habit, the slower bowler Smale, to try and go back and cut, and it can be her undoing, but it also can be a very profitable way of scoring for her.
Breton again. That's just driven. Quick single. Eve Jones is quick enough. Yeah, I think Smale has to be careful about that, particularly with Mary Taylor there. I mean, her previous shot wasn't a chance, but you can see how that could become a little bit problematic later on. Phoebe Bright has had a good start to the season. Took 5 for 27 against New Zealand in a warm-up game. And is generally just an exciting player to watch. Has a busy summer though at the moment with finishing at A-levels. Still just 17. It's been slapped away by Jones. She won't even bother running. She knows it's gone for 4. Plenty of oomph behind it, and just let it roll away to the benches.
Nice way to end the over this. Back into a crease. Found the gap well on the railway side of the ground. To what I imagine are quite damp covers. 34 without loss after 7 overs in this game. And that was a profitable one for Lancashire with the 2 fours.
34 without loss, 9 from the over. As you say, very profitable from a Lancashire perspective. And while we had a change at one end, we're going to stick with Mary Taylor from the Grosvenor Road end.
Yeah, sensible, I think, to still let Taylor lead the attack here, even with the introduction of spin. Does turn here at Southport, but it's also a wet day where you'd expect a little bit of early movement.
Smale starts defensively, pushing her bat forward.
Not much on offer there. Just looking at that one on the head on camera, it was gone barrel straight. So we'll keep an eye on, does Taylor get anything out of it, but at the moment it appears not.
Smale dabs that into the leg side for no run. 34 without loss, the score remains.
Still a debut figures of 10 overs, no maidens, 78 for 3 against Surrey, the best Taylor's managed this season.
Flicked by Smale. It's signalled a wide. In fact, yeah, she had an attempt at it, a bit of a flurry of the bat. But didn't make contact, it seems.
Yeah, well down the leg side in the end.
Taylor's had a couple of loose deliveries, a couple of wides, but generally has been pretty accurate as she continues here, and Smale chops that into the ground and away for a single. 36 without loss.
Not been without alarm so far, but Lancashire will be relatively happy with this start, you would think.
I think it's reassuring for Lancashire to be able to get some runs at the start of this game. Obviously they've had a lot of change in that opening partnership over the last couple of weeks, and that can prove a little bit disruptive, particularly when they've had such a successful opening pair of Emma Lamb and Eve Jones for the last year or so. This is driven straight to Amusa and Kumar by Eve Jones.
From memory, a lot of Smale's runs when she had that season of 515 in the last year of the Rachel Hay of Flint Trophy, the 50 over competition that preceded this return to a county structure, was at the top of the order. She was the 4th top run scorer in the 50 over competition that year.
Jones has a big swing and the wicket is taken. Eve Jones has to go for 19. We were saying how good it was that this partnership was building, but Warwickshire have the breakthrough, and it's Mary Taylor with the first wicket. She's bowled really well today so far. As I said, a few loose deliveries, but for the most part she's been on the money. And Lancashire are 36 for 1.
Just a flash of the bat, went quickly to slip, but well caught in the end. And Eve Jones must depart, and her teammates will be very happy about this one. We said it wasn't Georgia Redmayne's morning, but she takes the catch well there at slip, as Jones gets a slash on this, and it goes straight into the hands of the Australian, making her first appearance for Warwickshire here. Was meant to be here for the start of the season, but that hasn't happened. I think a bit of an injury has been the reason, but couldn't cling on to Smale early on. Very tough chance. That one was a bit more regulation, 36 for 1. And as we say, the reason that Warwickshire will be happy to get Eve Jones is 1,780 of her runs in the Rachel Hay of Flint Trophy came for Central Sparks, which is sort of the predecessor to Warwickshire. It was Warwickshire and Worcestershire combined, as well as a few minor counties, Shropshire, Staffordshire, involved there as well. So these players will like getting her out.
Ellie Threlkeld is the new batter. She'll face her wide to start with.
Big call from the skipper this. Her team need runs, and she's decided she's the one to step up a place in the order and try and provide them. Smale, of course, stepping up from 3 to opening as well, but she's, as we were discussing earlier, has done that in the past. Wasn't quite as successful when she was forced down the order to 3 and 4 last season, Smale.
Taylor in again. Defensive from Threlkeld, so wraps up the over. 37 for 1.
Yeah, Smale producing 391 runs in that sort of those middle order positions last season, rather than the 515 she got predominantly as an opener. But it was the fact that the Jones and Lamb partnership was so successful for Lancashire last season. Had Katie Mack for a period as well, who was batting at 3. Smale did make an important score of 72 in the final to help Lancashire lift this trophy. But these two teams, you wouldn't say struggling. They've both picked up a couple of wins, but they're far from playing their best cricket. I think the 4 losses column indicates that for Lancashire. It's 3 for Warwickshire. They also got a no result at Edgbaston earlier in the season when they had made 355 against Hampshire.
Phoebe Brett back again, a wrap on the pads, and they'll be out. Seren Smale will go for 14, 2 quick wickets. This is not looking good for Lancashire, not what they would have wanted, but Warwickshire will be absolutely thrilled with that. They've got the 2 openers out, and just a few balls between them, and Phoebe Brett gets the second.
And it's that tendency again for Smale to go back. It's profitable for her when she makes contact with the bat, but if she doesn't, like she didn't there, she's right in front of the stumps and can have absolutely no complaints about being LBW to Phoebe Brett. Walks off the field for 14, and Maddie Pennant, who's joined from the Adelaide Strikers in South Australia, makes her way to the crease. Lovely bit of left arm bowling that from Brett though, just allowing the ball to drift in slightly on the wind. Pitches in line with the stumps and would have probably taken middle and leg, if not middle flush. Really good bit of bowling.
So wickets in consecutive overs for Warwickshire. who won the toss and opted to bowl, which, given how the weather's been today and the uncertainty later, seemed like the smart option. And they now have Lancashire 2 wickets down.
Well, if we do get any more rain as well, it allows them to control the equation a little bit, to know what they're in need of each over.
Maddie Penner, the new batter, as this is driven there potentially as a caught and bowled chance. I'm not sure how much of a chance it was, but Phoebe Brett was lying down on the ground in the end. It came back to her pretty fast.
First ball this from Penner. It's hit very, very hard back at Phoebe Brett, and it was indeed a chance.
That was definitely a chance.
It should have been taken, really.
Yeah, defensive this time by Penner. Yeah, it looked relatively simple in the end. I guess when it's being slashed back at you, it is difficult. But that could have been 2 and 2. Penner has a swing, but it's through to Nat Wraith, who's up to the stumps.
Yeah, cold day with the wind whipping in and all that kind of thing, but I think a professional cricketer like Phoebe Brett would have expected to have clung on that.
This is a brilliant over, though, from Brett. Once again, defensive and a dot ball. 37 for 2. So in fact, a wicket maiden for Phoebe Brett.
Could so easily have been 3 down. Warwickshire will be ruined that moment, but excellent bowling, as you say, from Phoebe Brett. Wicket maiden picked up there after she struggled in her first over. Went for a couple of boundaries, but right on the money there. And you heard it on Sports Extra 2, BBC Sport website, and of course Lancs TV, where you can get the pictures as well as the commentary of this game. Wind continues to gust. You see it in the trees in the distance. It's really blowing around here. Trafalgar Road, Southport.
Mary Taylor in again, and this has been worked away by Threlkeld, just for a single.
Energetic tumbling effort from Pavely.
Gareth Pavely, who joined it with the England squad for a couple of days. She was up in Chestler Street for that first ODI against New Zealand, which ended up being a bit of a thriller. It was quite a mellow game for most of it until the last couple of overs. England did take the win. It's been nudged into the leg side by Penner. 39 for 2.
Voice of Polly Starkey, cricket writer and podcaster, alongside myself, Mike Perkins, bringing you the commentary here today. And we will be on Sports Extra joining that One Day International when it gets underway at 1 o'clock.
Threlkeld having a little swing. It is a wide. 39 for 2.
New Zealand, the tourists, they'll be part of the T20 World Cup as well. Elsewhere in this competition today, Somerset 101 for 5 in the 32nd over there against the Blaze.
Taylor continuing, and Threlkeld gets bat on ball and sends that away backward of square. 40 for 2.
Hampshire taking on Yorkshire today. Hampshire 71 for 2. They've just lost their second wicket in the 16th over of that game up in York today.
Maddie Penner 1 from 4. She drives this, won't pick up a run.
Just down the onside of straight that time.
The penultimate game for Penner, who came in as a short-term replacement for Gabby Lewis, who unfortunately got injured really early on in the season and of course needs to be fit for the World Cup with Ireland. That's been driven but straight to a fielder. Meg Austin like a magnet to that ball. 41 for 2.
Early stages for Penner, but she's already had a live first ball.
There's a big shout. The umpire's not moving. Be interested to see the replay here.
There was a little tap on the thigh by the umpire to indicate that the feeling here was pad, and I'm pretty certain that's correct. Yeah, just brushed. Almost the knee, wasn't it, of Penner on the way down the leg side. You can see why Warwickshire were excited, but nothing more than a dot ball needs to be recorded on that occasion.
Yeah, can understand the enthusiasm, but 41 for 2 after 10. It's been a good start from a Warwickshire perspective.
Has indeed. Phoebe Brett's been at the heart of it, dismissing Seren Smale, LBW. We also saw Mary Taylor the over before. That wicket fell, the first wicket fell Eve Jones in the 8th over, caught by Redmayne at slip. A fairly middling power play in terms of runs for Lancashire, and 2 wickets down as well, as in comes Brett to deliver to the Lancashire captain Threlkeld, who strides well forward and is happy to defend that one back to the bowler. So the dots continue for Brett. Picked up a wicket maiden last over. What can she produce with this next delivery? Again, good length and defended away. Slightly into the offside. Austin busily there to pick up. No score again for Threlkeld. Approaches again does Brett from the Harrow drive end, and it's fiddled into the leg side this time from Threlkeld. But again can't score off that ball. 41 for 2 it remains if you just join us on Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, BBC Sport website and Lancs TV. Polly Starkey and Mike Perkins as Brett bowls. Back into her stumps goes Threlkeld, pushes away to Hannah Baker. No run on offer again. Important dots these in the early stages from Phoebe Brett. A sign that Lancashire are under pressure. England under 19 back into the Warwickshire team. And again produces a dot ball with a ball that's pushed away by Threlkeld. No run to cover this time. It does go back towards the boundary for the last ball, the over. So that might open up an opportunity for Threlkeld to score. Doesn't take it though, just defends back to the bowler. Another maiden over for Brett. 9 for 1, her wicket. Smale. Taylor has picked up the wicket of Eve Jones, and that means both the Lancashire openers already out. Durham not in action in this round of fixtures, but we have a win for Surrey yesterday already against Essex. So that sort of stretches out the place that these two teams, I think, at the moment will have their eye on, having struggled down towards the bottom of the table in the early run of fixtures. Everyone will have had 7 by the end of this round, and it is Surrey on 18 in 3rd place at the moment is probably where these two teams will be looking at. That's because 2nd and 3rd qualify for an eliminator, and the Blaze, who are top, are in the automatic position straight into the final, which will be played on the 19th of September after all the sides have played each other home and away. And the change of bowling, Hannah Baker into the attack from the Grosvenor Road end. floats one up. It's prodded slightly awkwardly by Penner, but all along the floor. Rolls out to the edge of the ring on the mid-wicket line. Past Freeborn, who's back in the side today. And a much-needed run for Lancashire. Takes a total on 42 for 2.
I like the use of spin here from Warwickshire. You've got Phoebe Brett from one end, Hannah Baker now from the other. We had Georgia Davis early on. They are down on seamers today, but their spin department is deep.
Wind continues to rattle our commentary position in the marquee here as that one's driven to Abby Freeborn. That short mid-wicket. No run on offer to Threlkeld there. Waits again as the dots start to build. There'll be another one there, driven to mid-on. Taylor with the fielding. Threlkeld on 2, Penner on 2. 42 for 2, the total here. Baker again, bowling a leg spin. Threlkeld drives firmly back down the ground, but again Taylor is quickly in from mid-on. Moving to a left to prevent the single being scored by the right-handed Threlkeld. A couple of spins of the ball from Baker. Flights another one into the breeze, a little too much on this occasion, and Threlkeld's going to drive firmly, and away it goes for 4 runs. Much needed runs from the Lancashire perspective, 46 for 2. And the Lancashire captain will be happy with that stroke, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, really needed runs. I was about to say how much the pressure had built up, and it was brilliant bowling from Warwickshire, from Phoebe Brett and Hannah Baker in particular in the last few overs. And it's important that Lancashire could find a gap and find a boundary.
You could feel the tension being released there as watchfully forward is Threlkeld again with a defensive stroke to end the over. 46 for 2. We've had 12 bowled so far. A reminder, 42 overs aside as well, so that slightly alters the complexion. It's a windy day here in Southport. You'll be able to see that on Lancs TV if you're watching the pictures on YouTube. In the background there, you see the leaves being rustled away over towards the railway track side of the ground. It's 3 jumpers, 3 small jumpers and 2 big jumpers at the moment. I think we might lose 1 or 2 as the day goes on, but it's still a chilly atmosphere, isn't it?
It is chilly. When I arrived, Scott said, "Oh, you're dressed for winter." I thought, yeah, I am. I've got 2 pairs of trousers on, and I've got woolly socks.
Penner goes over the top, and this is a good stroke to break the tension that Phoebe Brett had built up from this Harrod Drive end. And Lancashire, with a couple of boundaries, bring up their 50. 50 for 2 comes from the bat of the replacement overseas player, Maddie Penner. And as soon as she saw this one flighted outside her off stump, that was the invitation to put her arms through it and send it over mid-on for 4 runs. Good stroke. Warwickshire have kept their fielders up well here. They're allowed 4 back at the moment. But they've kept mid-on in the ring as the outside edge is beaten by this latest delivery. Dot ball recorded. Here comes Brett again. Dangerous bowler and finds a firm straight drive from Penner all along the floor up to the captain, Georgia Davis. Examines the ball. 50 for 2 it remains, no score there. Here comes Brett once more. Delivers a ball, flicked away to the sweeper out at deep mid-wicket for 1. 51 for 2 is the result. We've also got a backward square leg. We've had at times a fielder on the cover boundary, but at the moment it looks to me as I peer out towards the pavilion as if Hannah Baker is indeed the only fielder in that neck of the woods, and she's just on the back of the ring as Threlkeld, also right-handed, comes forward and defends to Austin, who crept in at extra cover. Baker does retreat now. Warwickshire though keeping mid-off and mid-on up, asking the batters to go over the top. Threlkeld goes on the floor, back to the bowler, firmly enough, but it's another dot ball. 51 for 2 the score at the end of the 13th over. Well, the couple of boundaries has just added a nicer complexion to the Lancashire score all of a sudden, but they're still under pressure here, these two.
Definitely. I think it looks a little bit healthier than it did a couple of balls ago when they were kind of stuck around the 2 mark and were kind of eating up deliveries, but a couple of boundaries eased the pressure there. You know, they're definitely not out of the woods yet, but Warwickshire will want to not let the pressure they've put on kind of slip away.
Here's Baker then to start the latest over from the Grosvenor Road end, and this one is cut away to the cover boundary, point boundary really in the end, and it had to be swift work from Brewer. Picked up and kept the scoring to 1 there, 52 for 2. Sunshine is out here. Trafalgar Road, the home of Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, and also somewhere where Lancashire have enjoyed many a game in recent seasons, as this one is pushed away off the back foot. Another single taken, 53 for 2. Wraith with the gloves on for Warwickshire today. 3 keepers on the pitch with Freeborn back into the side, and also Redemain the overseas. Freeborn stationed at a straight mid-wicket as Baker comes in. Redemain's at slip. That one's cut away. No run on offer as it's returned to Wraith. Freeborn struggled a little last season, but still managed 4 50s in this competition, so she'll be eager to make the most of her returns. This one swung away. Nice shot down towards backward square leg. Suren Kumar can't gather cleanly, and it rolls back slightly worryingly towards the rope for her. 2 runs taken. Could have been a little more. It was a gusty sweep there from Penner into the breeze. Brought her 2 runs, 55 for 2. Baker bowls again. Penner's going to go over the top, and she successfully over the top. Real sign of an Australian, isn't it? They like to go over mid-off and mid-on when they're up, and she's been offered that opportunity at the moment and gets 4 runs for it. Nice stroke again, just slightly outside the line of off stump, and Penner swung the arms and sent it away nice and straight over mid-on for 4.
Yeah, her eyes lit up at that opportunity and just sent it sailing away.
Same the previous over, wasn't it? She knew the ball was turning away from the bat, so she'd have to go slightly against it, but got her arms out straight and sent the ball straight as well. 59 for 2 as Baker delivers to Penner, and she'll add to that with a lovely stroke, this time wide of mid-off and away for 4 runs all along the floor. Beautiful hands from Maddie Penner, back-to-back boundaries, 63 for 2. Lancashire starting to accelerate. You're listening on Sports Extra 2, and watching the pictures via Lancs TV.
That's probably my favourite shot of the day so far. I just really liked, as you say, the way she used her hands, but I think her timing was really good as well, and the area she picked to play that shot. Brilliant stuff from Maddie Penner, whose run rate looks a lot better than it did a couple of overs ago. She was, I think, 2 from 11 or 12, now 18 from 19. Looks a very different picture.
Yeah, she's caught up nicely. She's got the support of Threlkeld, her captain, as well, who's settling over her bat with the leaves rustling in the distance. Brett bowls, and it's driven firmly back towards the bowler and up to mid-off. Georgia Davis, the Warwickshire captain, there with the fielding off the Lancashire captain's drive. Again comes Brett. Left arm around the wicket and driven behind square on the offside. Quickly enough to Taylor, but was never going to beat her. Clean return to the wicket keeper. 63 for 2 as Brett's on her way again. Delivers to Threlkeld, inside edge of the bat. Slightly streaky run for Threlkeld there. Takes her on to 8. She won't mind one bit. 64 for 2 now the total. Threlkeld made 2 half-centuries this season. And of course made 92 in the semi-final for Lancashire last year, so she's used to getting crucial runs. She's not too bothered about how she gets them, as this one's driven away past the straight mid-wicket fielded by Penner to keep the board moving. 65 for 2 out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Brett with 2 long plaited ponytails behind it. Slightly blown one way and the other by the breeze there. She's on her way again. Delivers a ball that's hit powerfully enough by Threlkeld up towards Surren Kumar. Didn't gather cleanly, but did prevent the single being taken. 1 ball left in the over. Feels a crucial one here in the Southport sunshine. This one's thrown up, and it's popped back to Phoebe Brett. Redmayne thought it was a clean catch, but I think everyone else thought it was a bump ball. There's a little bit of confusion out there, but that was certainly my view of it. The umpires are going to have a little chat about whether this went back clean. There's a nod of the head, and there is a signal by the umpire of hands towards the ground, and that was just a dot ball in the end. We'll get a little look at it again on our TV pictures. Well, just judging by the speed at which it went, there's only 2 things that could have happened here. One is that Threlkeld has played it into the ground and it's looped back, or that her bat's got stuck. Oh, I don't know. That second replay from behind the bowler doesn't make it look great from Threlkeld's point of view, but there we go. On we go, 65 for 2. The score after 15. The Lancashire captain survives on 8. This one's bowled and driven back past the stumps for a single. Long on is out now to Maddie Penner, and I think that's wise. So potentially a life at the end of the 15th over there for Ellie Threlkeld, where it was adjudged a bump ball. So whether that counts as a life or not, it's hard to say. This one's played away out to cover. We'll get Polly Starkey's view on it in just a moment as Threlkeld comes back for 2, takes the score on to 68 for 2.
Yeah, I think Georgia Redmayne in particular will be interested to see the replay more than anyone else. She was pretty confident.
She was adamant, wasn't she?
Yeah, which is rare to see. Normally, you know, obviously I'm surprised I didn't see Phoebe Brett appeal at all.
Next delivery here is defended out into the offside by Threlkeld. 68 for 2 it remains. The only thing that slightly, I suppose, made it difficult from our perspective is our view of Threlkeld striking the ball was slightly obscured by the bowler from the angle that did make it look like she just chipped it back. This one's played away on the offside, out to Chloe Brewer, who's on the boundary out there, and another single to the totals added.
Yeah, I mean, until I saw the replay from behind the bowler, I thought because of the angle of Threlkeld's bat, I thought it's probably tapped into the ground, but I don't know.
Driven up to long on here for another single to Penner, takes Lancashire's score up to 70. As I say, there's 1 or 2 things that could have happened. One was that Threlkeld's bat hit the ground and it slowed the bat down and therefore did chip it back, or that she'd hit the ball into the ground and that's why it looped the way it did, as Threlkeld just pats this one back to the bowler all on the floor. 70 for 2 will be the score after another swift over from Warwickshire. 16 now gone. I think Scott Reed's going to rejoin us in the seat next to myself, Mike Perkins, and we'll get his thoughts on that moment, which did look slightly precarious for Ellie Threlkeld there. Getting another look on our pictures here, and it's from behind, as you say, you don't see too much, but from straight on, we've got the umpire in the way just as the contact's made. But to me, from the evidence we're getting, it looks as if Threlkeld has patted that one straight back. Certainly, the wicketkeeper Wraith and Redmayne thought exactly that, but slight moment of controversy here as the Lancashire captain continues. Penner facing up first to this new over from Brett, and it's driven to long on once again, all on the floor. Sensible play from Penner, who's pushed that fielder back and's taking her singles now. 71 for 2. What's your view of that one, Scott Reed?
Well, looking at it from over your shoulder on the replay, I kind of go along with with your description of it.
Here's Brett. Bowls to Threlkeld, slashing into the offside, but not finding a run behind square as she tried to advance and drive there. Dot ball.
It's a bit unusual, isn't it?
I mean, Redmayne was convinced, wasn't she?
Yeah.
But a lot of the other Warwickshire players seem to think it was a bump ball, but there we go. Backing to a crease goes Threlkeld, and it's a fine little touch, I think, that's taken it past the wicket-keeper. We'll get confirmation of that from the umpire, who does signal 4. So Threlkeld's innings continues in fortuitous fashion.
Well,
she's on to 15, 75 for 2.
sometimes a bit of good fortune is what's required, isn't it, I guess?
It is indeed. This one just a thin little snick. Oh, it's gone on off the inside edge, in fact, past the wicket-keeper. Nothing the wicket-keeper could do there. It's a long way away from it. Trickles down to fine leg for 4 as Threlkeld is back, pushing into the offside. Another single taken. Baker picks up, 1 bounce. 76 for 2. But we have to say, for all the evidence we've had, it looks as if Threlkeld patted it straight back.
But I say, but there was a little kind of reaction, was there, from most of the Warwickshire players as well, which made it even more peculiar.
Here comes Brett again. Forward is Penner defensively that time. I think that was one of those balls that, had the fielder not been at long on, she'd have probably got her hands through. But knew she couldn't keep it on the floor, so played defensively and watchfully instead, and didn't score as a result. The result will be the same of this one, because she's driven it firmly into the knee of Brett. That'll be sore, but it does prevent a run, which is all the bowler will be concerned about. 76 for 2. We've had 17 here. 42 overs aside, remember, is a crucial detail if you're following this one on Sports Extra and Sports Extra 2.
Yeah, I think they're pretty happy, weren't they, Mike, with this? Like, lost a couple of wickets, but a decent score on the board, that, isn't it? 17 overs gone, as you mentioned, having shaved off a couple of overs. 8 overs, wasn't it, from the original 50? And you maybe just slightly curtailing your expectations of what a good score is first time round. You've got the added factor of, well, we're hoping we're going to get lucky and not to have too many more showers, but that comes into it as well. We're going to see 42 overs in the run chase. We'll Duckworth Lewis Stern come into the equation. So it is quite tricky when you bat first in these conditions. We're not entirely certain just how much of the game we're going to see, which is the advantage, I guess, when you win the toss and you can put the opposition in, because you know what you're doing on the run chase. But I think they're pretty happy with the start, Lancashire.
Yeah, there was only one choice really this morning for Warwickshire, wasn't there? They were going to have to put Lancashire in, I think, because you get that little advantage if there's any juice in the pitch. As Baker begins a new over and manoeuvring carefully back into a crease was Threlkeld, and found a single out to deep cover. 77 for 2 the total moves on to. And as you say, you get the chance to know what you're chasing if there is any rain around later on. The start of the ODI has been delayed as well between England and New Zealand, much like it was here. But we're underway now and going along nicely. Also games between Somerset and the Blaze. Somerset 134 for 5 now in the 38th over. So they've a little bit of power to add towards the back end of that innings. And Yorkshire are playing Hampshire, who are 97 for 4, the visitors at York. They're in the 23rd over of that game. So the Somerset one versus the Blaze one, the most advanced of the 3 games at the moment, as bowling is Baker, and that one beats the outside edge of Penner. Much excitement from the Warwickshire players.
I'm not sure how much it did. It was a little bit quicker, wasn't it, from Baker? Pushed with a little bit extra pace.
He beat Penner. Dot ball, the result. And there'll be another one here as Penner tries to go back foot and push away and doesn't really succeed, it has to be said.
Yeah, a bit of pace off then, so varying speeds here is Baker.
He's got the long on straight mid-wicket on the boundary and the deep backward square. It's long on that she picks out with this drive down the ground. Advanced a little step as well. Also the deep cover back for Penner. But long on will become mid on for Threlkeld here. 78 for 2 with the single. In fact, it won't become mid on. They've actually gone back now for Threlkeld to long on. So Taylor came in but was sent back by Captain Davis, and then this one's pushed out to the deep cover fielder by Threlkeld. One more to the total, 79 for 2. Lancashire captain leading a slightly charmed life. 8. She was on when there was what appeared to be a caught and bowled chance offered, but it was given as a bump ball, as this one's worked away off the pads of Penna. Moves on to 24, 79 for 2, the total. And then there was the snick through the slips on 11 as well. Well, it's past the stumps really, wasn't it? Past the wicket-keeper. But having survived, score moves on to 80 for 2. Umpire just replacing the bails. Don't think we're in heavy bail territory yet.
No.
They look like the standard red ones that sit on top of the blue stumps.
Wouldn't be surprised though, would you, if it came to that? The ground staff this morning, they had the first issues were actually having, they couldn't remove the covers because the wind was too strong. So that there wasn't any rain around first thing, so the idea of trying to get out there and try and just stop the mopping up process, but the winds were too strong for them to take the covers off. Thankfully, it does appear to have settled down a bit.
It's abated slightly. It looked choppy out through the sand dunes this morning, driving along the coastal road, I have to say. Didn't look a fun place to be. And I don't think there'll be many low scores on the golf course either. They're preparing for the Open out that way at the moment, just round the corner from our base at Trafalgar Road, Southport. Now this is Caris Pavley. She's picked up a few useful wickets so far in this competition, as well as scoring some very, very useful runs, and she's very much in the thoughts of Charlotte Edwards, the England coach, as this one's flicked away into the leg side by Penna. We'll see if there was any bat involved. There wasn't, so it'll be a leg by, 81 for 2.
Yeah, 350 runs and 6 wickets so far is a pretty decent return, isn't it, for the first 6 matches?
Not bad at all. She's averaging exactly 100 with the bat as well, which is quite nice. 400 runs, and she's been out 4 times. Delivers a full toss that's just helped around the corner by Threlkeld in the end. I think she went to smack it onto the train tracks at first, realised quite how high it was. It was almost head high in the end, and just ended up dabbing it down to fine leg for 4. And neat little stroke from Threlkeld, and 4 important runs for it.
Yeah, it's been called a no ball, that, hasn't it? Square leg umpire. We've got a good view. We're watching square on, aren't we? We could see that was going to be too high. No ball, and I think a warning as well.
Free hit then, 86 for 2. Threlkeld comes down the track, chops it up in the air, lands between Davis, who was rushing round from mid-off, and Suren Kumar, who was coming in from long on. Bails are taken on the return as well. 2 to the total from the free hit, 88 for 2.
It looked like a moment where mid-off and mid-on might just get themselves into a bit of bother, because they were both chasing after it and running towards each other. In the end, the ball fell comfortably in between them both, but I was a little bit concerned at first that both those two fielders might just collide. Good running, though.
Pavley again. Harrod drive end, which Phoebe Brett's had success from this morning, as this one's helped round the corner by Threlkeld, 89 for 2. She'll be feeling better there. 7 runs effectively accumulated from 2 balls. Penna now, the Australian, settles over her back, couple of taps, and then waits for Pavley. Stock still as she works this one to Freeborn at mid-wicket. No run taken. If you stopped this sort of picture we're looking out towards of Pavley coming in and bowling, and this one driven off the back foot again to Freeborn, again no run. If you stopped it and the trees weren't all waving around in the wind, you'd think it was actually a very nice day, because we've got blue skies, a little bit of cloud in there, but it's still relatively chilly, it has to be said, with that wind as Pavley bowls, and forcing off the back foot is Threlkeld with a straight bat to Redemain at short extra cover. No run on offer, 89 for 2, the 19th over coming to an end, and the batter's settling.
Yes, it's a bit deceiving, isn't it, Mike? It does. It does look lovely if you're watching via the pictures on Lancs TV and seeing plenty of blue sky and some sunshine. Looks very pleasant, but we are being battered around by the pretty strong wind.
And you'll no doubt be hearing that in the background of our commentary, because the marquee's getting fairly rattled. The train rattles along towards Southport in the distance. Lovely place to watch cricket though, this. And Hannah Baker to continue her spell. 4 overs 26 without reward so far. She's slightly short of length, just pushed off the back foot, and there's no run on offer to backward points as a result. The return train makes its way along in the direction of Liverpool as Baker makes her way in to deliver, and this one's hit over the top, and this one will be 4 runs. Well, we saw Penna go earlier in the piece facing the bowling from both ends. It's Threlkeld's turn to go over the top for 4 now, and she's hit this one well. The fielder's up at mid-on still for Threlkeld in the early part of the over, and I think Taylor could well be retreating to the rope now. Baker again delivers a ball, driven into the offside. There'll be a single on offer, takes the total on to 94 for 2.
Picked a shot well there, didn't she? Threlkeld over mid-on, kind of calculated a risk with the fielder up inside the circle. Nicely put away for 4, and then takes a single off the next delivery. So good batting by the Lancashire captain.
I think she'd watched Penna do it a couple of times. Penna sort of did it with more of a lusty swing, whereas Threlkeld did it with a kind of straight arm jab, but the result was the same. Penna uses the straight arm jab this time to keep the ball on the ground, and it rolls away to long on for another single. 95 for 2. Mike Perkins and BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester Scott Reed here at Southport as Baker bowls, and it's driven firmly into the offside. Redmayne probably could have left that one for captain Georgia Davis, but she applauds not having to do the fielding on that occasion. Good stop by Redmayne. 95 for 2 it remains. Be added to here though with a sweep shot behind square on the leg side. Threlkeld's going to want to come back for 2, and she may even get more than that. She does. She gets 4 runs as it rolls over the rope, and the total is on to 99 for 2.
It's a quick outfield, that, isn't it? That's raced away now towards the boundary. Could well be a factor in Lancashire will feel it's a defendable score here. They're decent sized boundaries at Trafalgar Row, but it's quite a quick outfield that did sped away. Good shot though. Good partnership this between these two now.
Yep, and Scott Reed will pick up the ball by ball commentary for the next 5 overs of or the next 10 overs even of this Lancashire innings, on the brink of bringing up their 3 figures.
Yeah, 62 they put on so far, these two, so excellent work. Pavely balls us off the back foot, hit firmly by Penna. 1 bounce to cover, and there's no run. So yeah, very handy partnership, which is just pushing Lancashire into a strong position here. Wickets in hand and plenty of batting to come. Pavely balls again, driven by Penna. Thin inner half of the bat just squirts out towards the leg side. And, again, there is no run, so 99 for 2. Fielders back on the long on boundary. There's a deep mid-wicket as well, and there's a deep backward square leg. It's off the back foot by Penna. Can't seem to find a gap through the offside. Tidy stuff by Pavely. So 3 dot balls to start this 21st over. She's in again around the wicket. Just drops a fraction short. Has Penna on the back foot. Driving away, but again unable to find a gap past a fielder. Another dot ball. Remains on 25. The score 99 for 2. It's off the back foot, played away. And again, no run. Pavely would be delighted with this. 5-dot balls. Can she get through the over without conceding a run? Just change the field. There's a short fine leg coming into position as well. Pavely in. That's run through the offside. It will take a single. Won't be a maiden for Pavely, but a good over that nonetheless. 5-dot balls and a single off the final delivery of it. It does bring up the 100 as well for Lancashire. 100 for 2. 21 overs gone, with Threlkeld on 29, Pennant on 26, and time for a little breather as well. Drinks are being carried out to the middle. Chance for the Warwickshire players just to get together and discuss what's happened so far, which is the dismissal of 2 Lancashire batters, Seren Smale and Eve Jones, for 14 and 19 respectively, but plenty still to come there on that Lancashire batting card, and this partnership between Threlkeld and Pennant just pushing Lancashire into a pretty strong position. 5 bowlers used so far by Warwickshire. A wicket for Taylor, 1 for Brett. Tidy 2 overs from Pavely. He's only gone for 8 runs. And Baker just a touch expensive there, 32 from 5 overs.
A lot of spin is the noticeable thing in those 5 bowlers. 4 of the 5 bowlers are spinners of one description or another. 2 left armers in Pavely and Brett. And then you've got the off spin of the captain Davis and the leg spin of Hannah Baker. It's rather crept up on us, this drinks break, hasn't it? Because it's only 42 overs, of course. Lancashire will be wanting to double that total, though, won't they? Up to 200, and then add some beyond it as well, particularly if they keep the wickets in hand. It's always difficult to pace innings, though, isn't it? When it's 50 overs, you know how you're pacing it because you do it every week. But all of a sudden, when overs get lost, it can be a little difficult to know which way to go.
I agree, and then you do factor in the delayed start. You factor in there's a possibility of maybe the odd shower again this afternoon. Quite sure what's a defendable total. I suppose it's difficult to try and put all those factors out of your mind and just kind of think clearly about batting for the 42 overs and trying to get something that's that is defendable. The use of spin's interesting here in this ground. Does with it kind of very sandy outfield here, isn't there, in the kind of top level of sand under the pitches here, right on the coast. It does tend to be favourable for spinners, albeit the gradual trend in the last 3 or 4 years, certainly in red ball cricket here, has been that the pitches have been a little bit flatter and better to bat on. But plenty of spin involved already, which is encouraging, which should also work nicely to Lancashire's favour as well.
Should indeed. These sides, one more round of fixtures after this, and then they're into T20 mode, of course, at the back end of May. I wonder if that will perhaps be the message that's gone out at drinks to the Lancashire batters. 21 overs to go. Maybe treat this like a little bit of a T20, 8 wickets in hand. So they're not starting from too far behind in terms of that column.
Yeah, they've got 2 batters nicely set here as well, haven't they? 63-run partnership. They face 78 balls between them, so decent position. The skipper's out there as well, so perfect person to try and judge how to go about these final 21 overs.
And the fact they're both set, that'll almost make up for the fact that they won't get a power play in these 21 overs as you would in a T20 game. So, but the fact they've got batters set means they can start at a decent pace here, you would have thought. The wind really noticeable still, though, as the helmets are being placed back on the batters' heads.
Good thing about that wind as well, Mike, is just looking at the radar before I was due to come back on commentary. There was looked like a pretty heavy band of rain that was going to come right over us, but because the wind's so strong, these things can easily get pushed to the north or to the south of where we are. So I think we have dodged a pretty heavy band of rain. Wind has kind of worked in our favour. Maybe just pushed it a little bit further to the south.
That's definitely good news, isn't it?
Our drinks break. Maybe come at a decent time now for Warwickshire. They'll be hoping that's the case anyway. Try and just disrupt the concentration of Threlkeld and Penna. We'll restart again after taking a drink. It'll be Davis returning to the attack for the first time from the Grosvenor Road end. Ball 3 overs from the Harrow Drive end a little earlier on. Certainly unlucky not to have picked up a wicket. Found the edge of Seren Smale's bat. She was dropped at slip. A chance it was low down to the right of the first slip catcher, so it was a lifeline then for Smale. Davis missing out on a wicket earlier on, but into the attack now. That's worked away by Penna towards deep back with square leg for a single. Moves on to 27 not out. Lancashire 101 for 2.
Penna, of course, also had a life. First ball, caught and bowled chance for Phoebe Brett. And then there was that controversial moment where Ali Threlkeld seemed to have offered a caught and bowled, but was given as a bump ball.
Davis to Threlkeld. A little bit of bounce there. She looks to cut the ball away. Does so successfully. Just gets beyond the reach of the fielder at cover. Point through for a single. Threlkeld moves to 30. 102 for 2.
She'd have a bit of a rough one late in Lancashire's innings the other day against Hampshire when they were well on course for victory.
Comes Davis, ball swinging a miss from Penna.
The Lancashire captain didn't appear to have hit it on that occasion, but was given out, so maybe that's the universe balancing itself out again.
Davis bowls. Driven firmly down the ground by Penna. Lovely shot. That'll be 4. If the previous attempt was a big swing and a miss, it was a nicely timed shot, driven safely all along the grass through mid-off for 4 runs.
Big looking shot. Wind up, wasn't there, from Penna? They really made use of it.
Moves on to 31, 106 for 2. And Davis to Penna again. Take a single out towards deep point. Moves to 32 not out, 107 for 2. Brings Threlkeld back on strike. She's 30 from 40. The Lancashire captain. Final ball of the over. Just worked to mid-wicket. Wanted a single, sent back, and rightly so. Would have been, well, a very costly run, I think, that had they committed to it. I'm not so sure there was a single there. It tucked away off the pads to mid-wicket, and Threlkeld rightly sent back by Penna. And better than finding the whole thing highly amusing. Because that could have been a bit of a horrible mix-up, but this excellent partnership continues. It's worth 70 runs now, 107 for 2.
She at least got halfway around the bases there, did Threlkeld, before having to turn back, but regained her ground quite comfortably in the end, it has to be said.
Will be Pavely to continue. She's bowled a very tidy spell here. A couple of overs. They've gone for 8 and went for 1 off her last over. So spin from both ends, just trying to tangle and tie Lancashire up if they can. Penna's on strike. That's chipped up and over mid-on towards the wide long on boundary. Penna will turn and come back for 2. Moves on to 34 not out, 109 for 2. Again, looking out towards the leg side there, Penna just peering over her left shoulder, up towards where the train line is. Deep mid-wicket fielder out there. Push back towards Pavely off her own bowling. There's no addition to the score, 109 for 2. Pavely again to Penna. So the back foot muscled out towards that leg side fielder. Just for 1. Throw comes in from Baker. right by the boundary edge on that mid-wicket boundary. 110 for 2.
Yes, Surran Kumar's the other seam option that Warwickshire have here, but they've not gone there yet.
Pavely bowls to Threlkeld, looking to try and ramp it. It doesn't get any contact, he's been given us a bye, so failing to land bat on ball there from the attempted scoop shot.
But she at least got in the way. Got a run.
111 for 2. Pavely again to Penner this time, just off the back foot, very carefully trying to find a way through the offside. There's no addition to the score. Change of the field here. There's a short fine leg coming into position.
So the ramp has had an effect there, because that's why it was on, was there was nobody at short fine leg.
Final ball of the over. Pavely flatter, a little bit quicker to Penner. It's chopped away into the offside. It'll be picked up on the deep extra cover boundary, and it'll come back for a couple by the time that all happens. End of the 23rd over of this Lancashire innings. 113 for 2. Threlkeld's on 30. Penner is on 37. And this partnership continues to bounce along very nicely indeed for Lancashire. Penner with some words of advice as well for Threlkeld. They've worked nicely as a combination, these two.
They have, and much as it is when we're at Old Trafford as well, it's really important that partnerships run their twos here at Southport. There's enough space to do it, and these two did it very well at the back end of that over.
Down the pitch comes Threlkeld, an expansive looking shot. Enough on it to see it disappear down towards the wide long off boundary. Two of the Warwickshire players with hands on heads, maybe just an element of slightly false shot. We'll look back on the replay here. Skipping down the pitch. Well, there's a mid-off in place, but high up to the left of that mid-off field, up and down towards the rope for 4. And 17 for 2. Threlkeld moves on to 34 with that. Looking to add to it here. They've got through for a single. There was a slight delay and a little bit of a fumble in the field, but they've eventually agreed on 1 to take Ellie Threlkeld on to 35 not out. The score to 118 for 2.
I think Threlkeld just had the map of where the fielders were right in ahead there and judged that single well. Penner
back on strike, 37 not out. Here comes Davis. In and balls to Penner. Get off the back foot. And driven away through the offside for a single. Moves on to 38. Highest score this for Lancashire now. Short time with the club so far. Davis balls. Swing and a miss from Threlkeld through to the keeper. There's no run.
It's noticeable though, Penner went, I think it was 18 of 19 balls and then just drifted back a little bit from that again now that the field's gone back.
Davis to Threlkeld, skipping down the pitch. Worked nicely through straight mid-on. Adds a single to her score, 36 not out. 120 for 2.
But she remains very much within range of it, the Australian. A couple of boundaries and she'll be back up to where she wants to be.
Reverse attempted this time by Penner, and she's been caught behind. Penner departs. The reverse sweep attempted. 3rd wicket down. 120 for 3. 24 overs gone. Been bowled, we think. We'll have a look back on the replay. Either way, Penner having to depart, and it ends in a partnership of 83 between Penner and Captain Threlkeld. It was Enterprising stuff to watch as well. Look back on the replay. Here's the reverse attempted. Yeah, right into the middle stump. This time the reverse sweep. And the partnership ends. 3 down, 120 for 3.
I think she felt that that was going to be a bit further outside her off stump there, and it was a bit tighter to the stumps. Well, in fact, it was right into the middle stump, and that's her downfall. If he'd been out there outside off stump, it'd have been a much better shot selection. But I think that's why Penna was as furious as she was on her way off, and she won't have that chance to close the gap between runs scored and balls faced. It's probably an attempt to do that, really looking for the reverse, but couldn't make contact.
Yeah, she could tell, couldn't you, that the reaction, how frustrated she was, thumping the bat as she made her way back to the pavilion. Important breakthrough for Warwickshire. They needed that. 83 runs added together as Pavely balls again to Threlkeld off the back foot. Pushed away for a single. 121 for 3.
Fee Morris, the new batter, just taking a guard. Had a half century in the game against Somerset, I think it was here. So hit one big 6 onto the railway tracks as well. So she knows how to bat here in Southport.
1-2-1 for 3. 25th over of this Lancashire innings. Will be 17 remaining after this one. Pavely balls forward. Goes Morris this time. Defends a first delivery. Solid front foot defensive shot from Morris.
The spin ploy continuing, and it seems to be working at the moment for Warwickshire.
Yeah, tidy stuff between these two. Again defended by Morris, and there's no run.
I guess the big difference with spin being on is, you know, you're not going to have a lot of balls to leave early in your innings. Most of them are going to be hitting the stumps.
Morris waits for Pavely. That's short. And paddled away around the corner. Bustling through for the first and wants to come back for a second, and then comfortably back for 2 actually.
Done well there, Morris, actually, because that was a good way outside off stump in the end, and she was she wasn't down on one knee playing a paddle sweep. She was actually stood up tall, so she did very well to manoeuvre the ball into the gap behind square on the leg side.
Off the mark with those 2. The back foot this time. Single worked out through the offside. Sneak through for 1. 124 for 3. Morris moves on to 3. Brings Threlkeld back on strike. Final ball of Pavely's 4th over. Home for 17. Bowled 4 on the spin. It's nicely hit by Threlkeld. His runs here through the offside. And coming back for 2. Taking Threlkeld to 39. And it's 126 for 3. That is the end of the 25th over. And 17 to go.
I will leave you, Scott, in the company of Polly Starkey.
Thank you, Mike. Captain Threlkeld alongside Fee Morris. Lancashire find themselves at the end of their 42nd over. It's been reduced down to 42 overs per side this game. So maybe to slightly reassess what would be a good score. It's like a pretty quick outfield. A decent pitch. We've seen quite a bit of spin in the match. Continues to blow a hoolie here. The wind is whistling around. 126 for 3. And Polly, he's back alongside me.
Georgia Davis continuing, and there's a slight shout. Start with the dot ball though.
Yeah, just sneaked past the edge of the bat, didn't it? Looking to play at that.
Davis continuing, and Morris looks to turn this round the corner, backward of square. She'll take the single.
That's going to be an important part of what these two need to do here, isn't it, in terms of rotation of strike and keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
Once again, another shout of Davis's bowling. 127 for 3. Slapped down the ground, but really well stopped. That was a great bit of fielding by Meg Austin. She's been absolutely on it today.
And that is a heavy fall, isn't it? That's a hard square to fall on. That's excellent work in the field.
Threlkeld takes a couple of steps, and that's gone straight into the hands of Meg Austin. She's been on it all day, and finally a catch comes to her. Really safe hands. And that's the end of Threlkeld, falling 39 from 50. She had that really important partnership with Maddie Penner to bring Lancashire back into the game, but they've both fallen in relatively quick succession. And once again, the game takes another turn. This is good from Warwickshire, putting themselves back into the game.
You called it, Polly. She's been excellent in the field and takes a good catch to dismiss the Lancashire captain. Caught that nicely. I thought she had enough on that, but doing very nicely, just shaping a little bit low down to her right-hand side. Austin takes a good catch. 2 quick wickets for Warwickshire. They needed that. The partnership between Threlkeld and Penner was just bouncing along very nicely, putting Lancashire into a strong position here to attack, heading into the final kind of 15 overs. That'll just check Lancashire's progress a bit. Penner and Threlkeld both departing quickly one after each other. And much needed double boost that for Warwickshire.
Definitely 2 relatively new batters now at the crease. Elsa Lister is the new batter for Lancashire, who's just been named in Scotland's squad for the World Cup, which is very exciting, as expected. I don't think there was any risk she wasn't going to be picked, but brilliant to see her involved, as well as Liv Bell and Darcy Carter of Lancashire as well.
She's probably in a little bit earlier than what she would have liked here. Still got 16 overs left, but I suppose you can flip that on its head and say there's a very good chance and a good chunk of batting that Lister can build an innings, but in an ideal world, probably wanting Lister in maybe in another kind of 5 or 6 overs time to have that kind of explosive end to into the innings. But he's got a decent chunk of batting here.
So I think they've missed the final ball of the over, because I was thinking it definitely was Davis bowling, not Pavley, because Pavley had ball in hand, and it seems that everyone miscounted the over. So Georgia Davis does have to come back to bowl one more ball.
Do enjoy it when we see that.
Yeah. These things happen.
They absolutely do, yeah.
Counting to 6 is quite difficult.
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah,
to think about.
Very true. I would not be able to do it. 127 for 4.
I do like it when you see the 2 umpires when they just kind of consult, just to confirm.
Yeah.
1 left, 2 left.
Slap down the ground. Will go straight to Mary Taylor, though. A strong start by Lister, though. You can see the intent behind the shot. So, definitely the end of the over. 127 for 4. The wicket of Ali Threlkeld falling.
I was at Emirates Old Trafford last week for a county championship match, and it happened in one of the overs through the course of that game, and both umpires had to refer back up to the scorers just to make sure. How many balls have we had bowled in this over? No one quite sure. A little passage of play this though by Warwickshire. The double spin options worked a treat for them. Davis has got both wickets, but Pavley's played her part, sent down 4 overs for just 19. So both spinners working really nicely in tandem here.
They've only utilised one seamer today, Mary Taylor. Pavley in, and that's been swung away by Morris. Will just be one. But yeah, they do have a real wealth of spin bowling options. Yet to see Amusa and Kumar, or Chloe Brewer, who would be the seam options here. Elsa Lister on strike, punches that away really nicely. Meg Austin running round. It'll just be one from that shot. 129 for 4.
Are we potentially likely to see those seam options at the back end of the innings, we think, in the final few overs?
Potentially. Amusa and Kumar and Chloe Brewer haven't been mainstays in the side. Haven't bowled tons this season. But I wouldn't be surprised if we did see them later on. Once again, rocking back by Fee Morris. Just happy to rotate the strike for now. Swept away by Lister, who has gone back to the 23 shirt, because in the game against Yorkshire she was wearing 32, and I was like, oh, so she's changed her number because she was 23 last season. So I changed her number, and now she's gone back to 23.
This is just to cause you chaos in your
just
match
to
notes.
cause inconvenience.
Absolutely is, yeah.
Gonna have to cross it out now. don't want to do that.
Need some Tipex.
Yeah. Pavley in once again. It's been slapped into the ground by Morris.
So, gone back to 23, having been 32 in the last game. Did someone just put the numbers in the wrong order?
I don't know, because I presume they kept the same shirts all season. So I'm not sure what happened as Pavley's in. This is rocketed in the air by Morris, clubbed away, but will plug and fall in front of a fielder. Just the one run. Yeah, I was confused because I just thought must have changed her number.
Yeah.
Makes sense, people do that. Maybe someone else has nabbed 23. And then I just noticed now it's gone back to 23. So I don't know whether there was like a shirt printing fault at the start of the season.
I like that idea.
But it's also only been about 2 weeks since the shirt was 32. So it's one to investigate. 132 for 4 after 27.
Yeah, we need to find out the reason behind that, don't we? You definitely were sure it was 20?
I can guarantee it, because I made not made a thing of it, but I was like, this is weird, it's changed. Georgia Davis back into the attack, and that's guided out nicely. They will sneak a run.
I don't know how many shirts they will get allocated each. Is it, I mean, if presumably, if it's more than one.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Then maybe one has just been printed with the wrong digits.
Maybe just depends which one you want to wear on the day.
Yeah.
There's a slight shout, so that's left alone by Lister. That's swung in the air. Karis Pavley, in fact, who's a few steps in front of us, does the fielding. That'll be one. Yeah, I've gone back to my notes from Lancashire versus Yorkshire, and it says 32 Lister.
We need to find out about
today
that.
I put 32, but it's 23. Nightmare. Davis in once again, and the reverse is on. There's a shout from Davis, and Fee Morris looks slightly like she's She's glad that she's got another life. It looks like it's hit her hand because she's grimacing in a bit of pain. Davison, that's been hit down the track by Morris. They're going to push for 2. It's going to be relatively close, very safe in the end, in fact. 136 for 4. Good running between the wickets.
Yeah, it's a bit of glove on that, wasn't it? The LBW appeal. That's hitting the gloves of Fee Morris.
Morris rocks back, clubs this away. There's a fielder running round. Chloe Brewer, who you mentioned hasn't bowled yet. 137 for 4 after 28, so 5 from the over.
Yeah, this is excellent from Davis and Pavely. They've bowled unchanged now for 9 overs between them. I mean, Davis has got a couple of wickets, but I think it's the combination really that's really worked nicely for them. Pavely's bowled 5 overs for 23. Davis at the other end 4 overs, 2 for 17. So this is has been an excellent kind of combination here from Pavely and Davis.
I think Hannah Baker is going to swap ends, coming on from the Harrod Drive end for this next spell.
Yeah, 5 overs for 32, just a wee bit expensive in the first spell. Compare that to the Warwickshire bowlers used, but as Polly mentioned, having a chance now from the Harrod Drive end. Good battle this, because Morris and List are both players that like to be positive.
Morris sweeps this behind. They're going to easily get 2. It is cut off before the rope, and they'll settle for 2 in the end. 139 for 4.
See how Lancashire judge it. How do they say? I mean, it's 13 overs left. There's a lot of time still to go yet.
Defensive from Morris on this occasion.
I suppose the modern way is just to keep going, isn't it? Keep attacking,
Yeah.
keep trying to hit your shots.
Hannah Baker yet to pick up a wicket today. That's attempted to be kind of nurdled away by Morris. She came quite far down the pitch. Won't be rewarded.
That's what I like about when watching Fee Morris bat. She does so much to try and put the bowler off. Great use of the feet. She's really inventive.
Once again, coming down the track, doesn't time it very well or get the bat she wanted on it. We'll just get 1 in the end. A wayward throw out there from Karis Pavely.
I blame the wind.
Very strong winds today, as we've experienced in our wedding venue. It's like this gazebo. It's very, very grand. Baker in once again, slapped down the ground by Lister. Will be 1. I've never commentated in somewhere and quite like this. Last time I was at Southport, we were in a little gazebo just round the corner. But this is nice.
It's a much grander scale, isn't it? Now.
Yeah.
If we're going to do it, let's
Yeah, I had a word,
do it.
and I thought
We've sorted it out.
Yeah,
Excellent from you.
upgrade. Baker once again, slight wrap on the pads. That brings about the end of the over. 141 for 4.
Yeah, this is like the VIP commentary
Yeah.
position. I mean, if you did stage a wedding in this marquee, and you had a role of speaking, you were either father of bride type thing, best man type thing, you're going to have to give it plenty to get yourself hurt. I mean, if you're at the far end of this gazebo, and you've got something highly amusing to say as part of your keynote speech that will make or break the entire evening, you're going to have to bellow it out to be heard.
Yeah, it is very true. It's a very big venue.
It is.
Clear the tables and you could have a good indoor cricket game.
Oh, you definitely could, couldn't you?
That would be nice.
A proper run-up, couldn't you?
Yeah.
It's an enormous marquee. And it's got like an additional covered outside space as well.
141 for 4. Fee Morris 13 from 19 and Elsa Lister 4 from 6.
See a bit of pace on though, aren't we, for the first time for it seems like an age since we've seen any seam.
I think pretty much since the power play, as Mary Taylor returns. Been punched away by Lister. 142 for 4.
Into a 6 over Taylor, 1 for 21. As Polly mentioned, starting things off in the power play. Change of pace though with some seam here, having had that diet of spin.
Defensive but able to scamper a single. Good running initiated by Fee Morris.
Yeah, it's all about, again, another example with Fee when she bats is that it's just that wanting to be positive, isn't it? Not necessarily just in trying to hit shots, just always seem to be on the front foot, trying to take it even almost in defence back to the bowler. But it's good running, isn't it? Just a little push and go, take the single, keep things ticking over.
A huge swing by Lister.
Well, we're in the firing line and she gets hold of that, aren't we? She's strong on the leg side and she threw mid-wicket. A kind of slog sweep, whipping it out towards the leg side. Big hitting area for Elsa Lister. She put everything through that.
Taylor continuing up the hill. Swung in the air, goes aerial. There are no fielders around, and that'll be a 1 bounce 4. That's a really nice shot. One of the bigger shots we've seen all day from Elsa Lister, who is a powerful batter. That was a perfect example of it.
She's strong there. Leg side, that's a big scoring area, isn't it, for Lister? And jump right into it. Good shot for 4.
Taylor in once again, and that's driven down the ground. Surin Kumar stopping it well.
Yeah, good fielding. That was bobbling.
Yeah.
That was awkward. That she made that look pretty easy, but that would not have been easy. That's come quickly towards her. It's bouncing kind of a couple of times just in front of her. Clean pick up and then a throw in towards the stumps as well.
Taylor to wrap up the over. That's been slashed away. Caris Pavley in pursuit. We'll do a sliding stop. And there'll just be 1 to wrap up the over, so or 2 even. 150 for 4.
Yeah, and already they put on 23 from 24 balls, these two.
I know a lot of teams like to say, oh, we're a very young side, and kind of use that as an excuse. But if you look at Warwickshire's bowling attack today, they do genuinely have a really young team. They've got 17-year-old Phoebe Brett. Then you've got Mary Taylor and Caris Pavley, who are 21. Hannah Baker, 22. And then Georgia Davis, 26. But compared to a lot of other teams, and to be fair, also what they're kind of used to having at their disposal, it's pretty impressive what they've been able to do at, I think particularly in building those moments of pressure and getting but all the wickets have happening, well, it's kind of 2 pairs really. They happened in quick succession, and I'm quite impressed by that today.
It's Baker in balls. That's driven away firmly by Lister. And she strikes it. She strikes it so cleanly. Hit pretty emphatically to the left of mid-off and up towards the boundary for 4 runs. 154 for 4 now. Yeah, that was walloped away, wasn't it?
Yeah, so proper Elsa Lister shot. All the force behind it.
He's on to 14 from 11. Baker balls again off the back foot, going deep into the crease this time. And to work it out towards the leg side for a single. 1-5-5 for 4. Brings Fee Morris back on strike. Baker in and bowls. Morris looks to try and cut. Can't find a route past Taylor at backward points, and there's no addition to the score. Halfway through a 7th over of the innings. It's Baker for Warwickshire, floated up and driven by Morris on the bounce to mid-off. Again, that may have taken quite a sharp bounce off this hard square. Again, good fielding. No run. Good challenges for Baker because both batters looking to be positive here. Little paddle down towards fine leg by Morris. That'll be potentially worth 4. It does. It'll run away down towards the boundary. Oh, lovely shot. Just helps it on its way on the reverse paddle for 4.
Yeah, it was nicely guided. As you say, not much on it, just sent it round the corner.
The score moves on to 159 for 4. Baker bowls to Morris, who's a step or two down the pitch, and in the end just defends back towards Baker. End of the over, 9 coming off it. And Morris moves on to 20 from 25. Lister's 15 from 12. And that's how it's all shaping up. 159 for 4. We've had 31 overs over the 42 to be bowled. And this partnership already worth over 30 runs between Lister and Morris. And it's come in the blink of an eye. It's going to run a ball partnership between these two. On a blustery day. Today for blankets and coats and hats.
Yeah, those spectators have the right idea. Bought blankets. As soon as I got off the train, I thought, oh, I should have taken a blanket with me. It's that kind of weather.
Little did you know you've been the VIP section anyway, so did. Well, out in the elements, it's not, a little bit lucky here. Not too bad for us. Right, Taylor then, over number 32. This 159 for 4. Lister's on strike. Taylor in and bowls. And Lister will pull it out towards Pavely on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Be a single for Lister. Moves on to 16. Score moves on to 160 for 4. Morris back on stride. Little twirl of the bat from Fee Morris. Gets herself settled into the crease. Taylor comes over the wicket, balls onto the pad of Morris, trying to muscle it out towards the leg side. It was a big swing and a miss by Morris. Thuds into that front pad. There's no run. 1 for 30 for Taylor. He's battling a pretty strong breeze. Not easy for any of the bowlers to control the ball as they would like, and just to get up to the crease and send it down. In some occasions, the occasional gust that we have here is pretty strong. All to be factored in as Taylor's in again. Pace off this time. Is it a wide? It is. Signalled a wire by the umpire. For that slower ball, didn't quite execute it properly. Score moves to 161 for 4. Keeper standing up. Taylor for Warwickshire. He's in and bowling. Morris on the sweep. Up to Pavely on the mid-wicket boundary. Morris moves on to 21, 162 for 4.
It just feels potentially with Mary Taylor's bowling, she's lost a little bit of control in this over. I know she struggled with wides a bit, but that previous delivery looked a bit looser.
Back in again, bowling to Lister, who hits that Ball, which again is wide of off stump up towards Davis at mid-off. Lister takes the single, moves to 17, 163 for 4. Mention the conditions, it is pretty brutal for the bowlers. It's just getting up there and then sending it down, trying to get some kind of degree of control on it and use your different variations. Wants the LBW there. Taylor, as Morris looks to swoop across that front pad. Not out is the outcome of the appeal. Let's have a look. Probably just sliding down the leg side.
Leg.
163 for 4. Final ball of the over. Taylor is in to Morris. That's swung out towards the leg side. Is it caught? It is. That's a fabulous catch. And on the deep square leg boundary, Morris departs for 21. Really good catch at deep square leg. Baker coming forward to take it. Fabulous work in the deep. And Warwickshire prize out another Lancashire wicket. Fee Morris for 21. Taylor gets her second. Lancashire 5 down. 163 for 5. That's an excellent catch.
Yeah, superb by Hannah Baker. He had quite a lot of ground to make up and took it really low. Kind of her hands were low, her body was still up high. But a good bit of work.
Morris caught by Hannah Baker off the bowling of Mary Taylor for 21.
Down for 21.
5.
This is 163 for 5. Morris for 21 departs. The partnership was worth 36 runs. It was bright and breezy while it lasted.
It brings Grace Johnson to the crease, who is playing her first game in around 10 months or so. She was out with a stress fracture in her back, which of course is predominantly a bowler. It's incredibly frustrating for her. But she's finally back.
And has a chance here to try and push this Lancashire score a little further on. Plenty resting on Ailsa Lister's shoulders now, though. 17 from 14 balls faced. Having taken that excellent catch, Anna Baker's going to come in and bowl this at 33rd over. It would be her third in this spell. Good comeback, actually. 2 overs for 13. And boosted by that excellent work in the field. Full toss to Lister first up. Cracked away through the offside. Lister moves on to 18 not out. 164 for 5. And that brings Johnson on strike for the first time. Taps the bat and settles into the crease as Baker's in and bowls. Play back towards her. It's actually deflected onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. Lister's bat, I think, was grounded. I think it came off Baker. I think she got a touch to it on the follow-through.
I think that's why the appeal was so keen. She did get a hand. We saw that in the England game, in fact, on Sunday, Saturday, whatever day it was.
6-4 for 5. Johnson just drops it in towards the onside. Well, aims to in the end. Slightly straighter. It's just worked back to Baker and there's no run. Well, 6-4 for 5. Here's Baker in and bowls. And that bowls Johnson. Baker with her first wicket and Lancashire lose their 6th and Johnson departs out for naught. It continues to be a decent kind of half an hour or so for Warwickshire. On the back of the Penner Threlkeld dismissals. Now Morris and Johnson have followed as well. 164 for 6.
I was surprised to see Johnson kind of coming in as high as she did. I would expect her to be a little bit lower down the order. Perhaps, you know, give her an opportunity coming back into the side. But as with kind of this whole game, that the wickets have come in pairs, and once again consecutive overs with wickets.
Yeah, that has been the feature of the innings, hasn't it? There's been wickets in little clusters. 6 down, 164 for 6. And Kate Cross heading out to join Ailsa Lister. The partnerships, well, Jones and Smale 36 for the first wicket. The biggest partnership of the innings so far, Threlkeld and Penner 83, which is increasingly looking absolutely vital for Lancashire. Morris and Lister putting on 36. Cross on strike and off the mark straight away. Just calmly tickling the ball down to fine leg for a single. So 165 for 6.
The partnership between Threlkeld and Penner, I think at the time we kind of knew how crucial it is, but I think even more so now, that stability near the top of the order was so important.
Lister's on strike, swatted out towards the leg side. Just be a single, but she keeps strike, which is important for Lancashire. We know obviously Kate can bat clearly, but Lister's in there a little bit more. She faced 16 deliveries for a 19. These two get in and get going. This could be quite good fun to watch in these final 9 overs. 166 for 6. Warwickshire just chipping away in the last 8 or 9 overs, picking up important wickets. And it's difficult to know what Lancashire might feel is a decent score here.
I think Warwickshire are going to bring back Phoebe Brett, changing ends though. She was good at building pressure. Her first over wasn't great, and then the next couple were really, really tight. So I suspect Warwickshire will want her to do the same as she did earlier on in the innings.
Yeah, 1 for 22 from her 6 previous overs. Here is Brett to Lister. That's turned to the onside. She calls Kate Cross through for a single. Might want to come back for 2. They think about it, because the fielders are set back towards the boundary on the leg side, so got a decent way to come in towards the edge of the fielding circle.
They'll be aware of how rapid Karis Pavley is though. So she absolutely sprinted in from about 3 metres in front of us to right in the circle.
I think that Lister had just positioned that nicely right at the edge of the fielding circle, thinking I can come back for 2, but yeah, Pavley bolted in to deny the possibility of a second. Crosses back on strike. It's off the back foot. Run away through the offside for a single. So 168 for 6. And the 34th over, live on Lancs TV, or on BBC Sports Extra 2 as well. And this Metrobank Women's One Day Cup fixture from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. We've got Brett bowling for Warwickshire and Lister on strike for Lancashire. And that's driven to mid-off where Davis fields and there's no run. 6-8 for 6. Brett in, bowls. Lister going back, again looking to try and work it to the leg side. Ball sneaks through underneath the bat and taken by the keeper. Good challenge for Brett, because Lister will take it on. Got 2 leg side fielders back on the rope. And that's dragged out towards the leg side, just in front of the square leg umpire. Baker comes round to field. Lister takes a single, moves to 21, 169 for 6. 1 ball left of the 34th over. Here's Brett. Winning balls to Cross. It's looped out into the offside. Cross gets through for a single. And keeps a strike as well. So 4 coming off the over. 8 overs remaining. Morris, Potts and Jones still to come here for Lancashire, but these two batting together with international experience in the middle there for Lancashire. Will be wanting to take this as deep as they can between them. Another 6 or 7 overs of these two batting. Could be pretty decent fun to watch from Lancashire's point of view. 170 for 6.
Definitely. I feel like I've seen over recent years Kate Cross build a lot of innings, particularly coming in lower down the order, but being one of those players who can just stay there and actually build something quite strong towards the back end of an innings.
Yes, and that's an important role to play. We know Kate can hit it, but also the way that partnership is balanced out with Lister. Do they both try and attack? Does one allow the other to try and be a little bit more the aggressor? It'll be Davis to return. Cross on strike, just leans into it and plays it into the onside. Feel it at mid-wicket and there's no run. 2 for 32. Davis has bowled very nicely here for Warwickshire. Swept by Cross, at least the attempt to sweep. Just trickles down towards Brett at short fine leg and there's no run. There's a couple of dot balls to start the over. Actually that was signalled a wide. 171 for 6. Cross takes a single down the ground. Moves on to 4. 172 for 6. Now where's Lister's boundary options here? Looking over her shoulder again, looking to that leg side. More favoured leg side. And that's where she'll send it. It's clipped away off the front pad on the sweep. Could stop at backward square leg, but Lister takes the single. 22 not out. 174. 173 for 6 rather. Halfway through the 35th over. Short fine, short third. There's a deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. Cross works it through mid on. Comes up from the boundary. Just a single. He's on to 5, Kate Cross. 174 for 6. 2 balls left of the over. Can they find a boundary somewhere here? Chipped out towards the leg side, Lister. Just with a single. Again, Pavely coming up from deep mid-wicket to field. 175 for 6. Brings Cross back on strike. Cross hits it back over the bowler's head. Again down the ground towards the long on boundary. Through for the first. Hanging up the possibility of a second. The throw comes in from the boundary. Oh goodness, he's hit Kate Cross somewhere, is that? On the left, oh dearie me. On the left wrist. Oh, on the glove, oh dear, that is not good to see. Well, so Lister comes across to check on the welfare of Kate Cross. Skipping down the pitch and swats it down the ground, down towards long on. Just take the single, here comes the throw, and where does it, oh right, is that on the elbow maybe?
Oh,
the left elbow, oh that's a horrible blow. I felt that straight away. Yeah, and Kate Cross is down and requiring some treatment. I think it was just on the elbow, wasn't it?
Yeah, it almost looked like it hit her back, but I think it was like the kind of back of the elbow. And if that gets anywhere near your funny bone, then it kind of just reverberates through your whole arm. That's really yeah, back of the elbow.
Right. Well. Kate counting the fingers. Let's hope they're okay. And nothing untoward comes of that. 176 for 6. 7 overs to go. Cross on 6. Lister on 23. Mike, so come in and join your boy.
Yeah, painful one. And Lancashire will be really hoping Kate Cross is okay. I suspect she'll be down to bowl plenty today.
The worry during this little delay for Lancashire as well as for Kate Cross will be that Warwickshire have been scoring at 1 a ball or more. 4 innings, they've got over 300 from their 50 overs. So you feel 200 minimum here for Lancashire, and they'll want to push on beyond that if they can as well. 231, I think it would be for 5.5s of 42. That might be the target from here, but only 4 wickets left now. That's going to restrict things.
Of course, it is a slightly different Warwickshire side to the one we've seen throughout the season, but there's also still a lot of quality and depth, and with the introduction of Georgia Redmayne, for example, today, I think that potentially could make a huge difference if she can settle and get going.
Cross seems to have shaken off the blow and is going to continue here.
Phoebe Brett will be back bowling from the Grosvenor Road end. Driven straight down to Meg Austin.
Didn't seem to show any ill effects on that occasion.
Brett again turns her arm over, and this is good control from Brett. I really like her kind of run up. She throws her right arm out and kind of swings it round and turns over the left. As so driven 3 dots in a row now for Brett. Kate Cross 6 from 10. 176 for 6. Cross having a swing at this and chipping it into the ground, run through for a single to put Lister back on strike.
Yeah, the rate just slipping below 5s at the moment.
Lister, huge hoik at this, and it will go for 4. Couple of bounces. That flies away into the players' bench.
Well, that'll sort that problem out of the rate going below 5s. Elsa Lister with a boundary, getting it back up above there, but they really can't let it slip below 5s. They've got to bat their overs as well.
Lister once again swats it into the leg side. Karis Pavley is under it and will take the catch. Elsa Lister has to go for 27. Pavley watched that really well. The sun beaming down now. This makes things more difficult for Lancashire. 7 wickets down. And Phoebe Brett, the wicket taker.
You can see what Lister's trying to do there, but it was just a bit full for the stroke in the end. That's why it came off the wrong part of the bat and went up rather than along the ground, which I think is probably what she might have gone for if she'd had her time again. As soon as the boundary comes, the wicket follows.
Yeah, she's so strong on the leg side, and the previous shot she played, I suspect she was trying to replicate that sort of thing, send it for 4. But as you say, sent it aerial, and Karis Pavley was right there to take the catch. So Lancashire 181 for 7 after 36.
Pressure on poor Karis Pavley there, because one of the beauties of these outgrounds is the players probably can hear what we're saying, because Pavley was right on the mid-wicket boundary in front of us there. Took a few paces in, and thankfully she took the catch. Otherwise that might have been a bit awkward.
Yeah, an awkward walk back to right in front of us, where we're saying she should have taken that.
And she's on at the Harrow Drive end now. I think we might have been just avoiding eye contact if she'd had to walk back having dropped it, but she's got it and she's going to be bowling.
Pavley, and again, and that's chipped up. Won't be a wicket similar to one we had earlier in the day, where it looked like it should have been a wicket to dismiss Threlkeld.
Or didn't, as the case was in the end.
Well, exactly. Pavley once again swept round the corner by Kate Cross, and that will be 4. That's a lovely shot. Lancashire 185 for 7.
Just sort of switched the hips here, did Cross, and switched the intent to a sweep. Sent it away for 4 behind square on the leg side. Really good bit of cricket. $15 more now for this 200 mark, Polly, so that's very much within range, but it's about how many they can go past it, really.
Cross hoiks us in the air. There's a fielder running in and will protect the boundary. Just the one. Hannah Baker walking back to under the tree where she's stood right on the boundary. Mary Taylor now sent just in front of us. Deep backward point area. Nudged away by Tara Norris. We'll just pick up the single.
Still one quickly across the outfield. 210 would be your mark for 5 and over then. 231 would be 5.5 and 252 would be 1 a ball. That feels out of reach at this stage.
187 for 7. We've got Pavley taking a few steps, and once again Cross really likes just turning it round the corner. It's a lot of work for the fielder out there in the end. So take 2. 179 for 7. Cross utilising that leg side again, backward of square. 190 for 7 after 37 overs.
So yeah, 5 remaining from here, so 10s would give them 240. Would certainly be competitive, but we've not seen many 10s in this innings, I don't think. So these two would really have to go some, and they also have the worry of getting bowled out here as well. I think if one of these two were to go, the route to the interval would really be open for Warwickshire.
Change your bowling at the Grosvenor Road end. Back number 9, Mary Taylor.
Mary Taylor is going to come back on to bowl for her last spell of the game. So far 2 for 33 from her 7 overs. Kate Cross 13 from 16 on strike. That's been slapped down the ground, but once again Meg Austin not letting anything get too far past her. She's taken some really kind of powerful ball straight at her.
Yeah, it's a thankless task these days in at short extra cover, isn't it?
Amusa and Kumar coming up into the ring.
One more wicket though, and these would be Mary Taylor's best figures so far for Warwickshire since joining.
Clubbed away by Kate Cross. It will be stopped by Hannah Baker, who's riding the boundary there. It's a potential of an overthrow, but safe in the end. 191 for 7.
78 for 3 at the moment. The best figures that Taylor's recorded in the competition. That was on her debut against Surrey. And Surrey got 389, so gives you an idea of those figures were actually quite impressive, even though they came off 10 overs. 2 bowlers could have 9 still today. That's a lie. 3 bowlers could have 8, couldn't they?
Tara Norris chips this back over the head of the bowler, just for a single. 192 for 7. As the train whirs past. Taylor in once again. That's been slapped back down the ground. Will there be a catch? It's dropped. Georgia Davis, I believe, dropping the catch there.
An apologetic hand came out here, but she really felt she should have clung on for our fast bowler there. It's a windy day. They're difficult to judge, but
I mean,
the
it
slow
would,
motion doing Davis no favours there, but it's one she'd expect to take again, isn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't a complete regulation catch, but she had made up the ground and she was there. There was no reason for her not to take it. Norris swings at this again, a similar area of the pitch, and this one will be taken by Amusa and Kumar. A bit of redemption and for Warwickshire, and another wicket falls. And Mary Taylor takes her 3rd of the day. Lancashire 8 wickets down now.
Yeah, she will get a potential 9th, Taylor. 2 bowlers allowed 9 in the innings, and this one, well, I think Suren Kumar was the only one who was relaxed when she juggled it slightly there, but she did the job in the end. Sort of a momentum really as she came in, taking the ball out of hand for a second, but she was in well in control of it, you have to say, in the end. And she looked very, very calm indeed. But I don't think her teammates would have been feeling quite so calm when that popped out of hand for a second.
Well, sometimes these drop catches become a bit contagious, so I was a little bit worried where I saw it pop up, but she's been fantastic in the field. I think Amusa and Kumar and Meg Austin today have been superb.
And they've spread the ball around well, haven't they, Warwickshire, amongst their bowlers. Used very little seam. We haven't seen Suren Kumar. But Davis, Brett and Baker have all bowled 8 so far. They could bowl 1 more. And then you've got Karis Paley with 6 at the moment. Here's Taylor again.
Mary Taylor wrapping up her over, and that's short banged into the pitch and finishes strong. 193 for 8 after 38.
Don't know if there was a signal here to Nat Wraith, but this is an excellent bit of keeping. It was a short ball at Potts, the new batter, went just past her shoulder, and Wraith was very quick with the hands to get in position to take it, despite being stood up to the stumps to the quick bowler. Great bit of wicket keeping. So the 17 more, that would be 5 and over. That's well within reach from these last 4, but it's how many past that they can go, really. They're not going to get the 252, you wouldn't have thought, but the 231 might be on the cards. Be another, what, 38 from here? In 4 overs, it'd still be going some. Pavely will continue from the Harrod drive end.
Kate Cross 15 from 19 on strike. She's the in batter. This one's clubbed to deep square. And that will be 4 for Kate Cross. She's batted really well today so far. And Lancashire will be pretty reliant on her to get them up to that competitive total that they'll be looking for.
Still no play at Northampton in the one-day international between England and New Zealand, the second match in the series. But good to have you with us for this one in Southport between Lancashire and Warwickshire on Sports Extra 2 and Lancs TV.
Big swing by Cross. But Nat Wraith once again tidy behind the stumps.
Any ill effects of that strike on the elbow from the throw seem to have worn off.
Cross punches this away. Meg Austin has to run round on the boundary, and they do well, pushing for 2 between the wickets. Kate Cross moving on to 21 from 22, 199 for 8.
So poor Kate Cross, poor Meg Austin rather, who's been in the firing line at short extras, now out on the boundary.
This has been absolutely slapped by Kate Cross. It will be stopped by Georgia Davis. But we've seen some nice punchy shots from Cross. He's looked really comfortable with the bat today. The 200 up for Lancashire in the 39th over. 200 for 8. Kate Cross 22 from 23. Potts are yet to get off the mark, having just faced 1 ball.
That's the first milestone achieved. Another 10 would mean Warwickshire chasing 5s in the second innings of this game.
There's a swing by Potts, who doesn't usually get that many opportunities to bat.
The pace of that one from Pavely took her by surprise. It was quick from the left armour.
It's worked off the pads, probably just ricocheted off the pad even. Yeah, signalled leg by the umpire. That ends the over, so 39 overs gone, 201 for 8 to Lancashire.
30 from 3 to get 5.5, so even that seems a stretch at this stage for Lancashire. It's not been the easiest wicket to bat on, particularly against the spinners that Warwickshire have used cleverly during this innings. They are going to go to one of those final spin overs from the left armour Phoebe Brett. She started her account today by getting the wicket of Seren Smale, LBW, and then also picked up Ailsa Lister, caught by Caris Pavely later in the piece.
Brett in, driven straight down the ground. And just for 1, 202 for 8. And there's just been a relentless amount of spin, and that's not something that's particularly common in this competition, to only see 1 seamer in the whole game, in the whole innings even. Kate Cross takes a few steps, has a big swing, but it races away behind, and in fact will reach the boundary. So 4 byes, which is not ideal at this stage in the game.
No, it should have really been a stumping for Wraith here. We'll get to have another look at this one on our screen in the commentary position, and it's just gone down the leg side there. It's done Wraith sort of between, I fancy, the bat and the body of Cross.
Cross driving that on the leg side. Amo and Kumar rapid to pick it up.
So a tough one for the keeper, but again would have expected probably to have taken it.
Grace Potts to face as she works this just behind. Phoebe Brett 2 wickets so far today. Kate Cross tries to sweep this, but gets a little bit caught up. Good bowling from Phoebe Brett.
You can see she's trying to accelerate it here, Cross, but
Yeah.
not with any great success so far.
Cross just nudges this into the leg side and will come through for 1. And that will wrap up the over. 209 for 8 after 40. Just 2 overs remaining in this reduced overs game.
And the dismissals of Norris and Lister would also indicate that it has been quite difficult to accelerate the scoreboard with big hits. And I suppose the fact that Cross has been dropped herself, trying to go over the top, it's just been difficult to do. I suppose the only player we saw do it with any great success was Maddie Penner, who made 38 from 51, including 4 fours. Struck a couple of lusty blows over long on. Threlkeld managed to go over there once as well in her innings of 39. But that's the top score at the moment. The captain Threlkeld's 39, batting at number 3. Just feels slightly short at the moment for Lancashire, this total, but we will see in the second part of this game.
Kate Cross on strike as Mary Taylor is in for her final over. She's swapped ends and they're going to push for 2. Bit of a slow retrieval in the field. And Lancashire will be happy to be able to get those 2s.
Yeah, Brewer didn't pick up clean and they were through for 2. Just one of those, all the little tiny mistakes, the drop catch, the mis-stumping, that kind of thing, whether it will cost Warwickshire at the end of this game.
Swung down the ground by Cross and really well stopped by Georgia Redmayne. A lot of the close-in fielding has been really good from Warwickshire.
Another question mark over where she'll bat. You imagine she'll open the innings.
Yeah, she's down to open
Given
alongside Suren Kumar, which is what I suspect in the absence of Perrin. I think maybe even with Perrin there, she would have opened with her, and Suren Kumar comes in maybe at 3. Taylor once again. $213 for 8.
Yeah, the timing of that seems to have worked out quite well for Warwickshire. Obviously they would like to have Perrin in the side as well, but Suren Kumar has struggled a little bit with the bat, but as a partnership Perrin and Suren Kumar have looked quite lively at the top of the innings, so they might not have wanted to break it up.
Clubbed away by Kate Cross, will be cut off just short of the boundary, and she's sprinting back and it's safe in the end, not the best of throws in. 215 for 8.
So it's added 14 since the drop now. Cross, valuable runs at this stage. It's going along at 1 shy of 1 a ball.
Taylor in again, and that's been hoiked over the head of the umpire. 1 bounce and will be 4. Kate Cross is really trying to accelerate the run rate at the back end of this innings. She moves to 33. Lancashire moved to 219 for 8.
Nice stroke. She's above 1 a ball now. Flaying it away into the leg side. 1 bounce didn't really give the fielder Brewer an opportunity to cut it off.
Cross remains on strike, once again tries to have a swing. We'll just find Abby Freeboard inside the ring. 1 over remains. Lancashire 220 for 8. So a productive over for them.
Lancashire will have seam at their disposal. Kate Cross, Tara Norris, Grace Potts. The one change to the side is Grace Johnson in for Alice Clark. You've also got Hannah Jones, and Fee Morris will provide some spin for Lancashire. So it, well, certainly with the likes of Cross, Norris and Potts, there will be a different approach to the second innings of this game, you would imagine.
Yeah, you've got one very spin-heavy side and one seam-heavy side today.
Number 28, Caris Paisley.
Caris Paisley will bowl the final over of Warwickshire's bowling innings. She's done well so far. 0 for 37 from sevens. Just kept things controlled at times. It's been a big presence in the field. Took an important catch of Elsa Lister. And she'll take a wicket as well. She took a catch and then she has bowled Kate Cross for 34, who was really accelerating. I think she may have got something in her eye. It looked like she was almost crying.
I don't know if the wind has taken a contact lens or something like that, or if the bug's gone in there. But either way, Caris Paisley's just trying to get that out at the moment, but she's got the wicket across.
Yeah, importantly, she's taken the wicket, and Kate Cross, who could have done more damage in this final over, has to head back. Yeah, Kate Cross just swinging left, the stumps exposed, and Caris Paisley impactful. It brings Hannah Jones to the crease for Lancashire as their final hope with 5 balls remaining.
You imagine that's the sort of stroke Cross wouldn't have played had they not had 3 wickets in hand going into the final over, but because of the situation they found themselves in, she felt she had to try and take that one off the stumps, and was unsuccessful in doing so. Seeing Caris Paisley getting a bit of treatment for that eye at the moment. So you're not quite sure if a bug's gone in there or if she wears contact lenses and one of those has been displaced. Either way, she's going to take the ball back and carry on where she left off. They do say not being able to see in one eye affects depth perception, so quite where this one will land, who knows. But Paisley seems happy enough to continue here.
Hannah Jones to face her first ball, and has been worked nicely away. Sharply thrown in. Will be safely back. 221 for 9.
Good from Jones. Scurry through quickly. One of these 2 tail enders is going to have to add something here. Last pair for Lancashire.
Grace Potts 3 from 6. She drives this down the ground. Will be stopped by Meg Austin.
She's got considerable strapping, I noticed there on the right hand as Austin.
Yeah. That hasn't stopped her in the field today.
Well, it might be a result of having been as close as she was
possibly.
earlier in the innings.
Paisley in, and this one's been pushed away by Hannah Jones into the offside for a single.
Lancashire just taking the singles in the closing stages of the innings. 2 4s would give them that 2-3-1, the 5.5 rate.
Grace Potts drives down the ground. Hannah Baker cutting it off, and they'll settle for 1. You suspect they'll try and push for more in this final ball.
Yeah, just very much has the feeling of the 2 sides settling for a total here at the moment with the ones being taken.
Hannah Jones to face the final ball. I think they're going to get 2 because there's a bit of a misfield, and then in the end I think it's pretty safe. They do get the 2. So we'll wrap up the innings. 226 for 9. Meaning Warwickshire will be chasing 227 in the second innings.
I think it will be the regular length of innings break. That'll be clarified on the bottom of the screens for anyone watching on Lancs TV. Do make sure you rejoin us for the second innings of this game on Sports Extra 2 as well, because Warwickshire are going to be chasing 227 for victory in this game. Players making their way off for a little bit of a refreshment as well before we come out for the second innings of this game, but Warwickshire went about their work very well. Confirmation play will resume at 3:15 this afternoon, so make sure you join us on Sports Extra 2 for that. We'll run you through the card very quickly as well before leaving you for this interval. Lancashire finding themselves at 37 for 2 after 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls. That saw Eve Jones out for 19, caught by Redmayne off the bowling of Taylor. Smale was out LBW to Brett. Then the mainstay of the innings partnership of 83 between Ellie Threlkeld and Maddie Penna. Penna was the first to go, attempting a reverse sweep. She was bowled by Davis for 38. Then Threlkeld was out for 39, caught by Austin off the bowling of Davis. The wickets very much coming in pairs through this Lancashire innings. Morris out for 21, caught by Baker, bowled by Taylor. Lister went caught Pavely, bowled by Brett for 27. Johnson was out bowled from her third ball by Baker for 0. Kate Cross added useful runs. Tara Norris, though, was out before her, caught by Soren Kumar off the bowling of Taylor for 2. Cross ended up with 34, the third highest score of the innings, before she was bowled at the start of the final over by Pavely. Grace Potts not out 5 and Hannah Jones not out 4. So that is how the Lancashire innings went. The pick of the bowlers then, Mary Taylor with her best figures since joining Warwickshire from Hampshire. 9 overs, no maidens, 47 for 3. Brett also picking up 9 overs, 2 maidens, 35 for 2. A useful contribution there, as was the one from Georgia Davis at opening the bowling for her side. 8 overs, 38 for 2 from her overs. A wicket also for Hannah Baker, 48 for 1, her figures from 8 overs, and Karis Pavely 43 for 1 from her 8 overs. So that's where we find ourselves. As I say, the main partnership at the innings, the 83 between Maddie Penna and Ellie Threlkeld, and that helped Lancashire build a total of 226 for 9. Do make sure you rejoin us for the chase. Warwickshire will require 227.
What is this? Guys, make way for the designated driver.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Pass the Pringles!
Have you heard of United 2 before? Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas.
Business, media, digital and sport. You work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
Teaching across 4 different campuses. The Old Trafford campus, UE92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study 1 module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at UE92.
Introducing Lancs TV Plus, dedicated area for members, bringing you closer to the game than ever before. Watch every men's live stream fixture all in one place. Every ball, every moment, live. And this season, don't miss the War of the Roses. Lancashire against Yorkshire, streamed live for the first time ever. Unlock exclusive content you won't see anywhere else, from behind-the-scenes access to mini-documentaries. This is Lancashire like you've never seen it before, all in one place. This is Lancs TV Plus. This is the Red Rose. This is cricket.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
I used it, I don't know. He's retired now. Yeah, sorry. He won't. Oh, is he a coach? Oh, he's a coach.
In Lancs TV, Warwickshire making their way to the middle in pursuit of 227 for victory in this match. 42 overs, remember, to chase it due to a little delay at the start of the game due to the very, very wet overnight and morning conditions that we've had here in Southport. And as was anticipated by Polly Starkey, the cricket writer and podcaster, will be joining us shortly. It is Georgia Redmayne to open the innings. The Australian who captained Queensland to the Women's National Cricket League over in Australia during the English winter, the Australian summer. And she scored 300s in the process, including one in the final. So if she gets something similar today, that will go a long way to securing victory in this game. As I say, Polly Starkey in alongside myself, Mike Perkins, and it looks like we're going to have Tara Norris to open the bowling from the Harrod Drive end of the ground here. What's a bit of discussion around about whether this was enough for Lancashire over the interval? What was your conclusion from those discussions, Polly?
I think potentially a little bit under par. Like, I know Warwickshire have a slightly different side today, but I do think probably a bit under par. It feels like obviously the ground is drying up as well, and the outfield looked pretty decent in the first innings. So it'll be interesting the difference with pace and spin.
We'll see. Lancashire starting with a seam bowler in Tara Norris, and Redmayne poking that one away into the offside. Doesn't produce a run. Just sort of swayed back slightly into her crease as she played that one. First ball is a dot. Warwickshire none for none. Here comes Norris again. Delivers. And that one's glided away down to third. There is Hannah Jones in that position on the boundary rope. And she keeps the scoring to 1. Brings Anu Surankumar, the player who will open the innings for Warwickshire with Georgia Redmayne, the Australian. And one without loss. 226 more required for victory now for Warwickshire as Surankumar marks the guard.
I'm very excited to see Georgia Redmayne for Warwickshire today. She's a fantastic player, found such good form, particularly at the start of this year, finished her season with a century, so really looking forward to seeing her in a Bears shirt.
Yeah, the only disappointment from the Warwickshire perspective is she hasn't been here since the start of the season as originally planned, but she's arriving for the last couple of fixtures in this first block of 50 over cricket, and will be here for the T20 fixtures as well. Lancashire have also had a little bit of manoeuvring around with their overseas. Originally had Gabby Lewis, the Irish player, but she's picked up an injury as Norris bowls through outside the off stump. Surankumar beaten. Dot ball is the result, but you can tell from the applause from Seren Smale next to a bowler that was the first one in favour of the bowler there. It was just curving back towards the stumps, and Surankumar ended up just inside the line of it. She just seems to try and shake that off now and wait for the next delivery. And she'll turn it round the corner, down to long leg for 1. Jones has to be careful to watch a little bit of bounce on the ball as it comes towards it. But we still have the sunshine here in Southport. The trees in the distance still being ruffled by the wind, but it's largely blue skies with a little bit of cloud there still. But you'll be able to see from the players that there's a real breeze as Norris delivers another ball that's driven firmly into the offside by Redmayne, this time on the front foot, but no run available there.
You sense it's a pretty big opportunity as well for Anu Surankumar to open the batting alongside Georgia Redmayne. I think it's a significant opportunity for her to learn, but also get some runs on the board.
2 without loss to score, and Surankumar will try and add to that, and she does successfully with a little drive through the offside, and it's going to roll away towards the boundary. Did that make it? Just touch back inside. Seems to be the feeling there. It's a long chase for Grace Johnson into the side today, the one change to the Lancashire team. And she just managed to flick it back in the nick of time. Scoring was 3 in the end of that final ball of the over. and Warwickshire 5 without loss at the end of it.
That was really good running at the end. A nice shot by Georgia Redmayne, and good communication between the pair.
It's the speed of that outfield, though, that is why generally the chat was that Lancashire might be a little under par here, so they're going to have to bowl well if they want victory. Kate Cross will be key to that. She's taken a cap and a jumper off and given it to the umpire, and he's pacing back towards the end of her mark, ready to go for the Red Rose once again. Been in decent form this season, 8 wickets so far from her one-day cup cricket. Took 15 last year in this competition as well. Grace Potts taking 16, Hannah Jones 14, and Fee Morris also picked up 15 wickets last season for Lancashire in that title-winning season. Neat cross again here. Bowls a ball, fades down the leg side, and that will be a wide ball to start with from Cross. 6 without loss. Reminder, 42 overs to complete this chase of 227 for Warwickshire.
Lancashire, who are very seam-heavy today in comparison to Warwickshire, who were pretty much all spin with the exception of Mary Taylor.
Although it was Taylor who took the most wickets, so that will encourage the Lancashire seamers as Cross bowls a ball that's defended firmly up to Seren Smale at mid-off, and there is no run as a result. More where Cross would expect to be with that one. Good length, threatening the stumps. She takes the ball once again as she strides back in this Southport sunshine. Breeze ruffling the back of her shirt as she turns and runs in up to the wickets and delivers a ball driven firmly, but again to Seren Smale, who prevents any scoring. Lancashire buzzing around. They'll be trying to sort of, just through their attitude really, add 10-20 more to this total. And all comes from the bowler, of course, hitting the right spot. And Cross has done that in the last couple of deliveries. Here she comes again. Left-hander Redmayne faces up and defends this one back to the bowler. Now run again. 6 without loss is where we find ourselves in the early stages of this chase of 227. Elsewhere, Somerset have set 223 for the Blaze. That's a 50 over a side game though. They haven't lost any overs in that one. The Blaze currently 57 for 2 in their reply as Cross comes in once more and bowls a ball that's worked into the leg side. We'll find out how much bat's involved. I already get the impression there might not have been much from the motion the umpire's making, and confirms it with a tap of the knee. So 7 without loss the score moves on to, but courtesy of the leg by rather than an addition to the Redmayne score. The final game then between Yorkshire and Hampshire taking place today in this competition. Hampshire have set 205 for 7, and that's been revised on the DLS method to 213 for Yorkshire to chase. They're yet to begin their chase. 38 overs in the Hampshire innings there. As Cross bowls, this one's flicked away into the leg side. It's going to roll out towards backward square leg. Quickly across is Tara Norris from long leg to pick up and keep the scoring to 2. 9 without loss it moves on to.
Already Warwickshire's running between the wickets at this stage has been so much better than Lancashire. Lancashire took a little bit of time to kind of settle into that, whereas I think Warwickshire have started firing a little bit more and just taking those opportunities, which I think is really positive for them.
Here comes Cross. Bowls a ball that brings a forward defence from Suren Kumar with a healthy stride forward. Diminutive batter, but got in position well. That 9 without loss then at the end of the second over. The chase underway. First target really on our list is a 23 without loss that Lancashire found themselves after 5 overs. Keep an eye on what Messrs Duckworth, Lewis and Stern are saying about this chase as well during it, but we think the bulk of the rain has blown through. It looks as if they might have caught that shower that blew past us up at York Looks as if that Hampshire innings was perhaps curtailed a little bit. Still no play between England and New Zealand in the one-day international as well. But good to have you with us on Sports Extra 2 and on Lancs TV. As Tara Norris bowls a ball that's glided away off the back foot by Redmayne. Picks up a comfortable single as she eases into her work. Adds on to the score, 10 without loss now. So not opting for Potts at the top of the innings here, Lancashire, but going with Norris and Cross to begin with. They've got spin at their disposal as well. So Jones and Morris. As Norris just checks her grip on the seam before running into bowl again and delivering a ball that's played onside of straight but not for a run. Finds the hands of Kate Cross in the mid-on position. Things just settling into this chase, it feels, at the moment, Polly.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time to get there, and as we say, potentially maybe a little bit below par was Lancashire's total. So if they can avoid losing wickets and just take it nice and steady, then they're very much on track.
Here comes Norris again. Delivers a ball that's lifted past the bat of Soren Kumar that was rather stretching hopefully towards it. Could have so easily taken a nick here as the ball just lifted more than Soren Kumar was expecting, just tighter to a body than she was expecting, and makes no contact in the end. Dot ball is the result. As I say, we're just sort of waiting for a first move in this chase from one of the teams as Soren Kumar tries to whisk away into the leg side. Doesn't make any contact. Smale is across with the fielding. No run as a result. Soren Kumar looks a little accusingly down at the pitch. But 10 of the 227 required chucked off by Warwickshire already. Soren Kumar will want to score. Hasn't really added the runs she would like since 59 on the opening day of the season. That drive up to mid-on doesn't produce a run either. No, Davina Perrin won't be far away. Though she did seem to pull up chasing a ball near the weak at Edgbaston. They tried to play through it, which is probably an indication that it won't be too long a layoff. The other factor here, of course, in the Warwickshire lineup is Keris Pavley, as leg side again goes Soren Kumar, only finds Smale at short mid-wicket. Another dot ball, 10 without loss it remains. Little chat mid-wicket commences, because we've reached the end of the third over of the innings. But no Katie George in the side either at the moment. She's picked up an injury despite going along very nicely in the early stages of the competition. George had made 40 in all but one of her 5 innings before getting injured, and had an impressive strike rate of 94.84 as well as an average of 59.75. So there's a bit of competition for places now that Redmayne's arrived in the Warwickshire lineup, and they've been scoring well as Cross comes in to begin this latest over. Drives into the offside, finds Fee Morris, no run available. So Lancashire will have to be on their guard in this game, because Warwickshire can score the runs, although they've been scoring the runs without necessarily winning the games of cricket, will be the worry for them at the moment.
Yeah, they've been amazing with the bat, and the kind of odd thing about their team, I mentioned it earlier, is that they can score these high totals without many full-time batters. They've got a lot of all-rounders.
Cross bowls again, this one driven into the offside. Morris there with the fielding, no run.
Or a lot of bowlers who have just done really well. I think about someone like Emma Lott. I mean, last season when she scored that century, coming in at number 7, everyone was a bit taken aback, but she's a fantastic batter and she's taken that into this season. And then similarly, actually, Mary Taylor, I've been really impressed with her batting. She's a good lower order batter, and she's managed to score a couple of in the 30s or so just at the back end of an innings.
Cross bowls driven back to her. Couldn't quite pick up one-handed, but stopped the run being scored. Nice stroke from Redmayne. A little bit of a feel of international class about this, given the career that Kate Cross has had at that level, and the fact that Georgia Redmayne has also had Australia honours. Cross bowls, Redmayne forward and driving nicely, smoothly along the turf, and it'll roll away out towards the boundary. Again, the chase is on, and again, it's a successful one from the Lancashire point of view. It's Penner, the other Australian on the pitch, who picks up and returns. There'll be a loss of 2 more runs as a result. But Lancashire just hauling in the early Warwickshire scoring shots at the moment.
Yeah, good chase in the end, but as I say, Warwickshire just finding those runs between the wickets.
Cross bowls, forward defending is Redmayne. And no run there. Flicked back in by Fee Morris to the gloves of Threlkeld. Captain, of course, already has 4 catches and 2 stumpings so far in this competition. So we'll be keen to add to that tally, as well as keen to ensure a side win this game. 2 will assist each other as that one's driven away nicely. It's going to be 4 runs this time through the same gap that Redmayne went off the front foot earlier in the over, out towards cover, but this time just had a little bit more force on the stroke. Kept it down as she did on both occasions, and that was a shot of real class. The 4 to the total takes it on to 12 without loss at the end of the third.
I really like that shot. Well-deserved boundary. Georgia Redmayne.
As you say, 3 centuries en route to winning the Women's National Cricket League in Australia. And one of them came in the final as well. So she's got a big innings at a big moment in her, as well as being a regular contributor. Will need support though, and Surun Kumar is crucial to that. Norris on her way, delivers a ball, smoothly driven into the offside, but for no run. Eve Jones there with the fielding. Wasn't her day with the bat earlier. Ellie Threlkeld, the top scorer for Lancashire today. Also saw contributions from Maddie Penner and Kate Cross late in the innings with 34 off 33, as Surun Kumar again defends, this time into the onside, no run. Just looking like a player who needs a score here is Surun Kumar. Say she's batting fine, but without really making the half centuries like she did on the first day of the season. Waits again. Nice drive this time, but fielded well by Eve Jones at short extra cover. Keeps it to 1. Score moves on to 17 without loss.
Yeah, Surun Kumar hasn't had tons of chances so far this season, so as I mentioned, I just think it's a great opportunity for her to have time in the middle and show what she can do at the top of the order, particularly with Davina Perrin not there and stepping into that role, because yeah, it's with the blast coming as well, you know, she didn't bowl today either, so if she can do some work with the bat, I think it will stand her in good stead as players eventually come back into the fold.
Norris just pushing back her fielder at gully, which is where Eve Jones has gone to the left-handed Redmayne. He does like to glide the ball away through there off the back foot. Goes forward to this one and drives hard at Penner, who's in at short extra cover. No run. The breeze continues to rattle our position here in the marquee. The chandelier light fixture seems to be safe at the moment though, which is good news. 42 over chase for Warwickshire here then. They need 227, and they will chip away at one of those runs here with a shot into the leg side. Redmayne thought about a second, but it was never on. 15 without loss, 19 without loss the score moves on to.
I believe the toss has happened in Northampton, so there should be some play underway in that England game soon.
Well, that's excellent news, and I'm sure it means if you have been with us on Sports Extra, you will have been whisked back there, but forward comes Suren Kumar and defends this one. This game will continue on Sports Extra 2, and also with the pictures on Lancs TV. 18 without loss is the total. Early stages of this Warwickshire chase, but these two, you feel one of them has to go big now. They're sort of just feeling their way into the innings, aren't they, at the moment, and having got in, which it feels both of them are now, then you want to see a contribution from the visitors' perspective, but it's exactly what Kate Cross and Tara Norris will be trying to prevent happening. Honours very even in the early stages of this second innings of the game. Here comes Cross, elbows out, knees pumping, delivers, and it's played down the ground. There'll be a single on offer because it was hit very straight by Redmayne. Moves on to 13 off 18. Suren Kumar still with just 4 to her name, so she's the one who'll be feeling slightly more nervy in these early stages. Freeborn back in the Warwickshire lineup, so that'll add to their strength with the bat. They've also got Meg Austin, who made her first half-century for the Bears earlier in the season, and Karis Pavley, of course, is averaging 100 at the moment. Ball bowled and played away off the bat to backward point. Picked up though without a run. Cross with his powerful approach that she's about to make her way into. Places the ball in the right hand and charges in and bowls. And it gets the top of the off stump. And Suren Kumar is out for 4, bowled by Kate Cross. 19 for 1. And she just found a little bit more life in that delivery, did Cross, and evaded the defensive stroke of Suren Kumar, who is out. And Lancashire have their first breakthrough, and it's an important one. The opening batter, Suren Kumar, walks back to the pavilion. Polly Starkey, what did you make of that?
It was a lovely delivery, just really nice to watch, and chipped off the bails. Frustrating for Suren Kumar, who it was a big opportunity for her, and it feels like that just hasn't happened. But yeah, off stump goes flying. But
just the slightest bit of movement back, wasn't there, from Cross there? But really, Suren Kumar was playing the wrong line of that delivery.
Yeah.
And it just came in through the...
Suren Kumar never looked fully comfortable. She was kind of playing okay, was quite defensive, but kind of knew she had to kick on, and maybe felt a little bit rushed to get on with the game. It brings Meg Austin to the crease, who also hasn't had tons of game time, but a good batter, and someone who it was the final game of the Central Sparks era, of the regional era, so about a year and a half ago, probably closer to 2 years, and my dad watched Sparks and it was her debut, and he was like, she's a really good batter, like, just wait a few years.
Powerful player is Meg Austin, who is hit on the pad. Big appeal from the Lancashire players, but without any reward.
Was very enthusiastic, hoping for 2 and 2.
Well, we've seen a replay of it here.
Ooh.
It wasn't high, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
It was the back leg, and though it was above the knee roll, because it was the back leg, height wasn't a problem. Perhaps just squeezing down the leg side.
Yeah.
I think that would have been the doubt in the umpire's mind.
A close one, though.
That the benefit went to the batter. Austin, smooth drive through the offside. This will make her feel much better than being wrapped on the pads in the previous delivery. Nice drive away for 4. And after a nervy moment to start her innings, she hits this one away for 4 runs very nicely indeed. And it just rolls away out to the railway side, to the ground. 23 for 1. Crosslow will feel in the game, having wrapped the pads from Austin's first delivery. This time, smooth defensive stroke. Gets the end of the 6th over. And the score is 23 for 1.
Brilliant. Redmayne on 13 from 18, Austin 4 from 3. 6 overs gone out of 42.
Yeah, you can almost look at it as 5 sets of 8, can't you, with a couple to spare at the end. I'll certainly be trying to chase it on that basis, you would imagine. Quick swipe at the ground by Redmayne, the surviving opener here. As Norris just motions to her fielder at 3rd, so slightly wider. So already Lancashire spotting that Redmayne likes to go behind square on the offside. They've got a backward point, a gully, and a fielder at 3rd to try and not concede too many runs through that area, but also possibly pick up a catch. Another train rattles by behind the fielder who's been moved. And Norris just about settled now. Also has a fielder by us in the form of Potts at long leg. Left-handed Redmayne is settled and Norris is on her way to her. Delivers and it's flicked away into the leg side. Potts will come and pick up and throw it back in, but not before 2 have been taken. Threlkel goes for the shy at the non-striker's end as well, but 25 for 1 is the score. We'll bring Scott Reed in for Polly Starkey to get his early thoughts on this innings as well. But it appears as if we're going to have an even contest right throughout here. Warwickshire settling into their work, but so too is Norris, who's going to try and pick up the 2nd wicket of the reply. Redmayne worked it into the leg side. It's a little bit of sloppy fielding from Lister, who didn't pick up cleanly, and it's cost her 2 runs in the end. Good running from Meg Austin there. 27 for 1. What are you making of the early stages here, Scott?
Good afternoon, everybody. Quite an intriguing start, isn't it? They've not kind of got away from Lancashire particularly. Equally, they've not had too much damage done inside the first 6 overs and only 1 wicket down. I think it's nicely balanced at the minute.
Feels on as even as Norris delivers again, and this one is just off the inside half of the bat from Redmayne.
The general consensus from those that we spoke to during the course of the break was that maybe Lancashire were a little bit light on runs. So I guess they're going to try and make that 230 feel like a little bit more than it is. People, certainly our colleagues in the written press tent, were looking at maybe 240, 250.
Norris driven through the offside by Redmayne, who's already showing her class in this innings, and that's 4 more. Likes to go through cover, likes to glide the ball away off the back foot too. And this was a stroke of early authority from the Australian. Just gave herself a little bit of room to open up the gap on the offside. 4 more to the total, 31 now for 1.
It's a lovely shot, wasn't it? And there's not much room to thread it through there. There's 3 in front of square on the offside, so she's done well to kind of manoeuvre it through a gap. Lovely shot for 4.
Yeah, it's a packed offside, 3 in front, 3 behind, but Redmayne's still going in that direction. This one comes off one of the fielders and ricochets to mid-off. There's a shy at the stumps, but the deflection was enough to allow the single. 32 for 1.
Could have been close for the direct hit, that. But we've got a decent view, haven't we, square on here for run-outs, and Kate Cross hits. It may have been a close call, that.
Pretty decent stop, though, from Penner in the end. She clearly felt that one. The right-handed Austin on strike. She likes to go powerfully through the offside as well, and has a fielder at short third, backward point, cover mid-off as Norris delivers a ball in towards the stumps and defended by Austin. No run to conclude the over. 32 for 1, the score.
Yeah, so steady enough, isn't it? I don't think Warwickshire need to go too hard at this, do they, early on? Required rate is under 6, which is manageable, and they're going at just under 5 at the minute, so that's absolutely fine.
Different strategies, though. We'd already seen plenty of Georgia Davis at this point, and then Warwickshire were quite happy to bring on more spin in the form of Phoebe Brett as well, so Lancashire opting for the seam strategy.
Well, I suppose with the ball while it's still new, this is the time to try and get the most out of Kate Cross, isn't it? And Tara Norris, but especially Cross.
Cross again. Bowls a ball that takes the outside edge and goes along the floor to backward point. Tumbling stop there by Grace Johnson. 1 run taken, though. 33 for 1.
Yeah, and that's important too, isn't it? That if you've got a, I mean, it might turn out to be a good score, maybe even a score above par for Lancashire, but maybe when there's an element of the uncertain about it, you need to make sure that everything's clicking in the field and ground fielding's good, your chances that you create, you take. Going to make 230 feel like a really sizable target, and you look at the scores that Warwickshire have got with the bat this season, they've been in decent form.
Cross on away again. Bowls, and it's flashed away really by Austin, sort of half forward in the end. Made firm contact without finding a way past backward point, so dot ball is the result. Mike Perkins and Scott Reed on Sports Extra 2 and the BBC Sport website. Polly Starkey, women's cricket writer and podcaster, also with us. And here comes Cross, bowls a ball that's driven firmly through the offside. Austin will want more than the 2 that she's going to end up getting for this, because it was another nice stroke from the young batter. As I say, went past 50 for the first time in a Warwickshire shirt earlier in the season. Again in that opening game against Hampshire. It's a bit of a run fest, that one. Warwickshire found themselves, in fact it was Hampshire the second game that she did it when they made 3-5-5 and didn't get an opportunity to defend it. Places the ball between the fingers again, does Cross, and's on her way. Wind blustering around, that's driven firmly by Austin again, down the ground this time. Good stop by Grace Potts, because that could have easily ended up being 4. Disc has to be replaced, but just 1 the damage on the scoreboard, 36 for 1.
I agree, yeah, I think if that gets past Potts, that probably is 4, isn't it? Good work from Potts, lovely looking shot, nice straight drive, good piece of fielding.
Seeing Cross's figures there at the bottom of your screen on Lancs TV, 18 for 1. And she's working her way towards the end of the 4th over. At the 5th ball of it, no run, defended into the offside.
Yeah, well, I wonder how Ellie Threlka will use Kate Cross here. This is the end of up towards the end of a 4th over. It's probably a chance for another one at least, but might want to just hold a couple back. She has 9 she can bowl.
Cross bowls, and this one is played into the onside. No run on offer. We'll have one of those bizarre power plays, won't we, where it's midway through and over. I'm not even going to try and work out exactly what it is, nor the bonus point at this stage. I'll maybe do a bonus point calculation when I go and have a rest at the 10 over mark, but at the moment, It's just all about who can take the ascendancy in this game, because it feels very on as even at 36 for 1 after 8 overs. Seeing those on our pictures, those lovely Telegraph fluorescent yellow numbers on the black scoreboard here at Southport.
Yeah, the ground looks lovely, doesn't it? It's in great condition.
It was a little different temperature-wise to when we were here, in pushing through the 20s up to the 30s. Last year we had that very dry sort of April-May time, didn't we? Whereas today it's been a bit wetter, and you can see the grass is nice and lush at the moment.
Bowling change, Hannah Jones.
Very accurate left arm spinner is Hannah Jones. That's why she can bowl in the power play. She opts for a fielder at deep mid wicket and another one at deep backward square as her 2 out the ring. Bowls this one into the pitch. It's defended by Austin.
Keep an eye on the Duckworth-Lewis score, because I can't rule out the possibility of a little rain later on. There's suggestion of maybe around about 4:30-ish, but I think we've been lucky with the weather since we got underway.
Done well so far, haven't we? As Austin swings this one away into the leg side, out to one of those 2 sweepers. We'll pick up a single as a result, 37 for 1. Yeah, we seem to have done quite well up at Somerset. They did manage all of the first innings, playing at Exmouth today, I think. 223 is the chase for the Blaze. They're 91 for 2 at the moment in the 21st over, so fairly in control of that currently. And then Yorkshire 16 without loss, needing another 197 for victory against Hampshire, who made 205, but I think their innings was curtailed by a bit of weather as that one escapes past the cutting stroke of Redmayne. No run. Just sort of a very good length, actually. Redmayne was trying to create something, just couldn't quite, as Jones bowls a ball that is cut away to the fielder on the cover boundary. Another one to the total, 38 for 1. So yeah, the Yorkshire chase revised up slightly due to that loss of what I imagine is a loss of overs down there, or up there rather. Here comes Jones, bowls, driven, 2 mid on, no run. A few brave spectators have made their way in the windy weather. It's good to see, because I think the storm earlier might have put 1 or 2 off as Jones bowls, forced off the back foot, back to the bowler. That's the end of the 9th over, 38 for 1 the score. Another even Stevens over.
Yes, it is. It's actually really nicely balanced, isn't it, this game now? See, Warwickshire have kind of had a really measured approach to the power play. They've got plenty of wickets in hand, and they've gone up over 4 and over, which is a great start, but not without any risk really. They've not kind of had to make any risky looking shots. They've just pushed along at a nice gentle pace, and they've got themselves into a pretty good position 9 overs in. They'll feel as though they've got the run chase kind of manageable. It's a lot of 200 to get, of course, but I think it's been a really intriguing start to this reply.
Voice of BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester's Scott Reed alongside myself, Mike Perkins. Polly Starkey also part of our commentary team on Sports Extra 2 and Lancs TV as Grace Potts begins the 10th over of the innings and is bowling a ball that's cut, fortunately, off the inside edge down to fine leg, where Hannah Jones picks up another run to the total, but that's the first time that the left-handed Redmayne has not looked in complete control. 39 for 1.
Yeah, it's the first real false shot, isn't it? So that inside edge could have dragged back onto the to the stumps. Just that little bit of extra height, the pace that Potts could send the ball down at. Maybe just a little bit of a misjudgment by Redmayne.
There comes Potts again, right arm over the wicket, and through it goes outside the off stump.
Start.
Just withdrew the bat there at the crucial moment, did Austin. But I think she'd have been a little worried about the top of her off stump as she did, because it was very close to it from Potts. Good bit of bowling.
Yeah, it's a good start, isn't it? Just a false shot by Redmayne, and it's got one that just had Austin tempted at playing a shot.
First dot ball of the Potts analysis there. Looks to produce another here, but can't do so. It's glided down to third for one by Austin. Perhaps learning from her partner there, who likes to do the same sort of thing. It's off the front foot, this glide, though, from Austin. 40 for one, the score moves on to. Yeah, as you say, sort of, Warwickshire have kept the board moving without really playing any big shots, and actually the big shots have sort of been the cover drives along the floor. They've been very safe strokes that have brought the boundaries. As Potts bowls to Redmayne, it's a bit of an appeal for LBW, in fact quite a big one from the bowler Potts. Nobody else much was interested in it as it took Redmayne on the pad.
Looked a little high and potentially maybe just hitting outside leg. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think from that angle to the left-hander, you're always going to struggle, aren't you? Right arm over the wicket. And there was a lot wrong with the angles there. Probably pitched outside leg. Probably was creeping down. Creeping down was probably a bit high, which is probably why Potts was the only one interested. She's on her way again, though, having taken the dot ball instead, and she hits the pads again. Another appeal. Again, I would fancy the angles are against her on that one.
Yeah, it's probably similar outcome, isn't it? In terms of where it's pitched and where it's hit up. But it's been a really encouraging start to this over, to this spell.
Yeah, just outside leg, creeping over the top that one rather than down, but getting closer. Another dot ball, the consolation. Wind really noticeably blowing the hair of Potts as she charges in again, and this one is played down to long leg by Redmayne. Been trying that 3 balls in a row and finally gets a bat on it and gets a single as a result. 41 for 1 then, the score after 10 overs.
Good start that by Potts. So it's a different challenge, isn't it, when it comes from a much greater height as it is with Potts compared to Cross. Different type of bowler. But encouraging start to that to her spell. Can't be ever easy, can it? Following up the work of Kate Cross, who sends down 4 overs, 1 for 18. So good stuff by Potts.
Yeah, this is where we'll just get to see which way the game's going to move in these next 10 overs, you would imagine. Just got Reid to talk you through them.
Yeah, because we've got the little contrast now with pace from one end and spin from the other. Spinners worked a treat for Warwickshire when Lancashire were batting. Jones in, that's Redmayne to cut the ball away towards the offside for a single. Moves on to 27, 42 for 1. Brings Austin on strike. So a couple of decent partnerships in the Lancashire innings, but one in particular that stood out. And Warwickshire know that something similar, matching what Threlkeld and Penna did, will get them somewhere near. They put an 83, those two. 42 for 1. There's Hannah Jones in and balls, and Austin trying to help it on its way down the leg side, but called a wide by the umpire.
Yeah, that was sort of the what-if partnership, wasn't it? If that had gone on for another 45 minutes maybe, then Lancashire really could have got up to a formidable total.
Jones, left arm spin from round the wicket, pushed away by Austin. Must be a single. Penna comes up from the point boundary. Austin moves to double figures. Yes, it didn't help that Threlkeld departed pretty quickly after Penna, so it was a double breakthrough for Warwickshire. Penna and then Threlkeld pretty quickly. 44 for 1. There's Jones over the wicket this time. Redmayne off the back foot just taps it back to Hannah Jones.
Yeah, they lost both openers as well in quick succession, and then Morris and Lister went to remove the rest of the top 6, so it was a story of wickets in pairs.
It's driven by Redmayne down the ground, picked up at mid-on.
Still plenty of jumpers on out there amongst the Lancashire fielders.
It's that wind, isn't it? When that wind whips around, it is a chilly wind blowing off the sea. There's a run here. It's eased away by Redmayne. Lister comes round to complete the fielding. Single added to the total, 45 for 1. Brings Austin back on strike. Final ball for Hannah Jones in her second over. Driven back on the bounce towards Jones. Tidy stuff. Just 3 signals coming off it. There was a wide in there as well, so we've had 11 overs. It is 45 for 1. Redmayne has 28. Austin unbeaten on 10. And that required target to win of 227 runs.
Yep, that's the magic figure today for the visitors. For Lancashire, it's nice and simple. 10 wickets required.
It's not quite must-win territory, is it? Because there's plenty of games to go, but
you sort of feel, though, I'll come to it after this ball from Potts.
Yeah, she's back in, starts a fresh over. There's a little snick through. It is. Redmayne goes. Potts strikes. And caught behind by Ellie Threlkeld. And Lancashire celebrate the second Warwickshire wicket. 45 for 2 at the start of the 12th over, and Potts gets a first.
Well, Redmayne had looked so comfortable against every other bowler than except Grace Potts, and it was balls into the pads in the previous over. That one just slipped across slightly, Redmayne, and it took the tickle on the way through. And she departs as a result. It's a good healthy snick. You can actually see it on our pictures there. If you're watching on Lancs TV, you see the deviation, and Redmayne knew exactly what she'd done straight away. And disappointing for her, because as I say, she'd looked very, very comfortable until she came up against the bowling of Grace Potts. Here comes Pavley then, averaging 100. 400 runs from 4 innings, includes 127 against Somerset, 128 not out against the Blaze.
Yeah, this is a key wicket, isn't it, for Lancashire to get. It would appear that at the minute, certainly this season, if Pavley gets in, it's difficult to get her out.
And if she bats for any length of time as well, she'll score at a rate and take the game away from Lancashire pretty quickly. But they've got her in relatively early, will be the positive.
Wicket backing up an excellent 6 deliveries from Potts in a previous over, and starts very nicely in over number 2, 45 for 2. To Pavley. Potts is in and bowls, half an appeal from the LB again, more from behind them from Potts on this occasion. She's already seen 2 rather, turned down.
That looked very high. Almost hip high, in fact.
Yeah. More an appeal of enthusiasm on the back of a wicket than a belief that they were going to get 2 in 2. 45 for 2. Potts in again. Pavley, a new batter, and off the mark, I think. Looking to try and work it to square leg. Is there any bat on that or not? No, just brushing the pad of Pavley, so she remains on 0. Score moves on by 1. 46 for 2 brings Austin back on strike. So we're halfway through this 12th over. Second wicket to fall. I guess you need to keep chipping away. 26-run partnership, the previous one. As Austin defends, just taps it back along the ground, picked up at mid-on, and there's no addition to the Warwickshire total, 46 for 2.
Yeah, it'll be after this wicket where Lancashire will feel there's a route through, because Freeborn hasn't played any cricket so far this season. Brewer's not been in good form. Wraith can score quickly. Saw that this time last week at Edgbaston. But is a wicket-keeper batter. And then you're into the likes of Taylor and Davis.
Potts in. It's left. And taken by Threlkeld.
They wouldn't want to leave too many to Baker and Brett either, you wouldn't have thought.
So a bit of work to do here at the minute by Pavely and by Austin. One ball remaining of the 12th over. It's Potts in to complete it. Playing a miss from Austin through to Threlkeld. Good end to the over again with a little bit extra pace and bounce that Potts is able to generate, just causing the batters a problem or two. Another play and a miss. Again, that little, just signal from the batter there, that little extra bit of bounce that Potts can generate. 46 for 2 after 12.
Loose shot though, wasn't it? That'll encourage Potts a lot. I think that's probably been the problem in Austin's early career. Is very talented, but does seem to just find a way to get out at times when perhaps she doesn't need to. Still waiting for a start between England and New Zealand in the ODI today, but New Zealand, as Polly Starkey was telling you earlier, have won the toss and decided to bowl, because nobody chooses to field.
It would be a radical approach, wouldn't it?
No one likes fielding, really. Even the people who say they like fielding don't really.
No one likes fielding in a run chase, do they, really? A rain-affected run chase. Here's Jones in and balls. Quicker delivery this time. It's run down towards third. It'll be 4. We've just pushed to a fraction quicker from Jones. And Pavely gets off the mark with that. Edge beyond any possibility for the keeper. No slip catcher in place. So 4 it is.
I think she knew what she was doing there, didn't she? She sort of almost let it hit the edge of the bat. It raced away.
Brings up the 50 for Warwickshire. As Pavely off the front foot tries to find a gap back past the bowler. Can't get it past mid-on. No run. 50 for 2. Jones bowls again. Played out towards backward square leg. Just be a single. Pavely moves to 5. Warwickshire 51 for 2. Brings Austin on strike. And one score of 50 so far this season. And happy to defend this delivery from Jones. Tapped into the onside for no run.
Sort of strikes you the kind of player who probably a little more comfortable against the pace bowling. I think she doesn't mind trying to whack the spin, but
Jones in to Austin. He's driven on the bounce to mid-off.
But it's that sort of work it around phase of the innings, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, progress just being checked a little by the wicket of Redmayne. Pretty solid looking front foot defensive push. Back to Jones, who fields off her own bowling. There's 5 come off that over, the 4 off the first delivery. That steer down towards deep third for 4 by Pavely. She's on 5, Austin's on 10. 13 overs gone. Warwickshire set 227 to win. Off 51 for 2 after 13.
A lot of conversation mid-pitch, wasn't there, between the two youngsters here? But they've got another Grace Potts over to negotiate now in this Southport sunshine, but breezy sunshine.
And here is Potts to start that latest over. Into Pavely, but down the leg side. Good take by Wicketkeeper Threlkeld, a wide call by the umpire. This one, she's just got a line wrong. Been pretty much on the money so far, but just pitching and then swinging away down the leg side. It's a 52 for 2. Potts strides in again. Just running to the onside. Pavely gets through for 1. I'm not sure there's too much bat on that. Let's take a look. No, leg by. Just run up a thigh pad and drops into the onside. So Pavely remains on 5. The score moves on to 53 for 2. Brings Austin back on strike. Deep third fielder in place. Deep point fielder as well. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover. Austin drops into the offside, finds that cover fielder. And there's no run. Run rate's just creeped up above 6 now.
So more than 1 a ball from this stage. I suppose the job's to keep it around that now, isn't it? And the further we go in the innings, the more in favour the chase will swing towards the visitors.
The current run rate's just dropped below 4 as well. Required above 6. That'll be a wide down the leg side.
We sort of had this against Somerset here, where it looked very good for a very long time, and then all of a sudden it just snapped back the other way.
.54 for 2. There's Potts in once more. Long strides up to the crease, balls full and wide of off stump, playing a miss from Austin. Through to Threlkeld. There's no addition to the score, just a reminder how it looks league table wise. I mean, I'm saying it's not must win for these two sides, but there's one more round of one-day cup fixtures to come before the T20 Blast starts, and it's 7th versus 8th. These two playing a miss from Austin. Better from Potts, right back on the money here.
It sort of feels like both these sides need to win at least one of either this game or the other game they've got before the break, doesn't it, to stay in touch with Surrey, who are on 18, and whoever wins today will stay in touch, because they'll go up to at least 14 points.
Lancashire have got Surrey next, haven't they, this coming weekend? It's defended into the onside by Austin, and there's no run. Both 2 wins from 6. Lancashire played 6, 1-2, lost 4. Warwickshire played 6, 1-2, lost 3. They've had 1 no result, both level on 10 points. Lancashire with a better net run rate.
The other aspect as well is the teams between Surrey on 18 and 3rd, which is the lower of the 2 eliminator qualifying spots.
As Potts is in and balls again. Push and go in towards the offside. Good running by Austin. And backed up by Pavely at the other end. A little drop and go through for a single. Pavely keeps moves on to 5. Austin's on 11. 14 gone. Warwickshire 55 for 2.
But Somerset on 13 points in 4th and Yorkshire on 12 points in 5th could both conceivably lose their matches today, so that would allow the winner of this game to move above them in the table. Somerset at the moment have set 2-2-3 for the Blaze, who are 118 for 2, so moving along very nicely. They need another 104 off just under 25 overs with 8 wickets remaining, and Yorkshire are chasing 213, I think it is, to beat Hampshire. The revised total after Hampshire made 205 for 7 off 38 overs. Yorkshire 52 without loss in reply.
Jones for Lancashire, and balls to Austin. Clipped out towards the leg side for a single. 56 for 2. Yeah, so it does make this game pretty important with the opportunity to try and claim some ground on those teams above them. Jones in, just drags it short. Pavely on the shuffle forward, knocks it back towards her. And there's no run.
Yeah, definitely 213 that Yorkshire chase. Then another 161 off 27 overs with 10 wickets left.
Jones bowls, Pavely drives. And there's no addition to the score. Couldn't find a gap past the short cover fielder. Just gets underneath the reach of Hannah Jones, who goes low down to her right, trying to cut the ball off after off her own bowling. Again, there is no run. 56 for 2. Pavely taps the bat. Jones slowly creeps in and bowls. That's a nice shot, played late and cut down towards the third man boundary, and it has gone for 4. That's a really lovely shot by Pavely. Gave herself some time going back and playing it late. Working it down towards third man. Lovely shot for 4.
Again, sort of almost just let it hit the bat, didn't she? Like before she scored earlier in the innings down there, which was more of an edge. That was more of a proper late cut.
Takes it to 9, and she's on the walk here. Pace her 2 down the pitch towards Hannah Jones. Pushed up to long on, and that's the end of the over. Score is ticked on to 61 for 2.
And I will allow Polly Starkey to jump back in next to you, Scott Reed.
Thanks, Mike. And the Blades are top of the table. 6 games played and 5 wins. Lancashire 4 wins from 6. Surrey 4 wins from 7. So wouldn't want to be seeing a gap open up too much more. Still plenty of games to go, of course, in this competition, but don't want to be leaving yourself too much work to try and keep up with those qualification spots. There's Potts. Continues this impressive spell. Pavely drops it away for a single. 62 for 2. Brings Austin back on strike. I suppose some expectation on Lancashire. They're the defending champions of this trophy. Much fancy to try and go again. Pots down the leg side to Austin, taken by the keeper, and a wide signal by the umpire.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a bit of expectation on them. I think potentially you could say they did overperform last season in terms of the 2 trophies and how that translated from the regional era into the county era. I think it was a bit of a surprise, but at the same time I feel like the competition's a bit more open this season, and with Yorkshire involved as well, another team in there, makes it a little bit more interesting.
It's Potts in bowls. Austin cuts it out towards the offside. There is a sweeper on the boundary. Come back for 2. Nicely run for 2, actually. Making her mind up pretty early. She wanted to try and force a second there. Score moves on to 65 for 2.
Yeah, I think maybe there's also a bit from a Lancashire perspective and from the team of, oh, we did really well last season. We had that taste of glory. We want a bit more of that. So it's probably a bit of that side of things as well.
65 for 2. Here's Potts. Bowls. Was a thick edge down towards third. It's going to go for 4 runs. It is. There's a degree of fortune about the shot. Produces 4 for Austin. She moves to 18. Playing this away from her body. Thick edge, but maybe knowing that there's no slip in place. That's going to be safe enough down towards the boundary for 4. 69 for 2. Austin to 18 from just 29. Pavely to run the ball at the other end as well. Dropped into the offside. Just for 1 this time. Austin moves on to 19. And Warwickshire 70 for 2. Yes, I wonder whether, I mean, I'm sure Lancashire supporters and I'm sure the players would have been able to take in the success of last season, but I wonder whether in a season or 2 time we'll reflect back even more on how impressive it was to have picked up 2 trophies in 1 season. Hard enough winning 1, isn't it? There's Potts in, forward goes Paverley in defence, and there's no run.
I think because the campaigns were so different and the competitions were so different, that's what made it really interesting. And if there was one I thought, oh, they'll probably win this, it would have been the T20 Knockout Cup and then the County Cup, or the FA Cup, the many names that it has. I kind of expected them to do quite well in that, maybe not win it, but yeah, with the One Day Cup, I think it was, they just timed their run really well.
Potts bowls eased away through the offside by Paverley. This will be 2, I think. It is. Yeah, she'll come back for a second. Scooped upon the point boundary, but again, really positive running between Paverley and Austin. It's the end of the over, 16 gone. And just starting to drag it back a little bit level. At one stage, the run rate was below 4 and the required rate was over 6. And now that has narrowed again. So these two have done well here. A nice partnership, which has just equalled those run rates, which were going in the wrong direction from a Warwickshire point of view.
Yeah, at the same stage, Lancashire was 70 for 2, so it's pretty even.
It's felt that way, hasn't it? Pretty much since the first 3 or 4 overs, it's been a very evenly balanced game, and that would further back that up. Jones is going to bowl a 5th on the spin. Just dabbed away into the onside by Austin, and there's no run. And work to mid-wicket by Austin. And there's no run. Got to hang on to your caps. Almost did for Fee Morris there. Wind picking up. Jones in. Austin drops it away into the offside. And again, there's no run. Halfway through the 17th over. It's good from Jones. Gone for 17 from 4.5 overs. A little bit of hesitation there. I think Austin fancied a single. Paverley wasn't so keen. And Austin having to turn and scamper back. .72 for 2. In balls, it's not timed that as well as she would have liked. Just in the end, clipping it away off a thickish inner half of the bat out towards mid-wicket for a single. Austin moves on to 20, 73 for 2. And 1 ball left of the 17th over. Here's Jones to Paverley on the move down the pitch. A good step or 2 towards Jones, then plays it up towards mid-off, crossed as well, cutting that off. Paverley does get a single, and she keeps the strike as well. 17 overs gone. Live from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Here on Lancs TV and across the BBC Sport website and app and Sports Extra 2. It is 74 for 2, Warwickshire. The target bottom left on the scoreboard there, 227 to win this game. And this is a partnership which will be starting to feel a little bit irritating from Lancashire's point of view.
Yeah, it's not been the quickest, but it's been quite stubborn, and I think if they can slowly start to build, they're 2 players who have spent a lot of time in the Warwickshire, as it was then, Central Sparks Academy. Probably batted together quite a bit too, but we're going to see Grace Johnson return, ball in hand for the first time in about 10 months, which is a brilliant sight to see.
Yeah, got a nice little kind of high five from Kate Cross There's Johnson's in and bowling down the leg side. And a wide signal by the umpire. That's a nice little touch, that, wasn't it, from Kate Cross? Must be brilliant for Grace Johnson to have Cross stood 10 yards to her right, helping her through these things. It's back of a length, that delivery. It's pulled in towards the leg side. It might be 6. Out towards square leg it is. Just dropped short there. Grace Johnson, and Pavely onto it in a flash. 81 for 2.
Yeah, ruthless by Pavely, but those are the sort of shots she has in the bag.
Moves on to 20 from 16. Johnson again, pulled again behind square. It'll be back-to-back boundaries, 4 following the 6. Just a little short from Johnson, and Pavely onto it. Moves on to 24. Looks like a batter who's been in good form, which is exactly what she has been.
Yeah, Pavely has been absolutely on fire. Like, I don't think I've seen anything like it, or a player in the way that she's just kind of appeared this season to be whacking all over the place and doing it with such ease.
Johnson in and balls, a fuller length delivery. Pavely in the end defends one that just nips back in a little bit towards her. And there's no run. Coming into this match, 400 runs, including 2 centuries. Some start to the season. And 24 not out here. Johnson in again, balls. It's back of a length and pulled again out towards the leg side, but will be picked up this time on the boundary. It might be worth a couple though. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end, and they have run 2. Good from Pavely and by Austin. Pavely moves on to 26 not out. Warwickshire now 87 for 2. Tough test for Grace Johnson coming into a partnership which is starting to set, and Pavely in such good form as well. Pretty textbook forward defensive by Pavely.
Yeah, it's tough to come in, particularly when you're bowling to Karis Pavely, who is just in this purple patch of form, and you know, you haven't bowled very much in the last 10 months, and it's been a long journey back. You've probably built up this moment a lot in your head as well, waiting to come back, so it is pretty difficult.
Final ball of the over. Around the wicket, in and balls. That's muscled out towards the leg side. 1 bounce and 4 to end the over. Not quite gone the way that Grace Johnson would have imagined, but these things can happen. You need to be a fraction short or 2, and it's been put away. But she's got through her first over back, and I'm sure that she will come back in her next over. But that was a tough start facing a batter in fine form like Pavely. 91 for 2, 18 gone.
Yeah, feels like kind of being in at the deep end a little bit. But as you say, yeah, well, now she's got that first over out the way, potentially can kind of just settle into it after.
Meanwhile, rather serenely, Hannah Jones at the other end continuing as Austin plays a forward defensive back to Jones, and there's no run. Be almost tempted to bowl Jones out here. Keep her going. This is over number 6, isn't it? Run away into the offside for a quick single. Austin moves to 21. 92 for 2.
I really like the way Hannah Jones goes about her cricket. Like, it's just very nonchalant, and she just consistently does really good things, and it's really simple but very effective. And I've always kind of really appreciated that about her style of cricket.
She's into Pavely. Pavely, a little snap of the wrist will work the ball back down to Jones. No run.
Yeah, she's the sort of player you just know you can turn to for 10 overs, and she's just going to kind of rinse and repeat, and it's going to be great. It's going to get the job done.
Here she is again, over the wicket bowling. Pavely works it into the onside. Just takes a single. Score moves to 93 for 2. Captain Threlkeld might be hoping that Jones can just sit in here and bowl through 9 overs from that end. Around the wicket to Austin. Can't find the gap through the offside. It's pretty well stacked is the offside. There's a mid-off, there's a cover, extra cover, and the backward point. Not really much room to try and thread the ball through. And dot ball, final delivery of the 19th over. Jones to Austin. Will be a single this time here. She's gone back. She works a little square up. Able to get through for 1. And I think this pinch the strike she has. It's the end of the over. 22 to Austin and 31 to Paverley. And Warwickshire. And 94 for 2. And this is a 49 run partnership for this third wicket. And it's at that point when Lancashire will be needing a breakthrough. Just starting to get a little bit nervous about things. Maybe the 1 over from Grace Johnson. They're going to come back to Kate Cross. Tough first over back for Grace Johnson, but these things happen, and with a need to try and break the partnership, Ellie Threlkeld's gone back to a strike bowler in Kate Cross. He bowled 4 overs a little earlier, 1 for 18. Still got a 5 up the sleeve to use. There is Cross in and balls. Punch down the ground, fielded at mid-off. And there's no run. Always feels tough, doesn't it, on the bowler like that. You get 1 over and you get hit around the park a little bit and you're out of the attack, but she'll come back, I'm sure. Grace Johnson, the bigger picture here is just trying to see if she can break this partnership. Cross in again, it's in the air and caught. And the change from captain Ellie Threlkeld works a treat. They've found a way to break this partnership, which was knocking on the door of 50. They put on 49 together in the end. Austin's just chipped 1 up to cover. She goes for 22. And the bowling change has worked. Cross strikes and Warwickshire are 94 for 3.
Yeah, good bit of captaincy and good bit of bowling. It was really crucial to break that partnership when they did, because it just looked like Warwickshire were on the cusp of getting a little bit carried away and taking this closer to the line. So really important breakthrough for Lancashire, and particularly with Warwickshire having a weaker lineup to the one they often have. You know, any slight inroads they can make could have a potentially a bigger impact than on other occasions, and it means that Abby Freeborn comes to the crease. Who's a seasoned pro, someone who's been around the circuit for a long time for various teams in the East Midlands, West Midlands, down. I think she started her career down in Sussex. But yeah, hasn't had tons of opportunities at Warwickshire over the last year or so. Had a loan spell to Glamorgan last season. Was effective there, but yeah, not too many chances in Tier 1.
Yep, first game of the campaign for Freeborn, for Warwickshire. It should be nice to have Paverley at the other end, mind you, to come out and shoulder the brunt of the run scoring responsibility, at least until she can get in. Just takes a wee bit of pressure off, I guess, doesn't it? But excellent bowling change, because she'll found a way to break the partnership. Freeborn just leaning into this first delivery she receives and just drops it away into the offside. And there's no run. She like she weren't getting concerned or too panicked by the partnership. It was just starting to feel, however, that it might develop into that. They've nipped it in the bud thanks to Kate Cross. Balls again. Freeborn just drops it away into the offside. And there's no run. So 94 for 3, target of 227 to win this game for Warwickshire. Progress might well just be checked a little bit on the back of the Austin wicket. Take a single this time. Decent running that actually, just drops it into the offside, and Pavley was alert to it at the non-striker's end. Through for 1. 95 for 3. Brings Pavley back on strike, and the point you're making there, Polly, about the batting lineup here for Warwickshire to come, it does now put a lot of pressure on Pavley. A brilliant start to the season, but the team probably needed to go again and find more runs in this fixture. His cross in balls to Pavley. He calmly leans into it, and again another immaculate defensive shot, which bounces away into the offside, into the over. Good one for Cross and for Lancashire. The wicket of Austin. So 20 overs gone, 95 for 3 for Warwickshire, and just having to rebuild again here.
Yeah, Warwickshire just slipping behind of where Lancashire were at this stage, and also while one more wicket down. So not the position they exactly would have wanted to be in. Grace Johnson is going to come back into the attack after a tough first over. Grace Johnson at the top of her mark. Abby Freeborn on strike and starts well, starts with a dot. A much better line. And the one she was bowling before, a better length too.
Good this, isn't it, from Ellie Threlkeld to get Johnson back into the attack. Not kind of let her stew too much on being replaced, and after just one over. New batter to bowl at, which perhaps helps.
Freeborn works this into the leg side. Will just be what Freeborn's keen for a second, gets sent back by Pavley. Just settle for the single. 96 for 3. Karis Pavley on strike now and has a big swing, goes through to Ellie Threlkeld. Signalled a wide. Pavley 31 from 24. So this one's just defended. Straight back. 97 for 3.
Good start though by Grace Johnson. Come back over. Halfway through it. Good response so far. Under pressure because she knows that Pavley's going to try and get after her here.
Pavley drives straight down the ground. There's a shot at the stumps, it misses. And in fact it's going to go for, oh, are they going to go for overthrows? No, I think Pavley was a bit distracted. Had run all the way through and kept running. Abby Freeborn was keen, and I think there probably would have been one there. .98 for 3. Johnson continuing here as That's been dabbed away by Freeborn. Scamper 1.
That's good running, that, wasn't it? It just dropped away, and they've managed to sneak a single there when probably don't have a right to. It's good, alert running between Pavely and Freeborn.
Pavely hoiks this in the air. It's gone far. I think it will be 4 in the end. But that was big from Caris Pavely, who brings up the 100 in fashion for Warwickshire. 103 for 3. Caris Pavely on 36 from 27.
Yeah, it just takes the shine off what was a good comeback over that. I mean, there's an element of risk in the shot from Pavely. I suppose with mid-off and mid-on up, backing herself to kind of execute that kind of calculated risk with that shot. But in the main, I'm sure Grace Johnson will be pretty pleased with how that second over went. Tough reintroduction back into the team in the previous over, taken out the spotlight by the captain. Comes back in at the other end and does a very, very fine job there for Lancashire. So she can kind of settle into just a little bit of a rhythm here, just see how long this spell is from Johnson, but it's a good comeback over that. They're the 3 batters that Warwickshire have lost. A couple of wickets for Cross and 1 for Potts. The Pavely and Austin partnership is starting to become a concern for Lancashire, but they found a way to break it, thanks to Kate Cross.
Yeah, I think a lot of this does really ride on Caris Pavely, and if she can continue to fire, I think without her there is strength and there is, I guess, stubbornness is what I've seen from Mary Taylor with the bat. But I think in terms of making sure that run rate is high enough, you want Caris Pavely there, you want that reassurance, really.
Lancashire have used 5 bowlers. There's a couple of overs from Johnson. Cross has bowled 5, picked up 2 for 19. Norris opening the bowling with Kate Cross. Some 6 overs of spin from Hannah Jones. Very, very tidy work. And I did enjoy watching those 4 overs from Grace Potts as well. 4 overs, 1 for 17. Ball with good pace. Got a bit of extra lift and bounce as well off the pitch. It's a good 4 over spell that. I'm sure we'll see her back into the attack before too long as well. It's nicely balanced, isn't it? It seems to, as if there's a partnership developing, and then it gets interrupted, and perhaps that would suggest just how close it is as well. There's absolutely nothing between the 2 sides on the worm on the run chase.
Yeah, that's a really good indicator of where we're at. It is very, very close between these sides.
Yeah, they've pretty much tracked each other, haven't they? Which means, if it continues like that, we're going to be in for a terrific finish.
Some death bowling practice.
Yeah, come to who can hold their nerve.
Yeah. Well, it was interesting in the England-New Zealand game on Sunday, the first ODI of that series, and England essentially played 3 number 11s, and I was like, they're going to regret this. This is not good. And then it was Charlie Dean. I was getting deja vu back to Lords against India in 2022, I think it was, with the infamous run out of the non-strikers end. And as soon as Tilly Courtine-Coleman had to come into bat, I thought, oh no, this is not good. Poor Tilly on debut. She, I haven't seen her bat for longer than like an over before, so I wasn't feeling entirely hopeful, but Charlie Dean was just like, she was just so relentless, so calm, and it was quite something to witness, because the whole game had just been really kind of underwhelming and a bit, I don't know, there wasn't much going on, and then you just had the most tense moment right at the end. So I wouldn't mind seeing something like that today. That would make things kind of interesting.
Yeah, it was great drama, wasn't it?
Yeah, we've already seen a tie in this competition. That was Durham against Yorkshire. And there were quite a few last season actually as well in this competition. Warwickshire 103 for 3 as Kate Cross has ball in hand, continuing after drinks, and this has been chipped up by Abby Freeborn, but it's heading towards the boundary and will be 4. Warwickshire starting strong after the break.
Yeah, just a little bit of width there on offer from Kate Cross, and Abby Freeborn cutting it down to backward point for 4.
107 for 3. Rep on the pads by Kate Cross. Warwickshire slightly below the run rate, but really fine margins. The target of 227, currently 107 for 3.
Yeah, there's nothing in it. I know that Kate Cross might be into this final over of this little mini spell. How does Ellie Threlkeld use Cross? She'd have 3 overs left after this, so she'd go for 1 more and save 2 towards the end. Oh, try and use Kate right now.
Driven down the ground by Freeborn. That'll be a shot at the stumps, but slightly wayward. Yeah, I think saving a couple of Kate crossovers would be really wise, particularly if it turned out that it turned into a kind of crunch game, nervy at the end. You want your experienced bowler. You don't want to have to put Grace Johnson in that situation, for example. Equally, I think Grace Potts would be really good as well in that situation. But yeah, definitely save a couple of overs.
Just feeling either a left ankle there or a calf. Kate Cross, she got hit on the elbow, didn't she, when she was batting a little bit earlier on at the non-striker's end. But in the wars today.
A shout from Kate Cross with Pavley on strike.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that Kate thinks that's thinks that's out neither. No.
Ooh. I think that's the tightest one of the day.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's
Yeah, Potts had a couple that were similar, weren't they, from over the wicket, which we thought maybe just pitching outside leg with a bit of height issue. There certainly was no height issue with that.
Cross in again, and that's been worked into the leg side by Pavley.
I suppose it's just maybe the angle, isn't it, over the wicket? Is it pitching outside leg stump, that delivery? Close call.
108 for 3 after 22 overs. Karis Pavley 36 from 29. Abby Freeborn 8 from 10.
Interesting to see what Ellie Threlkeld does here now. Grace Johnson on her comeback game. Expensive in the first over, came back well in her second, but then was hit for a boundary in the fight with her final ball. Got to think about the other end as well. I know that Potts has bowled 4 overs. Kate Cross has now sent down 6. It won't be a bowling change. Back to pace off in Fee Morris. Not shy of options, at least. Ellie Threlkeld here to try and keep the batters guessing. Appears to be largely the preference, it would appear. Spin from one end, which is the end that Morris is bowling from, and more pace from the other, where Potts has bowled and Cross has bowled.
Morris in for her first ball, and that's through to Threlkeld.
Just skids on that, doesn't it? A little bit more than what
Yeah.
Freeborn thought. Playing a miss.
Freeborn nudges this into the leg side, diving stop. Will just be one.
Such a good cricketer, isn't she, Fee Morris? Such a
Yeah.
pivotal part of this team with bat and with ball. It's a very handy habit of coming in and chipping in with a couple of wickets just at the key moment.
Pavley on 36 from 29. She works this into the leg side. They're just rotating the strike and happy to do that.
Yeah, I guess for Pavley and for Freeborn, it's the start of another partnership here, isn't it? A couple of ones that were just settling in nicely. And she's quite a bit of pressure on Pavley, but Freeborn has to play her part as well.
Big shout from Morris. Oh, do you see the umpire's hands twitch,
Yeah,
slightly
I did.
move? I thought,
I did, yeah.
So, we'll see the replay. Morris continuing. Big swipe at it from Freeborn, who makes sure her back foot is in the crease. $110 for 3. Freeborn gets an edge.
Turned.
Anna Jones prevents the run.
Spun back in, didn't it?
110 for 3 after 23.
Great reaction from Fee Morris. Almost sneaked through. She described Polly on commentary there. It was a thin inside edge. Good job it was a thin inside edge. Spun back pretty sharply and kept a wee bit low as well. Yeah, no wonder Fee Morris quite enjoyed that. Did you see that spin?
Telling everyone.
Turned a mile, did that. Good stuff from Morris. Worth another over or two from that end on the evidence of what we saw there. Beat the bat a few times as well.
Grace Potts will come back into the attack for Lancashire. From the Grosvenor Road end, up the hill. A huge swing from Pavley, and that will be 4 with complete ease.
Wasn't it? Kind of nonchalant from
So
Pavley.
nonchalant. It just didn't even look like it was very much effort. She just kind of stuck her bat out and it flew. Quite incredible.
Yeah, tricky customer to bowl that. 41 from 31 already.
Pavley needs this one alone.
Nice comeback though, wasn't it? That from
Yeah.
Potts.
114 for 3. There's a few gasps. That looked a little bit closer to Pavley's bat.
It's a beautiful line and length, isn't it? I mean, she's got wallop for 4 in the first ball of this over, and then the 2 comeback deliveries have been terrific. Right on the money. It was a play and a miss from Pavley. Just nibbled away past the edge of the bat.
Again, another leave from Pavley. Potts just building the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, it's nice. Just hit a really nice length. Good, great comeback from Potts. just got a fraction wrong in the first delivery, and Pavely made the most of it. But following 3 balls have been bang on.
Pavely down the ground straight to Potts. This is a brilliant recovery. 4 dots in a row now for Grace Potts.
Just jagged back in a little too, doesn't it? That one from Potts to Pavely, just coming back in towards it. Had to play. Do you reckon here you feel that just try and get through the over if you're Pavely, or do you feel something's going to give? So you can try and counter-attack a bit here.
Struck down the ground, played a crossbody shot. Pavely's keen for a second, but scampers back into her crease just to stick with the 1. End of the over, 115 for 3. Other than the boundary, a really strong over from Grace Potts.
It was fascinating to watch that, wasn't it? I mean, Pavely hitting the first ball away for 4, didn't quite get that delivery right, but then the comeback was brilliant. The following 4 balls were absolutely on the money. A couple of genuine plays, misses, getting the ball just to come back in as well. Good stuff from Potts. Let's watch this Morris over. I really enjoyed the last one. Got a couple to grip and turn as well.
Pavely on 42 now. She looks to grab a quick single, full-length dive in the end from Abby Freeborn. But I like that she came down, that she was probably a third of the way down the pitch by the time she hit it, and was at the other end very quickly. Some news from the England game that it has been abandoned.
Oh, no.
No result, which is a shame. Yeah, they had the toss, but then I presume more rain fell. Morris in again and through to the keeper. Freeborn really watchful of that back foot. Maybe it's a wicket keeper thing. She doesn't want to get stumped by another wicket keeper.
It's a lovely delivery again, isn't it, by Morris, just teasing the forward. She said, just get that back foot over the line.
Morris in, and Freeborn goes to turn it round the corner, and just yells of no, no, no from Pavely. It was a bit keen from Freeborn.
Doing her best, Freeborn, to get bat on ball and engineer a shot here, just try and keep the scoreboard ticking over. Get off strike, actually, because she struggled up against Morris.
She's 9 from 17 at the moment. Pavely at the non-strikers end on 43 from 37. That's down the ground, but straight to a fielder. Elsa Lister just kicking the ground, kicking the air. 116 for 3. Worked away nicely by Freeborn to get off strike.
Yeah, perhaps just a touch too straight, that one from Morris. I mean, Freeborn to work it out to the leg side. Enjoyed this little contest, though. 1 ball left to Morris's second over. It's been excellent so far.
Pavely tentative. This is brilliant from Fee Morris, just 2 conceded from the over. Just steadied things nicely for Lancashire. 117 for 3.
Yeah, that's a terrific over, isn't it? Really good little spell this from Fee Morris. Just keeping the pressure on, and maybe just for the first time in a while, the blue of Warwickshire's worm just slipping below Lancashire. And just build up a little bit of pressure, that one. It just puts the pressure right back on the batters here. A bit more on Pavely, who's the key wicket for Warwickshire. Can Freeborn try and get going? She's stuttered a bit so far and got this wonderful combination of pace at one end and the twirl of Morris at the other. It is finally balanced, Polly. I shall leave you and Michael join you, and when I return, I have no idea who may be on top.
It is really nicely poised as Grace Potts is back into the attack. This has been nudged away by Abby Freeborn, and it will go for 4. Just a little tickle away, and she finds another boundary. It's good work from Freeborn, who was kind of stuck against Fee Morris's bowling, but is taking on the charge against Grace Potts. 121 for 3. Freeborn on 14 from 20, and Pavely at the non-strikers end 43 from 38.
It is in the balance.
Very much so. Freeborn nicely just nudges this off the square and will get a single. Gives Karis Pavely the strike. 105 from 100 balls.
A massive amount feels like it's resting on Karis Pavely at the minute. I think there'll be 1 or 2 in the England dressing room actually with their game abandoned, having a little look to see what one of the future talents of English cricket's looking like in this situation.
Pavely strikes that down the ground, goes straight to Kate Cross though. Good fielding from Cross, and Freeborn careful not to wander out her crease.
More proof there that the commentator's curse is not real and can't hurt you.
Of course, Karis Pavely was up in Chester Street, called into the squad for that game.
Yeah, she's clearly someone the England coach is keen on, and why wouldn't she be?
Pavey slaps that across, but Fee Morris there to do the fielding. No run on offer.
She's one of these players who goes at a run of ball without feeling like she's going at a run of ball, if that makes sense.
I know exactly what you mean, because you see all these huge shots, and sometimes she can play like that, and the run rate will reflect that. But sometimes it is actually quite tentative run of ball. But she just plays every shot with so much power and intent.
She just seems to do it when she needs to, and when she has to hit the accelerator she can. There's just always seems to be another gear there.
Pavely swings that really straight. Again with so much oomph.
That was very well fielded actually, because it went up to mid-on very, very quickly. And the experienced Tara Norris, who's won the predecessor to this competition, the Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy with the Southern Vipers, was on hand to pick it up on the bounce.
Pavely edges us away. It will be stopped by Grace Johnson. So end of the over, 122 for 3. A decent over for Grace Potts.
Yeah, I think if Pavely's there at the end, Warwickshire are definitely going to win this. If Lancashire can get her out, then it really, really is in the balance then, and it could go either way.
Freeborn's back on strike, who has struggled against Fee Morris so far. An interesting little battle forming.
It almost feels a little bit of a changing of the guard for Warwickshire, these two batting together. Freeborn, who's been with them for a little while in the Central Sparks days as well, and then the young talent Pavely at the other end.
Nudged by Freeborn, but unable to get away.
Remains windy.
Morris in again, and Freeborn has a swing. It goes through to Threlkeld. Just a bit of pressure building.
Good to have you with us enjoying this one though. It's tense here in Southport.
Freeborn turns us round the corner. Won't be a run available.
Got listeners who were hoping to hear the England-New Zealand game on Sports Extra with us. And we're also on Sports Extra 2, as well as with the pictures on Lancs TV. .42 overs aside, remember.
Freeborn strikes this. All get one. It's an okay shot into the leg side. 123 for 3.
Pavely back onto strike. Can Morris just find a way of getting her out?
Pavely comes down the track, taps it and runs. We'll be happy with a single. 124 for 3. 103 to win. Along the ground from Freeborn. They're going to push for 2. 3 for 2 with complete ease. 126 for 3 after 27.
Yeah, they got through very, very easily in the end. Did Abby Freeborn and Caris Pavely meet for another mid-pitch chat. Morris sticks the sunglasses off and goes to do her bit in the field. Just 1 wicket so far this season for Morris. Picked up 15 en route to winning this competition last year. Of course, Lancashire also winning the T20 Knockout Cup. And you can see there on your pictures, if you're watching Lancs TV, the cloudy skies above. Will rain have a little say in this game? Keep an eye on the DLS score for you as well during the, because we are in the territory where it can come into play. And Tara Norris, who won the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy twice and then was part of that double at Lancashire last year, she's going to come on and try and find that vital wicket of Caris Pavely. It seems at this stage as if Ellie Threlkeld, the Lancashire captain, he's just sort of trying everyone to try and get this crucial wicket, but Pavely just kind of seems to be tapping and running and getting down the other end when she needs to.
Tara Norris is back into the attack, and that's a lovely shot from Pavely. The field is in place, meaning it won't be a boundary. A 100 to win.
So with 3 wickets down, at the end of the 28th, the pass score on DLS would be 127, which is exactly what Warwickshire have at the moment. And they've got 5 balls to go past it.
Pavely on 45, Freeborn on 18.
If they were to lose a wicket, though, in the remainder of this over, we just see this Norris delivery again that cracked down the leg side for a wide. If they were to lose another wicket, it jumped to 136.
It's been whipped away by Freeborn. It is cut off by Maddie Penner right on the boundary. 130 for 3.
I think what it tells you, though, looking at that DLS, is that, as we suspected, it's right in the balance.
Freeborn aerial. There will be a fielder running in under it, and the catch is taken. What a spectacular catch from Grace Potts. That is absolutely brilliant. Abby Freeborn has to go. But I think, was he one-handed in the end? It was certainly a brilliant dive. She had to run in a little bit. It looked tricky to judge.
It was probably one of those catches for Grace Potts that feels like one of those bad dreams where your legs are going from underneath you, because she had a lot of ground to make up coming in forward from fine leg. Freeborn's disappointed. It was genuine top edge in the end and went flying in the air down to fine leg.
Yeah,
took it from outside off, didn't she? And well, she's almost done well to get it down there, and you're right, it was one-handed in the end. It sort of,
a bit of a
she got there with two,
yeah.
didn't she? And it slipped through one of the hands, but she clung on with the other.
Brilliant bit of fielding.
Because the ball and the ground were going to collide in quick succession there. If it wasn't for Grace Potts, good catch. And now Chloe Brewer, who's under a bit of pressure, having not made many scores this season. She's on her way to the wicket. And this is where, if they can add the Pavely wicket as well, things could get very, very tense for Warwickshire, and this game could get away from them quickly. 97 off 87 at the moment.
Well, it's not the wicket they were hunting after in particular, but a wicket is a wicket, and they will be satisfied with that. Chloe Brewer, with personal pressure and pressure of this context coming into play. And a lot also rides on Caris Pavely, who, as we've said, if she's at the end, then maybe Warwickshire have a chance, but I think if she goes, things could turn a little bit in Lancashire's favour. Warwickshire 130 for 4.
The other factor, I suppose, would be Nat Wraith, the wicketkeeper batter, who can score at a pace.
Chloe Brewer to face her first ball and pushes that into the offside for no run.
But yeah, just 48 runs across 4 innings coming into this one for Chloe Brewer this season. Don't need me to tell you that's an average of just 12.
Brewer nudges this into the leg side, hesitates about a run, and in fact Caris Pavely has to be careful to get back. It would be an absolute disaster if Pavely was run out.
Well, at the moment, I'm saying Brewer's averaging 12, and Pavely came into this innings averaging 100 on the dot. She's up to 111.25 because she's not out at the moment.
Brewer yet to get off the mark and drives that down the ground, but straight to Eve Jones. 130 for 4 at the end of the over. 28 overs gone.
The clouds darkening all the time here. The umpires will have an eye on that.
Yeah,
just
that's not good.
Hint of a bit of moisture out there. Scott Reed from BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire pokes his head out. Just a hint of drizzle seems to be the signal. And there has been plenty of rain across the country. It's washed out the one-day international, which is why you're with us on Sports Extra as well as Sports Extra 2. Pictures available via Lancs TV as well, so it's all set up, this game.
In fact, we can hear the rain now on this fine gazebo tent marquee.
And the ground staff starting to appear. The Duckworth Lewis Stern method then. Currently says 136, but we've begun a new over as this one's poked into the leg side.
By Pavely. She's on 46 from 45.
So with 4 down, by the end of the 29th, they would need to be on 140.
Ooh.
5 down would be 151. So do they start playing for that? With the ground staff currently moving the covers a little bit in anticipation that they might need to use them.
131 for 4. Fee Morris in again, and it will be a dot ball just through to Threlkeld.
Really good bowling that from Morris. She sort of pitched it on the wide line and then used her off spin to bring it just inside.
Brewer yet to get off the mark, but she will get off the mark now with an easy single.
I mean, really, if they do want to start chasing that DLS par score, they sort of, Brewer needs to do exactly what she's done there, get the one and let Pavely try and hit a boundary or two as the batter is in on 46 or 45.
Morrison again, and this has worked into the leg side by Pavely. She slides and slips as she takes the first run. We're safely back for 2.
Good running from Brewer, that actually. Very good running. Dive for a ground, although probably didn't need to in the end.
Pavely takes a few steps, clubs this down the ground. Will just be 1, despite the shot. 135 for 4.
She's looking for it, isn't it? That shot to get them back up towards the par score, but equally, she knows how important it is if they lose a wicket, so she's trying to ensure that doesn't happen as well, and is quite happy to pull out of it and just settle for a 1 if she has to.
Slapped down the ground by Brewer. Taking this gently.
The table toppers, the Blaze, have won in this competition against Somerset by 6 wickets, chasing down 223 for victory. That game doesn't appear to have been rain affected. As you'll see, looking at the pictures on Lancs TV at YouTube, this one is potentially on the verge of being rain affected. Darkening skies, a little bit of drizzle on the camera lenses. Good to have you with us on Sports Extra and Sports Extra 2 as well. Game in the balance, so the end of the 30th over, if it remains 4 wickets down, the total would be 144. So they'd need another 8 off this. If we go the distance, it's 91 of 78. Here comes Tara Norris.
Brewer drives this, will push easily for 1. Doesn't think about a second. 136 for 4.
The other game's still in play up at York. Yorkshire need another 96 from 11.4 overs. So quite a big ask with 6 wickets remaining in that one. Looks as if Hampshire are on course for victory there, barring something pretty extraordinary in the closing stages from Yorkshire.
Pavely on 49 from 47. 90 runs Warwickshire need to win. Tara Norris in through her action and taps that straight back.
Lancashire just coming into the ascendancy here, but you know, a couple of hits from Caris Pavely and the game could swing right back in favour of Warwickshire. It's really tense.
Yeah, Warwickshire needing around 7 and over as Norris in again. Pavely slaps this down the ground and that will bring up her 50. She thinks about a second, but she's going to stick with the 1. And that is another half century this season for Caris Pavely, who has been relentless. You cannot stop her. She has been a menace with the bat all season so far. And it's been superb today. Lots of brilliant shots, and she's really carrying the Warwickshire batting.
Well, began the day with an average of 100 up to 112.5. Now she reaches the 50 mark without getting out.
Brewer now guides this to point. There's a slight fumble, but she won't capitalise. It's just been a really nice half century from Pavely, though. Almost run a ball and has just taken the time, played some brilliant shots. Been a little bit risky at times, but I think has been really aware of when to do that and has read the game really well so far.
Well, More than 4,000 people watching the stream at the moment on Lancs TV.
Chloe Brewer whips this into the leg side, and it will be cut off by Maddie Penner. And it looks careful, and it will be out. It looks really close, but Chloe Brewer has been run out for 3. She didn't get her bat back in time. And I thought maybe that would be safe, but that is not good for Warwickshire.
You feel for Brewer there, because she was trying to get back for the 2. Pavely, I think sensibly in the end, decided against it, and it's cost Brewer a wicket. But it's almost the case that these players have to come in and play around Pavely now and support her in any way they can. They quickly wanted it, but it was a late decision to turn Brewer around, and she was given. Norris collecting the ball and knocking the bail off. Just all of a sudden opened up for Lancashire there, and it affects the DLS as well. 154 now the DLS total moves to at the end of the over, so all of a sudden it's a bit more out of reach. They get 1 for the run they completed. Wraith is the new batter coming to the crease. That could just move things a little further beyond Warwickshire, but with Pavely there, there's a chance.
Norris in, and it's worked away by Caris Pavely, who's quick for a second. The throw's not too accurate, so Pavely's back safe. And it feels this is the fashion and this is the way things are going to go. Pavely is going to be running hard between the wickets, and she's going to need her partner at the other end to keep up.
Yeah, I think they learned from the previous dismissal there that any indecision just doesn't really help, so they just had to get their heads down and run. Reminder, Surrey won yesterday as well as the Blaze winning today. Whichever team wins this would stay in touch with Surrey. They go to 14 points and Surrey on 18. It's 4 for a win in this competition if you're new to it. And as I say, as well as around 4,000 of you watching on the stream, I'm sure there's plenty more tuned in cars and out walking the dog, listening to Sports Extra and Sports Extra 2. This is Fee Morris in the breeze here at Southport and gloomy skies, and bowls a ball that's defended into the onside, brings a single. It gets Wraith off the mark. It brings Pavely onto strike. 85 off 71 is the equation if we go the distance, if the rain stays away. But at the end of the over, it would be 157 with 5 wickets down, or 169 if the 6th wicket were to fall in this over. Pavely, you feel, is the vital wicket. Fee Morris, with the wind ruffling the number on the back of her shirt, delivers a ball. Pavely works it round the corner. There'll be another single here. Hannah Jones picks up on the 45 inside the ring, but can't stop the scoring being done. 143 for 5. You have Mike Perkins and women's cricket writer and podcaster Polly Starkey. Which way is this one going, Polly?
You feel that Lancashire are the more comfortable of the two sides at the moment. I think that wicket does change things, especially with DLS in mind as well.
Wraith back into a crease and cutting into the offside. There's a fielder out on the cover boundary who comes round to pick up. Another one to the total, 144 for 5. But it's boundaries that Warwickshire will need if the rain starts to fall. If not, they've still probably got the time to do this. Round the wicket to the left-handed Pavely comes Morris, flicked into the leg side. Off the boundary comes Penner. Out at mid-wicket to the left-hander, at cover to the right-hander. Keeps the scoring to 145 for 5. 2 balls remaining in the over. Reminder that Wraith, who's on strike now, made 54 off 35 the other day. So she can go at quite a rate if she has to. Morris delivers. Wraith, with a little flick into the leg side, takes it up to long on for 1. 1-4-6 for 5. 1 ball remaining in the over. Warwickshire behind on DLS.
Karis Pavley on 54 and Nat Wraith on 3.
In comes Morris, bowls to Pavley, works into the leg side as she takes 2 steps down the pitch. Penner again there with the fielding, the Australian. Another single. 1-4-7 for 5 then at the end of the 31st over of the innings. The pass score at the moment, though, is 157. So 10 runs behind as things stand. Just a little bit in the air, but it seems to have relented at the moment. It's quite dark away to our right-hand side towards the Harrod Drive end of the ground. Lighter at the Grosvenor Road end, where the bowling will be coming from in this next over. Tara Norris in conversation with Kate Cross. 2 very experienced cricketers. Cross, who won the double with Lancashire in the amateur era and did so again in the professional era. Tara Norris, 2 Rachel A. Flint trophies as well as that double last year here at Lancashire. Bowls a ball, takes an edge, goes over the top and away for much needed runs. 4 much needed runs for Karis Pavley. He's got the half century here. And she punches gloves with Nat Wraith. Well, it wasn't where Pavley intended it at all. She was looking leg side. It goes through 3rd for 4. Brings up the 150 as well. 5 wickets down, 76 off 65 if we go the distance. Norris asked to abort that latest run in. Here she comes again. Grosvenor Road end, shorter length. Pavley looks to flick over the keeper's head. Takes her on the pad. Dot ball is the result. End of the over, 161 would be the pass score with 5 wickets down. That would jump to 169 if a wicket is taken. Here comes Norris again. Bowls smashed away by Pavley down the ground. It was a baseball shot, really. There was no stopping it. 155 for 5 the score moves on to.
Karis Pavley knows exactly what she has to do, and she's executing it so far.
161 is where she'd need to be if we were to go off at the end of the over. And can't afford to lose a wicket, remember, because it would jump to 172. Tense moments, testing all of Tara Norris's experience at the moment. Places the ball in her left hand again. Windy conditions here in Southport. Delivers a ball. Driven back at her, dot ball, precious dot ball. 72 off 62 is the equation if we go the distance. That seems in hand to me, Polly Starkey. It's the fact that there's rain around that's the issue now.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, I mean, they'll of course be aware of the rain, but that feels like it's almost, well, it's completely out of their hands.
Norris bowls. Pavley swings high in the air. There's a fielder underneath it. It's Kate Cross and she takes it. And Karis Pavley is out for 63. Caught by Kate Cross off the bowling of Tara Norris. That was the over Pavley decided to go. And it's proved to be her demise. And with that, surely the game has begun to swing in Lancashire's favour. The The hard-hitting Mary Taylor's on the way to the crease, Polly Starkey. But more importantly, the informed batter in this Women's One Day Cup this season, Caris Pavley, is walking off the field.
You could tell from the yell and the cheer when Kate Cross took the catch that, you know, this wicket was so important to get. It was so crucial, and the satisfaction they feel getting rid of Caris Pavley and really putting themselves in the driving seat. They'll be so pleased with that. It's just made the win seem even more possible. Warwickshire are very much on the back foot here, and will need to do a lot to redeem themselves.
Not easy, that catch in windy conditions that are making it a cold May day on the Merseyside coast, and that was well judged by Kate Cross, and it keeps Lancashire ahead in the game. 72 off 61 though, I think will still worry them a little bit, even with 4 wickets remaining here. But if we're to believe Duckworth, Lewis and Stern, that puts Lancashire in control of this game, because the score at the end of the over jumps to 172 and there's just one ball of it left, but Norris delivers. The new batter, Mary Taylor, drives straight to Eve Jones, who collects and calmly walks with the ball back in the direction of the umpire. That's the end of the 32nd. 155 for 6 now. Taylor and Wraith, who can both go at a rate. Taylor made 15 off 11 in the last game, has been scoring runs throughout the competition. Wraith made 54 of 35, but they're requiring something like that now to get them to their target. Lots of discussions here between Morris, Jones and Threlkeld, the captain. 3 very experienced players, and here comes the rain now. You can see Fee Morris's shoulders all of a sudden just going up to her neck as she felt the rain being blown in from seemingly off the sea. And we can't have long left. The umpires are going to try and give Hampshire a chance in these 6 balls, you think. It's the off spin of Fee Morris to deliver these 6 balls. On her way. Bowls to Wraith, chip back, but on the bounce. Dot ball, crucially though. End of the 33rd then, with 6 wickets down, is where we look next, as Fee Morris is on her way. Delivers this ball, short of length, cut away, there'll be 1 run. But that's the sort of scoring that at this stage, with the rain falling, won't be enough. 156 for 6, they need 174 by the end of the over. So way out of reach, it would seem.
Yeah, I suspect Fee Morris isn't too much in a hurry to get through her over.
Mary Taylor waits. Is this going to blow over, or is this going to be the game right here? Morris bowls. Taylor flicks leg side, takes the batter on the pad. Taylor scampers to the non-striker's end, will pick up a leg by. $157 for 6, but way off the 174 required. The towels are out now to dry the ball as well. Fee Morris gets one off Eve Jones. The rain falling steadily now in Southport. As Morris bowls, Wraith plays into the leg side, all on the floor. Going to need to think about 2, but it's never on. So they stay at their respective ends and settle for one of the batters. 158 for 6. 69 or 56 if we go the distance, but at the moment, Polly Starkey, doesn't look like we're going to get there.
No, the rain is pouring. It looks miserable out there. I mean, you can just tell that from Fee Morris's body language. She looks really cold. But yeah, it's looking very much in Lancashire's favour, and they've done the legwork with the wicket taking.
Caris Pavley, the crucial wicket. As Morris comes in and bowls. Back into the crease goes Mary Taylor. Defends back to the bowler. No run. Still a giggle amongst the opponents here. They know just quite how heavily this rain is now falling. Morris again, bowls the ball, pushed off the back foot by Taylor, but it's another single, and singles aren't enough at the moment. 159 for 6. How long will the umpires allow this to continue in this weather? There is brighter sky away to our left-hand side, it has to be said, at the Grosvenor Road end, but looks very, very wet still at the Harrod Drive end. Can the umpires play through this? No conversation there. Hannah Jones into the attack. The next mark we look for is the end of the 34th over. 6 wickets down, 177, or 7 wickets down, 189. So the 30, I think, is out the question off this over, but can these two close the gap? They're new to the crease, though. And even 68 or 54 feels a difficult task at the moment. Thanks for joining myself, Mike Perkins, Polly Starkey, cricket writer and podcaster, Sports Extra 2, and Lancs TV, as well as the BBC Sport website. Here comes Jones. Left arm around the wicket. Flat. Big appeal. Big appeal. Umpire doesn't like it. The wicket-keeper and captain Threlkeld liked it. Let's have another look at it now as Jones bowls the ball. It was speared in. Didn't look a massive amount long, but maybe creeping down leg.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could think. A tiny bit down leg, but small margins.
Jones again. Bowls a ball that's driven. Dot from the last one, 1 from this. That keeps Lancashire winning in this game at the moment. 160 for 6. Minded they earlier set a target of 227 from 42 overs. We're in the 34th of the innings at the moment. Wraith examines the field. Jones wants another chat with a wicket-keeper and another of the senior players, Eve Jones. Umpires have to keep a handle on that side of things as well, I think. They've got to keep Lancashire moving here. Pretty much everyone, though, at the moment is sheltering, and it sounds like the rain on the top of the marquee is getting heavier again. As Wraith goes for the reverse sweep, and it's a good one. It's going to roll away. This should be 4 runs. It's going across the wet turf. Brilliant stop. Brilliant stop by Grace Potts down there. She'd come across from fine leg to chase it. She took a brilliant catch earlier as well to dismiss Abby Freeborn. And surely we can't continue much longer in this weather. They played through the last shower, but this one's even heavier, I would say. Hannah Jones just trying to get a grip on the ball so she can deliver her left arm spin. If her team go off at the end of the over, they'll win the game. Prodded into the leg side. Another single. 163 for 6. Well short, though, of the 177 required.
It is absolutely pouring. I think it's got to the point where the towel to dry the ball is also really wet. So it perhaps isn't that effective.
Fee Morris almost sort of said good luck there, didn't she, when she handed it back to Hannah Jones.
It's like a slippery soap.
It was Morris who had the issue in the last over. It's Jones now. Delivers full and straight, driven down to long on to Kate Cross. Right across the wet turf. One more bounce on the way back in as well. 164 for 6. There's 1 ball remaining in the over, so the 177 will not be possible. The rain has eased again, but it's still falling. Umpires doing well to try and give everyone a chance here. As Hannah Jones bowls. Driven straight past Eve Jones, who couldn't gather in the slippy conditions. Another single. It's not enough for Warwickshire, though. Brings the over to an end. 164 for 6. Score at the end of the next over will be 180 or 190, depending whether they're 6 or 7 wickets down. 190 if it's 7, 180 if it's 6. The rain falling heavily. Ellie Threlkeld making the point, how much longer are we going to continue to play in these conditions, I think. I'm guessing she wouldn't be making the point if her team were behind, but that's the way these things go.
Yeah.
Kate Cross is going to take off the cap and the jumper and look to deliver the next over here. Took a very, very important catch to dismiss Caris Pavley off the bowling of Tara Norris for 63 of 58 balls in 84 minutes, 8 fours, 1 6. But it looks like in these cold, wet and constantly windy conditions here in Southport as if it won't be enough. Cross's figures so far, 6 overs, 24 for 2. Predominantly bowled from the Grosvenor Road end, hasn't she, Polly Starkey?
Yeah, change of end. We've seen that a couple of times with a number of bowlers today.
Cross bowls, poked into the offside of the front foot by Wraith. Picks up 1. But as we've been saying, 1s aren't enough. And even on the equation, if we go the distance, 61 of 47 with 4 wickets left, is starting to feel more and more difficult. Boundaries needed by Warwickshire. Taylor and Wraith can both hit them. But can they do it in these wet, blustery conditions on the northwest coast of England? Bowled by Cross, flicked into the leg side. There's 2 fielders back, but neither of them are going to get it. Pops up off the rope, 4 more to the total. That's what Warwickshire need, but they need a lot more of it. 170 for 6. As anyone in this cricket ground is looking for cover at the moment. The rain picking up again. The chandelier style light fitting still looks relatively safe at this stage, which is good to see in our wedding marquee here. 4-day game coming up as well following this one. Be able to follow that on Sports Extra and Sports Extra 2. Here comes Kate Cross. Bowls a ball, hit down the ground by Mary Taylor. Is it into space? It is. 4 runs. Well, Warwickshire know they've got to hit out here. 174 for 6. And they've got the horrible equation of having to hit out without getting out. 180 is the target by the end of the over. Cross has been hit for back-to-back 4s. Warwickshire 6 away. But they need to score those 6 runs without losing a wicket in the next 3 balls. Cross has taken 2 already in the game. Taylor closing the gap, gets an edge on it. This is going for 4 as well. And 3 boundaries in a row, swings the game back in the direction of Warwickshire. 178 for 6, 2 behind where they need to be at the end of the over.
It looked like they were so far away, and now they're so close that the pendulum has swung once again.
Well, that's what 12 in 3 balls will do. 49 of 44 if we go the distance. The rain easing again. It almost seems like we're just getting gusty, very heavy showers getting blown off the sea. But once they pass, we carry on. I mean, Threlkeld wasn't happy that this over went ahead. She went and made the points to the umpires, didn't she? Because we have been playing on for quite a few overs, but credit to them. They're keeping us out there. They're going to look for 2 here. 2 fielders converging on it. Decisions made to stick for 1, then it hits the stumps, which adds another dimension to this. Rolls away, 179 for 6. So Warwickshire, they'll need 2 to be ahead on Duckworth Lewis Stern, 1 to be dead level on Duckworth Lewis Stern. But 3 boundaries getting the game back in the balance. 48 of 43, if you want to look at it another way. Lots of people huddled under whatever shelter they can find here at Southport Cricket Club. Pushed into the offside. This could go for 4 as well. There's a fielder out there though. They're not going to get round despairing dive in the end from Penner, who slid along the grass as she tried to stop that one. And now, with 4 boundaries in the over, Warwickshire have changed the complexion of the game completely. And they're ahead on Duckworth Lewis Stern at 183 for 6. Polly Starkey, what do you make of that over we've just seen?
Well, we thought this was going to be an exciting finish, but I think it's probably more exciting than we first anticipated, with DLS thrown into the equation. What a recovery from Warwickshire, who looked a little bit dead and buried, to be honest. But Mary Taylor and Nat Wraith have completely rescued this, really put themselves back into the conversation.
This is harsh on Lancashire. It was harsh on Warwickshire. And over a go. Brilliant one-day cup cricket. Brilliant to have you with us wherever you're watching or listening. Sports Extra 2, Lancs TV. Game in the balance now. 44 from 42. Rain has stopped. Short there from Hannah Jones. It's been hit into the leg side. One bounce out to Fee Morris. It's very rare you see a short ball from Hannah Jones. And she's got away with it. 184 for 6. Par at the end of the over. We'll check for you now. As Jones prepares at the back of her mark. 6 wickets down, we'd be looking at 184. 7 wickets down, 193. Wraith helps it round the corner, picks up another 1. So moves on to 185. So 1 ahead of where they'd need to be at the end of the over, provided they don't lose a wicket. But they've got to keep in mind that 42 off 40 at the same time here. Hannah Jones to Mary Taylor. But they can just play sensible cricket shots all of a sudden now, can these two. Lancashire needing a wicket. 186 for 6. Hannah Jones just throws the ball to Eve Jones to be dried again. Game in the balance. If you just join us, Sports Extra 2 and Lancs TV. Hannah Jones bowls. Played back to the bowler. Dot ball. Precious one. Little change in the field here. Johnson's coming over from the leg side to the off and will go in just behind square. Played out to cover. Another single. 187 for 6. The champions Lancashire been ahead for large parts of this game. I've seen boundaries change it off their most experienced bowler, Kate Cross. Took an excellent catch earlier to dismiss the premier batter in the competition. Ball down the leg side. It's going to be signalled wide. Attempted sweep by Taylor. Bit of a free hit, really, because if she missed it, she was always going to get the wide ball. 188 for 6 is the result. Warwickshire creeping ahead here on Duckworth Lewis Stern. Threlkeld's got a big decision to make after this ball, but she needs to concentrate on it with the gloves behind the stumps. Full toss in the end, but only pushed as far as Kate Cross. 189 for 6 then. We've had 36 overs of the 42. The rain falling still, but not heavy enough for us to go off at the moment, Polly Starkey. I mean, what have you made of the decision to play on?
I'm kind of surprised by it, to be honest. I think it's made the conditions really difficult for Lancashire. You can see how much they're struggling with the grip of the ball. And yeah, there's a little bit of a discussion going on again. Ellie Threlkeld speaking to the umpire. I can imagine for Lancashire how frustrating it is, especially given, you know, they were very much ahead in the game and these conditions have made it really tough for them. But also you can see it from a Warwickshire perspective of they've stayed on and Warwickshire have taken that as an opportunity.
Well, Warwickshire, provided they don't lose a wicket, are already where they need to be at the end of the 37th. 189. 195 if they do lose a wicket. And Grace Potts is back into the attack. Picked up the wicket of Redmayne at the top. Can she add another one now? It's what her team need at the moment. Darcy Carter's on as a substitute fielder as well at the moment. Cold, rainy conditions. Taylor hits the ball to long on. Baseball style. 1 run, 190 for 6. The boot was on the other foot when we were at Sale for these two last year, wasn't it? Lancashire were on the way to the final at that point. And we came back on after a lengthy rain delay. And it was Lancashire who benefited then, and similar thing, wasn't it? They had a seemingly impossible chase, but found the boundaries they needed to get back up to where they needed to be and chase down their total. As Potts runs in and bowls, it's up in the air into the leg side. Dribbles out there, they think about 2. There's a little bit of a mix-up between Johnson and Smale, but it's picked up. 190 for 6 now the score. 5 runs to play with if Potts can find a wicket. The rain increased again during those first 2 balls of this over and then eased off. Fantastic entertainment. The weather has claimed the one-day international today. So sorry you're not hearing that on 5 Sports Extra. But you've got a thrilling conclusion in the one-day cup as Taylor goes back and will hook this one. 1 bounce out to Johnson, the fielder. Did well to get behind it, keep it within the ropes. 192 for 6 the score moves on to. Wraith has 17 off 15. Taylor has 21 off 16. Lancashire need a wicket. They're behind on Duckworth Lewis Stern if they can't get one in these next 3 balls. Here comes Potts. Bowls to Wraith. Driven back to the bowler. Picked up by Potts on the return. There's no run on offer. Polly Starkey, we continue to watch on.
Yeah, it is hung in the balance. DLS or not, it's really well poised, and fair play to Mary Taylor and Nat Ray for putting Warwickshire back in this game when it looked impossible.
The rain increases again as this one's bowled by Potts. It's hit into the air. It's going to land short of the fielder. Smale picks up, returns, and still the game goes on, and now it's boot on the other foot, and they've kind of got to give Lancashire the opportunity to play through the shower. 193 for 6, but this is as heavy as it's been. Bringing Scott Reed at the end of the over to pick up the ball-by-ball commentary, because we still should have another 30 balls in this game, but it's hard to tell with the rain. Oh, this one's sliced away through third. Taylor was attempting to drive. I'm not sure that was where she meant it, but 4 more runs is the result. That is the end of the 37th over of the innings. 197 for 6. Warwickshire ahead on Duckworth Lewis Stern. I will leave the sheet with Scott Reed, and he will pick up the ball-by-ball commentary after a thought from cricket writer and podcaster Polly Starkey.
This is absolute madness. I do not know how they have continued through this pouring rain. Everyone at the ground is huddled, many under the canopy that we're in, because it is just blustering out there. It is awful.
Yeah, I think the description's a good one. It is a bit madness, isn't it? But I mean, as Mike just said, we've played through some pretty heavy showers earlier, so I suppose you've got to try and be fair for both sides, and it does feel like it's showers that blow through and then we're back to a bit of bright sunshine. So it did get very heavy. It's still raining, but we play on. Here's Hannah Jones in, and balls whipped away towards backward square leg. Good fielding on a slippery outfield as well now. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end. And there's no run, so 197 for 6, 30 to win from 29 deliveries. And this is driven through extra cover for a single. 198 for 6. But ahead on Duckworth Lewis. They've been behind by some distance on Duckworth Lewis, now back ahead on Duckworth Lewis, Warwickshire. It's kind of reflected the game, hasn't it, in terms of a kind of seesawing from one direction to the other. Taylor's back on strike, 25 not out. The rain has stopped now, pretty much. That's thumped firmly back down the ground, up towards long off for a single. So nudging towards the 200 mark, 199 for 6, 28 to win, 27 balls remaining. And it would feel a bit harsh for the result to be determined by Duckworth Lewis Stern as well. Driven back down the ground for a single, and Wraith moves on to 20. That does bring up the 200 as well. 200 for 6. So a dot from the first delivery and then a single from the following 3. 200 for 6. 27 to win it. 26 balls remaining. 4 wickets in hand. And Taylor's back on strike. Unbeaten on 26. Here's Anna Jones, left arm spin from around the wicket, and again sent back down the ground towards the long arm boundary where Kate Cross fields. Again happy to take the single. 201 for 6. 1 ball remaining. Between every delivery the ball is being dried as it zips across the grass and picks up a little bit of water along the way. It's tricky for Jones to grip it, but she's in and bowling. Again, that's worked back towards her. Again, it gets beyond her reach, and once more, Kate Croft comes up from long onto field. And that is the end of the over. 5 coming off it. So 38 overs gone. 202 for 6. 25 to win. 24 balls remaining. A brilliant finish.
It is going to be a fantastic finish, and I think a lot of credit does have to go to Mary Taylor and Nat Wraith, because they have absolutely pulled this back when it looked like it was easily Lancashire's game to win. And yeah, they've made this very, very exciting.
2 umpires are coming together. It's not raining, so it can't be about the rain. In fact, the sun's just creeping through. Maybe they're just having a quick look at the ball. I think they are. They're testing the ball. Yes, they were. They had their little steel discs out to see if the ball was in shape. There we go. Those towels are being used, aren't they, to try and keep the ball dry where possible. Further challenge for the players here to try and grip this slippery ball. Just a reminder that the Warwickshire are ahead on Duckworth Lewis Stern at the end of the 38th over with 6 wickets down. They would need to be on a score of 194 to be par, so they are, well, they've got a little bit of breathing space, but we've got this far now, Polly. It would seem a bit silly to, unless it got to the point where you couldn't possibly play on. You just keep going.
I think even if it got to the point where you couldn't play on, if everyone was sliding around, keep going. You may as well.
Just crack on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before I was like, right, everyone off. Now I'm like, stay on, please. Don't come off.
Now Warwickshire got themselves in front. Carry on. Yeah. Well, it's been a brilliant finish to a really good game of cricket, of which we've had far much more than what I thought we were going to have. When we got here this morning, the weather was pretty grim. The forecast wasn't much better, and the prospect of seeing anything looked pretty remote. And then actually what we've seen is bubble up very nicely over the course of the last 6 hours is a really good game of cricket between 2 sides who probably will feel as though they need to win. So got 1 more game left in this initial block of One Day Cup action before the T20 Blast starts. It will be Fee Morris in them balls. That's chipped in the air towards the leg side. It's going to bounce safely between a couple of Lancashire fielders tracking back. In the end, Lister comes up from deep mid-wicket to field. Single for Warwickshire. 203 for 6. It's a 24 to win from 23. Morris has gone wicketless so far, which is surprising because she's bowled really nicely. A couple of times she's beaten the bat. That's hit back in the air, back over the bowler's head, down towards the long on boundary, and all the way for 6 for Taylor. It's a big hit. Kate Cross down on that boundary behind the bowler, but she's timed that beautifully. Moves to 33. Big hit for 6. Swings it a little bit more in the favour of Warwickshire.
I mean, a 6 at this stage just changes everything, really. And that is a huge, huge bonus for Warwickshire. It just feels like Lancashire have slightly, I don't want to say given up, but the morale has definitely dropped.
Takes it to 18 to win from 22. As Kate Cross on the boundary just couldn't quite get in a position to take a catch. A low full toss, which is paddled down towards short fine leg by Taylor for a single. Moves the score to 210 for 6. And Warwickshire needs 17 to win from 21 deliveries. Here on Lancs TV and across the BBC Sport website and that, and on Sports Extra as well. This Metrobank One Day Cup fixture from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club has bubbled up to a terrific game of 42 over cricket. This is driven away through the offside. There might be 4 here out towards extra cover. That the outfield has slowed up with the rain and indeed doesn't quite have enough on it to reach the boundary rope. Just slowed up on that slightly softer outfield, so it's worth 3 in the end. But that 6, as you mentioned, Polly, has just changed the feel of the run chase. It was neck and neck, it was difficult to call, and now you feel as though it's firmly advantage Warwickshire. 14 to win from 20. What's Lancashire's response? Says Fee Morris. In and balls clubbed away towards the onside by Taylor. Out towards the wide, long on boundary, it's gone for 4. And this innings from Taylor looks like being the innings to see Warwickshire to victory. Moves on to 38. It's now 10 to win with 19 balls left.
Yeah, this is looking really in Warwickshire's favour, and I just think Mary Taylor has done a superb job. She's one of those batters that she comes in the lower order, but she's not batting like she's in the lower order. There's something extra about it, and I think she's been brilliant today in battling it out in these awful conditions.
Yeah, that's not been tricky at all through the course of the last half an hour or so. Fee Morris is doing her best to try and dry the ball to help with the grip. 10 runs required for Warwickshire to win here on the west coast of Lancashire. 217 for 6. Fee Morris from around the wicket balls this time. Just dropped into the onside by Taylor, which is fine. The single is fine. The 6 and the 4 and then the 3 in this over has just taken off all the pressure. And singles will do nicely from now on. It's into single figures to win the match. 9 runs to win, 18 balls remaining. Warwickshire 218 for 6, and it's a real gem of an innings here by Taylor. 39 from 23, and this partnership actually now worth 62 runs. So it's been a terrific partnership for this 7th wicket, because when they came together, Lancashire were ahead on DLS and they looked in control of the game.
Exactly. This innings actually by Mary Taylor reminds me of the semi-final of this competition last season, and it was an awful day in Hampshire, just like very grey, and I think there was a lot of drizzle around, and basically Mary just battled it out. She was playing for Hampshire at the time, and her spikes were just caked in mud. In fact, her twin sister Millie had to scrape them off in the end. It was awful, and she just battled. I think she scored a half century in the end. She was just brilliant, and I'm getting slight kind of memories of that.
Well, the outcome would appear to be a Warwickshire win here, unless somehow Lancashire can dig deep and go again and find a way to put pressure back on. It will be Tara Norris to send down the 40th over of the innings. They need 9 to win, Warwickshire, with 18 balls remaining. And credit to both umpires who have kept the players out there, because I suspect there was a couple of occasions when they're thinking maybe we should go off, but they've played on through some pretty heavy showers. We waited until midday to get a game scheduled to start at 10:30, but the rain put paid to that. We lost 8 overs per side as a result of that, down to 42 over match. And we've managed to play on through some pretty heavy showers. It looks like it's going to be a Warwickshire win, but what can Norris do here? She's picked up 2 for 34. She's about to send down her 8th over. And Taylor on 39. So 9 to win. Taylor just taps the bat, given the field a close inspection, working out where the catchers are. It's a low full toss that's pulled away down towards deep backwards square leg. Just be a single for Taylor. It's a terrific 40 not out now from 24 deliveries, 219 for 6. And Warwickshire have got this nicely under control. It's actually as pleasant now as it has been for a while. We've got some bright sunshine. In comes Norris, bowls again on the pull. It's a top edge, and it's bouncing down towards the boundary for 4, actually down towards fine leg. The pull shot from Wraith. It's a thick top edge down towards fine leg. 4 runs, and now Warwickshire are 1 hit away from victory.
Yeah, really strong, and getting those couple of boundaries, particularly in the last few overs, has just been so beneficial.
Yeah, it just takes off any sense of pressure, doesn't it, when it gets down to these final overs or 2. That over that Taylor put Fee Morris away for a 6 and a 4 and a 3. And Norris and Cross in conversation here. Not a great deal they can work with. You only need 4 off 16 deliveries, but I suppose you have to try and find a way to see if you can put pressure back on. It will be a change of angle. It'll be left arm around the wicket from Norris. It'll push into the offside, through for 1. And the single takes them to within 3 of victory. And a victory against the defending One Day Cup champions, which will push Warwickshire a healthy way up the table as well. Trying to keep in sight of the top 3. Quite a few teams all bunched up there that will still feel they've got a very good chance of sneaking into the knockout stages. 3 runs required to win, and that might bring them 3 runs. It's helped down towards the fine leg boundary. It's a very good stop by Potts. They've actually run 2 instead. And Taylor moves on to 42 not out. So just the 1 run required now for Warwickshire. Not quite got the jeopardy and the tension of it going down to the final delivery or 2, but that's a credit to the run chase here and to this partnership as well. Taylor from 42 not out has the chance to hit the winning runs for Warwickshire. Already today a win for the Blaze, the leaders by 6 wickets, beating Somerset, and Hampshire women went to York to take on Yorkshire today, and they won via the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method, a 16-run win for Hampshire. Blaze are top, Hampshire are second, and Surrey are currently in 3rd spot. There we go, 1 to win. Here's Norris to Taylor. It's punched down the ground, fielded by Johnson at mid-off. And there's no run. Wonder whether Lancashire just might be a little bit light when at the change of innings, isn't we? Thinking maybe perhaps something nearer towards 250 would have been a bit more of a par score. Has fallen in the end to be a little bit light. And Norris fires one in full, tailing in towards the pads of Taylor. It's thumped up towards cross at mid-on, end of the over. So 12 deliveries remaining, and Warwickshire still requiring 1 run to win. That's been a very good game of cricket, though.
It has been absolutely brilliant, and as I say, Mary Taylor, just incredible. And I think what I really respect from Warwickshire here is that they've held on, and it would have been very easy for them to. I don't know how aware of the DLS part they were, but actually it'd be quite easy for them to go, oh, well, never mind. Like we got near, but never mind. But actually they've stuck it out and really done exactly what they needed to do, and regardless of DLS, have kept themselves in the game. And Lancashire, they let their heads drop, and that's really been to their detriment.
And this partnership is worth 71 runs. It'll be Grace Potts to return. It might well be the final over of the match. 1 required to win. Potts in and bowls, playing a miss. It's come through to Threlkeld. They're thinking of sneaking through for a bye. Threlkeld was all set, ready to try and underarm the ball towards the stumps and try and run a batter out. They tried to sneak through for the bye, so a dot ball, 11 remaining, and still 1 required. 226 for 6. Here's Potts in once more. 1 for 35 are figures today. Balls again. That's come through to Threlkeld, trying to create manufacture a way of scoring here. I mean, any bat on that, it probably is 4 with fine leg and 3rd inside the circle, but it's another dot ball.
It's like the longest time to score 1 run.
That's felt like it's 1 to win for some time. Yeah. 2, 2, 6 for 6. Potts in again. Bat on ball this time, and a gap through the offside for 4 seals the deal for Warwickshire. Driven away for 4, and they get to their victory target with 4 wickets remaining. A 4-wicket victory for Warwickshire, and it actually nice that these two have seen it over the finishing line, because that was a partnership in the end with 75 runs for that 7th wicket, and when they came together, Paul, that looked like a long way off, and Lancashire were very much on top.
100%. It looked really far away, and it was going to be really difficult for them to kind of dig in and do the work. But yeah, Mary Taylor and Nat Wraith, they completely changed this game, and they were so important. Of course, Gareth Pavley as well. We mustn't forget was really vital for Warwickshire. But actually, what those two did at the end, particularly seeing out that rainy spell, was so important, and fair play to Warwickshire, because they came from a difficult situation to get a relatively, 9 balls remaining. They had plenty of time to get the win.
Yeah, Pavley 63, continuing her excellent start to the season. Redmayne's 28. Austin's 22, Freeborn's 20 from 28 balls as well, but then the partnership between Wraith and Taylor adding 75 runs for that 7th wicket to secure Warwickshire women a victory here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. A victory by 4 wickets as well, so congratulations to Warwickshire's women's side, and those points will propel them up the league table. A welcome win. Lancashire, the defending champions, a 5th defeat in 7 games, sees them 2nd from bottom in the league table. Congratulations to all the players involved. You've served up a really good game of cricket, and to the ground staff as well for getting the outfield ready, because there was a lot of rain that fell this morning, but it's produced a good 6 hours of cricket. That's how the Warwickshire scorecard looks. The Wraith and Taylor partnership seeing Warwickshire through to a 4-wicket victory. And certainly a doff of the cap to Paverley's 63, continuing her excellent start to the campaign as well. Lancashire, well, in the end, 2-6 from there. 42 overs was not enough. Warwickshire have gone on to secure a 4-wicket victory. Lancashire's bowlers used a couple of wickets for Norris, a couple for Cross as well, one for Potts. But in the end, it was a Warwickshire run chase that has seen them to a successful 4-wicket win. The 39 from Threlkeld and the 38 from Pennant. The beating heart really of that Lancashire innings. Taylor's 3 for 47 perhaps caps off a player of the performance to go with her 42 not out with the bat as well. So congratulations to Warwickshire women, a 4-wicket victory. Thanks to Polly and to Mike. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage here on Lancs TV and across the BBC Sport website and app, and on Sports Extra as well. Sadly, no international cricket to bring you on Sports Extra, with the England women's game abandoned without a ball being bowled in the one-day cut today. So victories here for Warwickshire women, for the Blaze, and for Hampshire as well. Your next live cricket on Lancs TV will come from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club on Friday morning, when Lancashire's men take on Worcestershire, and likewise across the BBC Sport website and app and on Sports Extra. We'll be back covering county championship cricket this coming Friday as well. But from everybody here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club in sunny Southport, we'll bid you a fond farewell.